participating in sports, right? Even though like I survived and like I can still like do sports and I still like lift weights and stuff, right? Those were things that were objectively bad that happened to me, right? So it's like I think we need to be very careful saying like, oh, like I survived this or I experienced this, and realize that's not like the optimal way.
Survivorship bias. Survivorship bias.
Yeah,
if I can make it, everyone can make it.
Ryuji, answer this question. Then I'm gonna go at this. I don't give I'm the only one on this side.
Okay, you guys' idea, like when it comes to like handling certain children, because I was a badass child and I still see badass children to this day flipping out and acting out in stores, throwing shit and stuff. Their parents do the same stuff that you guys recommend, but it doesn't always seem to get the message across. I'm not saying you have to do it. You can do whatever you want with your kid. I'm not condoning like hitting your kid. I'm not saying because
if you slapped your kid, I would call the cops, my dude. If we lived in another country, because it's not illegal in America.
Finish the point, Ryuji.
You can go Prime. Just
like
wow.
So what? So
I don't
hold
know
on.
to finish first, like protein shake or shot? Like what are we doing?
Okay.
Shot. Do both at the same time.
That sounds yummy.
So okay, freaking Charlotte didn't answer my question, right? Like you guys are dicking around, right? Like,
well, in a way, it's like a question of. I'm sorry.
Oh, what was the question?
I was just it's a question about whether or not you can really cultivate an ideal society. People talk about whether they do things politically or they could do things socially, like with regard to like racism, or on what level are they going to deal with it first? What's the proper order? And
Wait, what?
How does it play out? No, I'm serious. And so it is with whether or not what you present to your kids. I'm just the reason I'm using that is because I'm saying like take yourself out of the headspace of like whether it's good for like kids to see naked adults, and in terms of but in terms of like, for instance, like here's another thing, like everybody that I've met who's lived in an Eastern Bloc country remembers Soviet media fondly and what it was trying to do, because there was a bipolar thing going on in the world, and each was trying to say that it was the better culture, and it's a sort of a holdover from the 19th century where different societies like they compared their culture to each other based on Enlightenment principles, generally speaking. But it became about literacy and like what people were able to do in science and so on and so forth. So my point is like, you could think of like, well, you're running this whole country and it's a democracy and everybody's got to be involved, right? And then you have to say, well, what is true and like what's important to know, right? And then you have to communicate that on various levels. You could do it socially, you could do it culturally, obviously, and you could do it in terms of policy, right? But in terms of whether you're creating harm in your child, like what is the outcome? What is the child going to turn out? Are they going to be antisocial? Well, that supposes that you have something social, right? That people have some kind of an agreement that these people are going to be out of pocket, that they're misbehaving, that they don't get the program. But what I'm trying to say is like...
This is the same conversation, right?
What's that? Okay, I'll just let it go at that. And if anybody was following what I'm saying, thank you.
Not really. Sorry.
I heard Enlightenment, and then I'm not like that. I failed you again. I'm really sorry.
I mean, basically, like you think of yourself as a society.
Okay, stop. Prime, can you just repeat the question?
Yeah.
And you think of yourself as modern. Let's say that. Oh my
god, bro.
No, it's true. Like you think of yourself as modern, or you think of yourself as enlightened.
Okay, so
right, an enlightened society, like we're better than the Taliban, for instance.
Yeah. Yes,
I would agree with that.
We objectively are. So I think King. Is it King of William or just William? What do you prefer?
It doesn't matter. Whatever you prefer is what I prefer.
Your Highness.
No. Okay, so William, right? I think that's a really interesting question that I would love to dig into, where it's like I feel like a lot of times at least like for certain like cultures, or like say like in America right now, there a lot of values seem to be similar, but how we express them is different, right? So in the case of say like understanding freedom, understanding civil rights, say like 80 years ago wouldn't include, you know, like people of color, it wouldn't include trans people, it wouldn't include gay people. But now when we talk about say like freedom and like the ability to do what you want, the ability like, you know, like freedom from persecution, it includes all of those like protected classes. So I think I guess like a question would be like, how much do say concepts evolve themselves, like in this case, like if you want to use like say the freedom example, right, as opposed to just us like evolving as society and being more inclusive in terms of like who gets like those like freedoms, those things. Because
we're getting way far away from this. I want to
no,
talk about.
I think it's a cool like. I think you made a really cool point about like modernism. Like, you know, what is modern freedom, right? I think that includes like, you know, the freedom to like, you know, like love who you love and like, you know, like have like, you know, like take like medication, like gender reassessment surgery, and like, you know.
So this isn't the same conversation.
Like, really want to like
in the
focus.
modern
It's
world,
not the same
can you
conversation.
beat your kids?
Yeah,
There, I brought it back, Kai. I brought it back.
All right.
There's no circumstance in which it's appropriate to beat your kids. Period. End of story.
Okay. All right. So
Base Charlotte.
back at it. All right. So once
Yeah.
again, Red Charlotte.
I
Red
agree with
Charlotte. You kind of dodged my question before. So your kid is out in public, and because he used Ryuji made this a public setting originally. So they're out in public and they're freaking the fuck out. They're like, I don't know, 8 or 9, right? They're able to understand clearly verbal commands and like what's right and wrong, but they're not listening to you, right? What do you do?
You use restraint.
What do you
take
mean?
them
You would
out of there. Oh, sorry.
Oh my god. So
What
if they're
what
being
if the
violent
kid's-
or
what if the kid's
physical,
going
of course that
beyond?
you would restrain them,
What,
right?
like,
But if
what
it's
this is-
literally just like they're screaming or whatever, then you would sit them down and talk to them until you figure out what is wrong. Like every time a kid freaks out, every time a kid lashes out, every time like a baby cries, right? There's always a reason for it. It's never just an act.
The reason is they want the toy. They want the toy. You're not giving them the toy. I want this fucking toy, Mom. What the
Yeah,
fuck
you would
is your problem?
explain to them why like being entitled like that is wrong.
Okay. Yeah, I hear you, Mom, but fuck you, Mom.
Yeah, the
I want
5-year-old
this
is gonna
toy.
understand fucking entitled.
No, it's
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
mean, literally,
7, 8,
yes.
9, 10, 11, 12, right? Fuck you, Mom. I want this toy. So what happens next?
If they literally cannot be convinced, then you would just ignore them and bring them home.
We would ignore them. Okay.
Eventually, the kid will stop complaining.
She's ignoring me. Mom is not paying attention to me. I'm gonna knock this stuff off the shelf.
You're like
Now he's
inventing
making a
scenarios
scene.
and like
Now he's making
Just
a
stop.
scene and
Just
embarrassing
I'm not
you.
inventing
I am
scenarios.
not
It's
inventing.
inventing. It's very
no.
practical.
I think he's
Yeah,
telling a
dude.
personal
When
story.
you made up a solution where a kid not only could not understand, right, what they're being told like rationally,
say that.
right?
I said they could understand. I
No,
said they
in
could
your
understand.
hypothetical.
No, I said my hypothetical. They could understand. Like they're like of age that they can understand what's right and wrong, and they can understand verbal commands. They're simply not responding to them.
I don't know how to interact with like this hypothetical because it's not something that is like realistic.
As a
Yeah,
parent,
so-
you
Dude,
interact with
these
that.
things
I
happen.
interact with
Prime.
it. I've gone through that personally.
Wait.
You're presenting a child where there is no solution, like a hypothetical
There
child.
is a
where there's no
solution. The solution is you
No, the
restrain
solution is not
child
beating them
you
and
take
giving them like
out of the
paranoid
store.
schizophrenia when they turn 25. Like,
You restrain
Okay,
the child
okay,
and
let's-
take them
let's-
out of the store. You address
do you
the
wait?
issue
Wait,
with the
Prime,
child
are you being
one-on-one
unironic right
outside
now?
of there.
Do you not
I'm not
understand
being
the empirical
unironic.
empirical
This is all
literature
empirical
behind like
literature. That doesn't mean
These things
shit.
happen.
That doesn't
These
mean
things
shit.
happen.
Hold
Wait,
on. She says something to me, and I'll go to you. I'll go to Jason, then Hans next. Okay, all right. And say to me, and was it Sin? Okay. So like empirical study, none of that means shit when you're in public, right? Or not even just in public. Where like you have trouble controlling this kid, they will not listen to fucking reason. Like imagine like this is some alien concept?
Yes.
I'm sorry, have you not interacted
the empirical
with children?
literature is clear.
The
Period.
empirical literature.
Yes.
What
Why
the
are you
fuck?
doing that?
Okay,
What the
so
fuck are you doing? Like-
when your 8-year-old is losing his shit, why don't you tell them about the empirical literature, right? The empirical literature
Oh my
says that if I talk to you slowly in a very calm voice and explain to you, hey, mommy is shopping here, right? Mommy needs to get this done.
Why aren't you
don't have
listening to
enough
what I'm
money
saying?
right now.
Why aren't you
No,
listening to what I'm saying?
I am listening to what you're
The
saying. and I'm
empirical
saying-
literature isn't about whether or not kids can understand what you're saying. It's the empirical literature that under any circumstances, no matter how light or how unserious the beating is, it will have long-lasting negative health effects on their mental health.
Well,
Period.
Here, let me ask you.
There's no
this.
escaping this.
Red
Like
Charlie-
all beating of kids, period, no matter the circumstance, is abuse.
How harsh do you consider beating though?
No,
Red
even
Charlie?
light
Because,
spanking.
hold-
There was
okay,
no
right, I
difference.
get
There's
that,
no
I get that,
difference.
but,
Even a
what
tap
about
on a
pulling
hand.
what about picking them up and taking them out of the store?
That's
Like,
not
they might
beating
be-
them or assaulting
Okay,
them.
well, that's not
Right. So here's
Well,
what
I
I
just
was.
want to figure out what you think assaulting is, so I know where to go.
I
Oh
just
my
wanna
god.
say, you
When
know,
I said beating. I said
having
beating.
worked in
I used
special
the word beating,
education,
spanking.
in
like-
special education, we use least restrictive environment. So whatever the situation, whatever the cause is, you want to use the least amount of restriction possible.
Yes,
Jason?
but this is the
So
circumstance
here's-
after all of the other things have been exhausted.
Here's the thing:
Jason,
when you're in
go
a
ahead.
situation like that, where you've got a kid throwing a tantrum, you're in the middle of a public place. There's obviously people watching, and you have to understand, especially if you're a struggling parent, if your kid goes off like this, I mean, you got to pay for those damages. It's not like that the store's just going to be like, oh, that's great, enjoy your day, No, so you do have to get the child out of there, but you can do that without beating the kid. I had to do it at a time when my daughter was going through some emotional things. My dad had died, and she was going through some shit, and she was acting out as a result of that. And so I did have some moments where, yes, I had to physically pick her up and take her out of the store and say, we don't act like this. Okay? You don't have to beat the kid, but there is some physical restraint required sometimes. And I think to King of Williams' point, he worked in special education. I think you understand there's ways to use restraints that's responsible, that's not assault, that's more of a technique of we're just going to remove you from the situation, not to harm, and that's
I'm
what
just
you
saying
do in
how
those
you deal with it
situations.
professionally. Yeah.
You
Sure,
know,
but what if you can't leave?
What do you mean?
What? Okay. Yeah, this is a pretty simple
Listen,
situation.
he's giving out
Are you trapped in a
hypotheticals
store?
that
No, not listen, and you'll find out what I mean, right? So you're at a place where you need to accomplish a task, right? It could be like a government office or something, right? Where you're applying for something, or you have an appointment. It's very important. You literally just cannot leave. This is a thing that happens, right? You don't have health care or child care, and you're there, and this kid needs to calm the fuck down because they are freaking out. I don't want to be here, Mom. Charlotte, Mommy. I don't want to be here. And so, kid's losing it. Kid is losing it. So what do you do in that situation? You can't leave. You can't simply let's take him out for a timeout. No, you have to stick around to accomplish this task. I've seen it many times. So what do you do then when you can't simply remove them from the situation, come back later?
All right, so dealing with this, right? Where it's we have to be in the store, we have to do X, right? We're in a spot where the hypothetical is we are unable to successfully restrain the child, which again at that point I feel like we have two in a different situation, right? Say if I'm unable to restrain somebody who's causing harm to other people or destroying lots of stuff, right? We have two options. One, do more harmful things to get them to stop, which I would say is unacceptable in the situation regarding a child. And the second thing is get more help to make sure this stops and then deal with the consequences afterwards. If I am unable to stop my kid, or let's say this is a mean 8-year-old, right? This kid is there's a super soldier serum, they're fucking flipping entire aisles over, right? We can't stop them. You get more people. You don't say all right, you know what, kid? It's time to fucking
I'm
play. And then like you just like no, like I don't think there's
Yeah.
ever a moment where you say like, you know, it's fine to do this. I
Sorry,
think
you
it's
get more people to do what? I'm a little confused. If you could
to,
explain.
like to
Hitting your kid.
to
No.
rest- no to
To
restrain
assist in
them.
restraining.
Like to help get them out of the situation. You call the police at that point.
You call the
Like, I've been-
police? You
Yeah.
call the police?
What?
I've been in special ed classes, right? And I've seen children who are like really, really strong, and they usually have someone like they either have a chaperone or somebody to either hold them or stop them from throwing tantrums.
Yeah.
So these things happen. Like the scenario of a child acting out.
But
in
the
a store.
solution isn't hitting the kid. Because
But-
even in the short-term compliance, there's no association between spanking and short-term compliance.
Sorry,
like, this
Hans.
is-
It's never been necessary.
Hans.
I mean, I wasn't
Like,
done with my
instead of-
point, but
Instead of spanking your child, you're gonna bring in an armed response. That's your idea.
I think, if I may,
No, you can't. You're not me. Not yet. No. Hans.
Okay.
You're gonna bring in.
Alright.
You're gonna bring in an armed response.
And you can say, hey, there is a child that needs to be be restrained, and I am currently incapable because like maybe if I'm like an elderly grandma or like I personally cannot restrain my child. You get help. The first instinct wouldn't be to call the police, but it would be say, hey, other shoppers, like other adults, is there a large man in the area that can help me deal with this kid? Like
Wait,
there's
come.
I
What?
hate that stuff.
No,
No,
I don't ask
you-
other
Like,
people
even
to
better,
do
even
like
better,
that.
you're getting someone else-
There's some
you're getting someone
bullshit
else
happening.
the
You
whoa,
cannot.
you're
You
getting
cannot
someone else-
provide this, like, again, very far, like, where this kid is, like, unstoppable. A single adult cannot stop them, and then not expect
I
to say,
didn't-
hey, bring in assistance. Is that literally,
No, okay.
that's the extreme
So-
part? You're
so,
telling
hold
me
on.
this kid is like fucking Batman, like destroying shelves. No one can stop this kid because it knows jujitsu
So
or shit.
hold on,
And you're
hold on.
not
I
gonna
never
just-
said you added that. I never
Really?
said that. Hold on. Listen. I never said that this child is incapable of being restrained, right? I never said that. You can restrain the kid, but you gotta know where to take the kid, right? So you can restrain a child, right? Like if
Long as
physically hold them,
necessary.
you can.
So
you
basically,
can put
he's
them,
pigeonholed this
in a-
question
will
so
fight them, the
hard because
bitches.
basically
You can
you're
huddle
stuck in
them,
an
you
office
can
where
hog
you
tie
can't
them
leave,
if you want.
the kid
Calm
loses
the
their
fuck
shit,
down.
and you have to figure out how to control them.
You apparently do
And
not
you're not
know
supposed to
kids
hit
when they're
children.
losing their fucking
And
mind.
he's basic.
right?
I almost
they're
think he's
losing their mind.
trying
Oh,
to
we'll
get
wait till
somebody
they
to say,
calm
"Yeah, I'll
down.
spank
Just
them."
by restraining them? Why would we restrain them?
You'll get
make them
tired
calm down.
eventually. Do some
No.
cardio.
Yeah,
Get
yes,
ready.
they
but you
literally
can't.
will get
Here's the
tired
thing.
out.
Those
Here-
jujitsu
no,
holds,
here's the
they'll
thing.
tire you out
Here's
quick.
the thing.
Okay.
Well, here's the thing. So you're in these situations. Just because you have no problem waiting for your kid to chill the fuck out doesn't mean the rest of the store, either the store or the office place or wherever you are at, that you need to be there, right? Doesn't mean that they are patient enough for your child, right? So they're like, well, ma'am, Red Charlotte needs to get the fuck out of here with your badass kid. Control your child or get the fuck
Wait.
out, right?
Yes,
But-
the solution would be to leave.
Yeah.
But you
leave.
can't. You have something important to do.
Oh my god.
Your kids
So,
come
so
first.
this is
you
a
have a
solution
doctor
where
appointment.
I don't
you
buy
give
this.
This
Wait,
situation
wait,
isn't
wait,
typical
wait,
because
You're
a
literally-
parent
stop, you're-
knows their
oh my-
kids
oh my
come
God, stop,
first.
stop, stop.
A parent knows their
Oh
kids
my
come
god,
first.
no,
Someone
I'm
fight this.
answering
I have
Prime.
to
I'm
piss.
responding
I'll
to
be right back.
Prime.
Okay,
I'm
save a
responding to
parent.
Prime, not to
I
you.
gotta pee.
I'm responding to Prime, not to you. Like, you're
No one
creating a
asked for all
scenario where you have this literally invincible kid that cannot be
didn't say
restrained,
that. I didn't
kid
say
doesn't
that.
listen to reason.
I didn't say that.
Like, you also can't.
That's not what
leave.
I said.
Like,
You're not
what?
responding to what I said. I said they could be restrained. I literally just said that. Did you not hear what I said?
Yeah, but
yes, they
you
can
also
be
can't
restrained.
leave. Like,
You can't leave. This is a realistic scenario. You have something to do.
No,
You
it's
don't have
not a
to-
realistic scenario.
Yes, it is. You have
Because a
something.
kid can't
you
scream
have-
infinitely.
Oh my! They can scream. They don't have to scream infinitely. Did you not hear what I said?
God.
Again, you're not actually paying attention. So let me draw this out for you again, right? You are at an area. You have something important to do. You're a parent, and you don't have fucking childcare like so many parents here don't have, right? Like you gotta take your kid. There's something important to do. You go, right? Your kid doesn't want to fucking be there. They got an issue. They got a problem, and you're gonna know about it, and everyone else is gonna know about it, right? They don't have to scream infinitely. No, they have to just scream long enough to get thrown out, because not everyone's gonna sit there and listen to this. So, like, if I'm like, let's say it was a place of business of mine, right? Something you need to get done, you come in here with your fucking kid. I'm like, get the fuck out of here, miss.
None
I
of the
don't give a
hypotheticals you've constructed will ever justify hitting your kid for it. Like, period.
Okay.
Well,
Can
You're literally just the
Can I try and
face
break
of
the
like
graph
the
here a little bit?
consensus in pediatric psychology, right? That it is period. Like there is no argument against
It's
it.
so
Like,
no, the
there's
obvious thing
no,
here
there's no
is
association. There's no association.
A spanking on the ass
This is
is
such
fine
a
enough,
bullshit
right?
ass
However,
scenario that no
we'll
parent
get
would
to that
ever
point.
allow themselves to
But
be in with
let's
their
go
child.
to us then.
Okay.
And then Sen,
So-
and then CTV, and
It's like climate denialism.
Sounds good. So like, there's a few things that can happen here. Number one, like I can imagine a situation where you can't leave. Like, let's say you're like need to do something important for your taxes. You're like stuck in a government place. You need to be there. There are some like immediate things that you can think of to solve this problem. None that like really adhere, but like the first thing, try it as hard as you can to bring your kid to these kinds of places. Obviously, that's like the first step that you want to do. Second, that there can be ways if like you have to use some form of negative stimulus. There are like ways that you can like get a shock, even though it's like not recommended, than causing physical harm. There can be like firm stares. There can be like, I remember when I was a kid, I would be threatened with like my mom would throw away something that I liked rather than like doing anything else, which was like the worst punishment that I would get. I was like, oh no, my Tom and Jerry CD, fuck, that shit was ballin'. But I remember that was like the biggest punishment that they would go to. There are like steps that you can do to avoid causing like direct physical harm. And like also I would say like there's some stuff that you'll probably remember more than like physical harm. And like but wouldn't be as like harmful, I guess. That's what I would like say to like the direct response.
If I may, like Prom has given like hypotheticals that you
Wait a
haven't.
minute.
I've seen.
How about if I may, it's my turn. That was the order.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so if I may, right? Because I've been being patient. This seems like every single argument that I've heard about this thing, just it's like you're treating the kid as if it's not a human being and that you shouldn't be able to rationalize with it, you know, have a prior relationship before you walk into this establishment, right? This seems like one of those things that you probably solve before you get to the fucking place by having an understanding with the child, right? And at some point, and there was quite a few times where me and my father sat down and had a real conversation about like, you know, son, right? Like, I get that you think you ought to be able to do this thing. And while I may not necessarily disagree that you should be able to do this thing, the reality is that if I don't correct this behavior now, at some point in the future, the government's going to grab a hold of your ass and you're going to end up in jail, right? So because we're having this conversation here, what I'm going to need you to do is put your hands on the side of that couch, right? And believe me, when I tell you this is going to hurt me a lot more than it's going to hurt you. And then from there were real lessons learned. And guess what? My ass ain't been to jail. So it seems to me that there was a very positive effect about me getting my ass busted growing up. But maybe that's just me.
So you're saying
You are not
you're
very well
saying
versed.
a pre-spanking. He's saying a pre-spanking.
I don't know.
He's saying a pre-spanking. Oh, amazing. So we're gonna go to a Fanatic and then Ryuji. Steady, you want to go after that? Okay, it's Fanatic, Ryuji, Steady. And another example that someone else brought up, right, is what if you're on a plane? Like you literally cannot leave. Like there are plane situations where the exiting is not an option. So Fanatic.
I have to take a piss.
Yeah, I don't know. As someone, I got spankings as a kid. I didn't get a whole lot because I was a pretty good kid, or maybe my mom scared me, or maybe me watching my other siblings get spankings was enough to scare me. But I think most of the time when we start dealing with the human condition, if we're going to start making absolute positions, like you should never, ever spank a kid, or you should only ever do positive affirmation or positive discipline with kids, I feel like you're always going to run into problems because of the fact that the human condition is so very, very different, right? Like we recognize that it's just human beings are so vast and so disparate that the idea that we'll just have a single solution for children, it just sounds crazy to me. What I will say is I think that the idea is in general that spanking should be something that's done only in extreme situations and when you've exhausted like pretty much every other option. And even then, I think it needs to be very, very controlled. It should never be done from a place of anger whatsoever. It should obviously be done at a minimal level, considering the fact that this has to be an absolute last resort. Maybe in situations in which a child is fully able to understand what exactly they were not supposed to do, and they're doing some really strange or really strong deviation from reasonable expectations of what their actions should be. In those cases, maybe then it might be appropriate to spank a child if something is incredibly egregious and incredibly harmful and and it's something that you really feel necessary. This point needs to be driven home immediately. But again, that's so extreme that this should not be the norm. I do believe that communication is an incredibly important thing. I mean, there's God knows how many tests about that. I did read some scholar. I did do some like light reading on it, and one of the things that I took away is it said that exclusively positive parenting needs to be supported by research, including randomized trials with oppositional defiant children before being accepted as definitive. And I do think that makes sense. Like the idea that we would try to say there's some sort of consensus that that supports the idea that positive only rearing of your children is going to be definitively the best thing for them in all cases. I just don't think that there's any. I don't think most researchers would ever make a claim like that. I think spanking and regarding this kid in the grocery store, it's so insane to me that someone would be trying to make the argument, oh, this is just you're making up absurd hypotheticals. In my 2 relationships ago, I was in a situation where there was a kid and he wanted a freaking lollipop and he was acting a dang fool and he started crying and screaming, and I'm embarrassed as hell. And I'm sitting there and I'm like, wait, I know you're not letting your kid act up like this. And she did. And I'm sitting there like, what? These are the things that we've always said in black circles, supposedly about white kids. This is a very black child, by the way, that was acting the same dang way, and it was problem-freaking-matic. The idea that these things doesn't happen. One of my brothers worked in a grocery store. Literally, we have so many funny stories about kids acting a dang fool, literally walking past an aisle with his arm out, knocking everything off of the aisle while his parents couldn't control him. So like, this is not something that's unheard of. Like, this is like, please, if you're gonna genuinely engage with this, like, be honest. These are
wasn't the
realistic
hypothetical
situations.
given.
I did give that a hypothetical. I literally did.
Whatever.
I
Dude,
said
there
that.
was
You're not
multiple
so wrong.
hypotheticals.
Yeah.
You did.
Yeah.
Like when children are being unreasonable, like he literally gave 2 hypotheticals of children being unreasonable, and you
Literally
just go,
literally the thing that Fanatics said was that like the parents were making like horrible effort to like control this child. Like,
No, I didn't say that. I'm sorry. Oh, maybe I worded it wrong. I'm just gonna say really quickly. It wasn't. Well, I guess.
also, spanking is not the only negative reinforcement. This is
It
like,
isn't. You're right. I agree with that. But I'm not saying that the parents were making a horrible effort. But I would say that when a kid has gotten to that point, then there's probably been some sort of inconsistency. I think there was something that my mother was really, really stringent about. But it was before. It wasn't just spanking. There was a bunch of things where it's like, hey, guess what? We're gonna do randomly throughout the day at X time. We're just gonna sit for an hour. We're just going to do that. And her reasoning was, well, I know that eventually you're going to have to be in church. And when we're sitting in church, we're going to be sitting for an hour. And you're not going to have this this perspective that you're always supposed to be getting up and playing. So it's like, nope, we're doing quiet time now and you're not making noise. And she was like priming us before we ever even went to the church building. So we weren't those kids in the church acting a dang fool. There was a point, last thing really quickly, I promise. There was a point where the child services were called at one point for whatever. There's a whole long story short. But while we were in the courtroom, the thing that made the judge, where he like literally sided with my mother against DCFS, who was literally fabricating nonsensical stories, was because there were 7 children. I was 3 years old at the time, and all 7 of her children sat inside of that courtroom with no supervision, just literally sitting there and completely quiet, not making any noise. I was just sitting there doodling on my paper, not making a freaking peep. And the judge said specifically, these are the most well-mannered children I've ever seen in my life. I take my hat off to you, Miss Riley. Go ahead and whatever, and just dropped all the charges, or just awarded full custody and made sure all that situation just completely died. I think discipline can be instilled, and it wasn't only through spanking. I don't think spanking should be a primary resort, but like the idea that like all spanking is unequivocally going to lead to all of these things, I don't think that there's any research to suggest that. Most of the research will be talking about severe spanking
should be
and of course
avoided
that's
at
going to
all
be arbitrary,
costs. Like,
and so on and so
let's
forth.
not do it if
the
we
same
don't have to.
research has light spanking too, has the like
You know.
equivalent effects. Also, like the data
that's why
also
when-
shows
that's why when I was getting my ass busted,
the data also shows, right, that there is no association with short-term compliance or long-term compliance, and also that they don't understand, like, hitting your kid will not teach them why what they did was wrong, and it
That's why
won't
you have a
lead to long-term
conversation.
compliance.
Yeah, you can
Oh
have
my
both.
God.
It's
You can
not.
have both.
Yeah,
Like,
it's
you
definitely.
can
not
have a
one or the other.
conversation.
If you have the conversation, then what's the point of the spanking?
Because they're
What do you
not.
mean? What's the?
They're
You
not
guys,
complying, but I don't
Yeah.
agree with spanking. But I understand why some people feel that way because they're not complying. And
All right,
at
gotta
some
run.
points, you have to get the child's attention. I don't necessarily agree that that's the way that you go about it, but that's what their argument is. My argument would be that you can do a lot of other things to get their attention. Snaps, looks, like Sense Streams was saying. You know, you can do things like threaten to take things away from them. You can, you know, I mean, there are things that kids will respond to. If you know what your kid likes, and loves, even when they're in a fit of rage, if you tell them that they're going to lose that shit, oh, things change real quick. Dynamics change very quick. Kids don't want to lose the things they care about. But it also means you have to know your kid, you know? And I think that's the big part of it. You know, if you know your kid and you have that relationship already, then you know their cues, you know their hitches, and you know what you can do to get around having to hit them. You know, worst case scenario, you give them a big old hug and you hold on to them for as long as you possibly can while they fight and rage, and you just tell them how much you love them right in their ear, and you whisper it to them, and they're gonna hate you for it. But you know what? It works.
Jason,
I wish I had that.
I wish you did too, but Jason was base as fuck there. I think there's there's a serious issue, right? Where it's like, okay, if everything that Jason said, everything that Charlotte has like proposed fails, right? Say like, oh, like you can't you can't calm the kid down. You can't physically restrain them because they're like too strong or they're too crazy, and you can't use any other form of like negative punishment. Not saying negative punishment can exist, saying like, oh, you can't play games anymore. Oh, you can't go outside for like this period. Like you're gonna go in your room, like timeouts. Like literally, if you're saying the only thing left is to fuck up the kid, is to plus ultra and put a hole through its chest, then at that point you are such a bad or such a
no
bad
one is doing
parent.
that. No one
Here's
suggested
the
that.
question.
No one even suggested
Let me fucking finish.
It's called hyperbole.
This is literally where it's like, if we've exhausted everything and this kid still has issues, then clearly there's some underlying shit that has to be worked through, and you can talk about that with therapy. There's all this I feel like people are saying are trying to justify at the end goal, saying like, you know what, I had a hard day, I can't calm the kid down, might as well do a little bit of da 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 da, and it's like, no, I'm sorry, like fucking figure it out.
Wait.
Like,
Hans, can you please stop not contributing to the conversation with your nonsense? Earlier you suggested something. I forgot to get to this earlier. Earlier you suggested some parent going to a random strong male in order to subdue their freaking child. Are you absolutely out of your rabid mind? No parent, no parent.
Oh, one at a time.
No parent. No parent. No parent on God's green earth would ever decide to involve a random stranger to discipline their children. Parents already have such a hard... There's so much literature and so much information that clearly shows parents have a problem with a step-parent, issuing any sort of corporal punishment on their children. The idea that they would involve a random stranger is absolutely unfounded. I can't think of a single parent that would ever do that. You know that that's absolutely absurd. Secondly, let me get to the first point.
Hans. I'm gonna have to miss you.
Secondly, no other parent in God's green earth, no one here in this argument has ever brought up a point such as punching a hole through a child. We've all already conceded the notion that children should be disciplined reasonably. It should be obvious. I think most of us here agree that it should be in an absolute last resort, that it shouldn't be something that we jump forward to. So you keep stretching this conversation to such absurd hypotheticals or absurd hyperbole in order to make an argument, because so far you're presenting nothing. And it sounds reasonable that what people have been presenting so far, the idea of it being a last resort when there's been a humongous departure from what a child knowingly is expected, and it's something egregious that needs to be rooted out entirely in severe situations, then in those cases, some sort of light corporal punishment may be acceptable, right? Like going to the extreme of punching a hole, or you're a weak parent because you can't control a child. If it's at a point where a child is so physically unable to be constrained, that at that point corporal punishment probably isn't going to be the answer there, because in that case it's probably too late. It should be when children are significantly younger. That by the point that they're at that age of being able to be understanding to that degree, you would probably be able to communicate with the children such that you wouldn't need to do corporal punishment. It is something that probably needs to be curtailed off by the time you're older, and it should be again for severe immediate things when it's fixed. For example, a child's about to run out into the street. You can pop them there, or maybe a child's about to touch a stove. You can pop their hand after telling them repeatedly, right? And in those cases, that's the thing, because a child might not be able to understand the notion I can't touch the stove. They might not gather that, and I don't know how you would teach a child that, to be honest. I think again, light taps in those situations makes a lot of sense.
All right, can I explain this now?
Please.
All right,
then we'll go to
point.
Ryuji and study mate because of the way
First point, I'm not sure how long you've been listening, but the literal response of me saying, like, get someone else, get other people to assist you, was literally in response to Prime saying, as part of the hypothetical, that this kid is unrestrainable. This kid is unstoppable. You as a parent cannot stop them. That's literally what he. And now
no,
he's
that's not what I said. No, that's not what I said. That's not what I said.
Now he's
nope,
fucking
hold on.
backpedaling.
Nope. I'm not gonna let you do that, Hans. I'm not gonna let you do that because that was not the hypothetical. I don't care. Hans, that was not the hypothetical. You and Red Charlotte apparently were not listening. No, that's not what I said. That's not what I said. That's not what I said. You can listen. You can listen. Holy shit. Holy shit. I will tell you why. I will tell you why. The reason why. Now try to listen. I don't know what you're fucking high or drunk, right? You don't understand shit. Let me do it slowly. One more time. One more time, right? Let me make the situation clear to you, right? These are very reasonable hypotheticals that happen all the goddamn time in the
trying
world.
to keep your kid out of the street. It's a little bit different because what you're teaching them is like,
and I said specifically,
hey, this can cause
yes,
you
the child
harm.
could be restrained,
When you did
but
this,
restraining them doesn't do anything.
It hurt when you got
because they're still going
much
to
worse
act
when
in
you
a
got
fool,
hit by that car.
making noise,
like it's kind of like one of those things where you're looking at it from a perspective
for everyone else there.
How can
I said, like, what if this
child,
establishment
how long does the child have to make noise
in those moments when they're too young to understand, to verbally understand. So you've got to do things like those taps on the hands
for you very much. All right. So that,
whether or not you should spank your children, and whether it's ever acceptable, even in extreme situations.
You need to get the fuck out of here.
I thought we couldn't remove them, Prime. I thought it was part of the
No. You as a parent, you have to stay there because you have something important to accomplish, right? You need to be there. But for everyone else, they don't need you. So if removing you is the easiest way. Removing you and the child is the easiest way to solve this, right? So get the fuck out. However, I need this thing done, right? I need to make this appointment. I need to apply for this thing, right? Like fucking assistance. I don't know what it is, right? But you got to be there. Or on the other side, right? You could be on a plane, right? Someplace where you physically cannot leave, and the child is acting the fucking fool. Yes, you can restrain them, but restraining them doesn't stop them from talking unless you're like
before you hit them, Prime, until you beat them into submission, so they don't.
Not long.
Really?
Not long.
Cool.
I
don't normally say this, but I really hope you're not my dad. I like you, dude.
Do you all have a problem with?
Okay, so we've taken away. So the person cannot leave because this is do or die. This is like bringing the ring to Mordor. Like Frodo has brought his fucking child alongside him, right? Like this is so important. Like the world's going to end
if my kid was
if this
acting
ring doesn't get in that fucking volcano. The fucking little like Frodo Jr. We're gonna call him FJ has to come along, right? And this kid's making a fucking ruckus, right? And like at that point you have to beat him. I would probably like use a cost-benefit analysis. Yeah, fucking up one kid, which I think we've all agreed to, that hitting your children is really bad. You'd probably do that to save, all of Middle Earth. But most of us don't have fucking lives that important. So if your kid's making a fucking ruckus, I'm sorry, I'm probably gonna wait a long fucking time, or just leave the fucking store and then stay up late and go get that done.
It's
as
opposed
to hitting them.
How is this hard to understand? That people need to get shit done and they don't have childcare. Yeah, Ryuji, help us out here.
There you go.
These people that literally don't understand basic things that happen. Go ahead.
Dude, say you have a doctor's appointment and you're really having some fucking back pain, and this is doctors we're in Corona. Doctor appointments are rare to come by. Your children is acting a fucking fool. There's no way you can deal with it. You can deal with it other than disciplining them. But you take the time to just leave your fucking very important doctor's appointment just to be okay, we can't do that. That's and when you're in a public store, it's embarrassing. It is embarrassing because Wait, shut the fuck up, dude. Shut the fuck up.
No,
Like,
that's literally what you just fucking implied, buddy. You literally said it's embarrassing to have a kid screaming at the store. Better do some fucking claps. Like, are
What
you
if
sure?
Shut the fuck up and let me finish.
How much to say what you're gonna say? It's embarrassing.
Ruji, finish. Okay.
Okay. So I don't know how it is in other communities, right? But sometimes in the black community, when your kid is what? Holy shit! Shut the fuck up.
I muted him. Go ahead.
Sometimes in the black community, right? And I'm not saying all the time for fucking people out here. Like when people see your children wilding out and acting out, they do not think you have control or like you know how to raise your children. And that's what I mean. It could be embarrassing. Holy shit. If you could like literally take the fucking time to listen to any of the points that we give here and stop fucking wilding out like some fucking madman and just take the time to fucking listen. Jesus.
Yeah, and again, they may have not the plane, but they may have the option of ejecting you. You may not have the option of leaving because whatever you're doing is so important. Like, for instance, a doctor's appointment. This is very simple. All right, steady mate, you're next.
Yeah, I just have 2 points really quickly. Like, the first one that, like, if you have this child, like, to the earlier point, that you can't either remove from the situation. I understand, like, you guys are trying to make these, like, situations where there's literally no way of, like, just taking a minute with the child and, like, setting them aside and, like, giving them a stern talking to. I don't know about you guys. When my dad pulled me aside and just, like, looked at me and was like, yo, fucking stop this right now or you're just gonna be permanently fucked up when we get home later.
Wait a minute.
When I was like 7.
One quick question, clarifying question. Were you spanked as a child?
No, never.
You never were spanked?
Nope. I
Okay,
like
go ahead.
never was like spanked on the ass. No.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. It's just like if you let this exactly. If you let this shit get out of the like to the point where like it's like a 12-year-old kid who is now doing this, you failed as a parent, and like at that point you've just let this get so out of control that like it's more on you as a parent than it is on the kid.
Yeah.
Second point.
What you do. Sorry. Go
Well, what you do is
I
I think that's when you just start actually parenting, take them out of the situation, and that's gonna take some sacrifice of like, you might need to fucking reschedule an appointment because you let this 12-year-old get like fucking unruly to the point where like it's just like he's big enough to like I guess like fucking throw you and 10 people that Hans recruited to like
what the fuck? No, seriously. Like
no,
stop. Stop right there. No, because it's so fucking dumb. No, it's so fucking dumb. No, hold on. You guys won't even engage with the hypothetical, right? Like this is no. Hold on. Hans, don't worry. I can mute you again, Hans.
Fucking public place.
You need my help.
Like obviously, no problem. Obviously, these guys never worked in a fucking like public place like a Walmart or something, and they never seen children act a fool. So in their fucking perfectly in their fucking perfect world, that doesn't happen.
What are you talking about?
No. Who said that? Who the fuck said that the child can't be restrained? But literally, you guys are maliciously not engaging with the topic, right? You're maliciously not engaging with it, right? Oh, this is so fucking unreasonable when this happens every fucking day, especially the lower your working class. Right? If you're a working class individual, you don't have resources, you don't have childcare, you're in situations where you can't get out of, right? But you have to take your kid, right? This is actually a very simple situation, right? But you're pretending like, oh, how unreasonable this is, right? Like apparently you don't know anything about how society works. Like not a fucking thing. These are basic situations.
No one's
Here's the thing. I don't care. Okay. I don't care. It doesn't matter your circumstance. The negative impacts of spanking kids is clear. Not only does it not fix the problem, it makes your kid worse off. I don't care. I don't care about this this scenario that you think happens every day. Doesn't matter. No matter how many times it happens, doesn't excuse hitting them. Period. Doesn't matter. Period. Ever. Endorsing hitting your kids is endorsing child abuse, no matter how you spin it.
Yeah, Red Charlotte, nobody cares about your labeling. You do this all the time.
I can't wait to see the apology videos that come out from all these people that don't have kids.
I want to know.
Red Charlotte, literally every time, all you do in your arguments is just quickly try to label someone to something. Like literally
label these nuts on your fucking chin, you moron.
Oh my god.
There are
dude.
so many questions I want to ask, but I'm going to go ahead and let that rock.
I'm consciously awaiting the apology videos.
If you guys don't mind, really quickly, it's okay. I can keep talking really quickly. If I can finish the statement really quickly to Red Charlotte. First off, I think labeling people as like just like going for the optical win of just immediately saying something like, you're just like advocating for child abuse. That does nothing to the actual conversation.
Why are you telling policing? I don't care. Shut up.
It does nothing to the actual
I don't care. I don't care.
It does nothing.
Okay, just talk to yourself.
Great, I will. It does nothing to the conversation at hand, in which we're literally trying to ascertain at what levels would it be appropriate.
But what level do you beat your kids most? How loud do they have to be?
So
Is that
Hans,
what you mean?
Again, Hans.
Judging
Hans,
from their
again,
conversation on their sexual
if
interactions,
you're
I'm
incapable-
convinced that that's probably not going to happen for many
I'm
of
gonna
them.
wait. I'm gonna wait. I'll wait for Prime to mute you. I'll wait for Prime to mute, or I'll mute you. I'll mute you. That's fine.
Dude, Hans, shut the fuck up.
Listen, again, and I get it. It really shows here. It seems like you're literally incapable of having a decent conversation, because every time when people are trying to engage, all you're doing is just stretching things to hyperbole, interrupting, and just getting extremely loud. I'm a nigga that gets loud, but typically I'm getting loud in defense of actually making a real point. What you're doing is just getting loud and absurd and interjecting at every opportunity because you don't actually like the arguments that's happening. 3 times now, Prime has gone out of his way to actually explain the hypothetical, and 3 times now you've either injected some crazy hypothetical or injected confines into the hypothetical that aren't actually present in order to make some ridiculous point, or you're just trying to optically put words there that actually completely belie the arguments that we're actually giving. No, I'm not saying that you have any right to beat your kids, and you can use that phrasing if you want to in order to make a point, but you're not capable of having a decent conversation, and it's showing. I'd probably cut that out. It looks pretty freaking miserable. Anyway, the idea is simply just saying, "Oh, you're abusing your kids," doesn't do anything, Red Charlie. The point is, for some
That's the
people,
empirical literature code.
The point is, there is literature out there that talks about severe spanking. I would need to see some sort of
wrong.
I would need to see if you could just go ahead and shut the hell up for just a few seconds, and I'll finish my point, and then we'll be able to move on. I got it. I'm a clown, but you're the clown that needs to shut the hell up so I can finish. Okay? Anyway, show some respect and have some decency. Anyway, so the idea is, if we could see some, I've encountered literature that talks about severe spanking and talks about frequent spanking, and I can understand that frequent spanking or severe spanking, both of those things are incredibly problematic. But what I'm advocating for is specifically in desperate situation when children are younger, which it seems like you guys are. It sounds like I'm repeating myself, but I'm just hoping you guys can engage with this, right? Because at a point when a child is 12 or 13 years old, obviously it's gone too far. At that point, then the child doesn't have those things instilled in them. Red shirt guy, I would imagine, yeah, from my mom, she could just give you that look, and that look said, "Yeah, nigga, you better cut it the freak out." And so I knew I better get some act right. It was just a stern look. But that stern look, it had a psychological impact because we recognize
the same thing, man.
Like, if I keep going at this rate,
my mom and my grandma had this look. My grandma would point her finger, and like that was the shit, man. I was like, oh no.
Red shirt guy, I do imagine probably at a super duper young age, your parents probably popped you a few times, like just little pops and little taps and things like that. And those things typically are what you're reflecting on as a young child to recognize, this parent has a significant level of authority, and I can't just do what I want. Maybe they never did. Maybe all they did was yell at you. And sometimes, like, yelling really sternly at a kid can be startling enough to kind of force compliance. There are different things that can happen. The idea is, if you do these things and instill discipline and instill respect and all of those things at a very young age, that you don't have to continue to spank them. Once they're old enough, then you can start reasoning with them. It always has to be contextualized. Spanking 14-year-olds, yeah, you got a problem on your hand. I don't think that makes any sense.
All right, cool. So I want to ask some specific questions, and let's not use hyperbole. I would love, so again, Black Ryuji, you said that being in public and having a kid be loud is embarrassing. I want you to explain to me in detail a hypothetical scenario where the kid becomes so embarrassing that you have no excuse but to hit them. Fanatic, I want you to explain to me where, like, if we're not in public anymore, in private, at what point does the kid become so frustrating that you are allowed to hit them? I want in detail, I want to understand, because, like, as like a potential father in the future, I want to know when it's okay to beat my kids.
I can give you. Hold on. Can I? Wait. Can I? Can I please?
No, it's not just beating your kid. Like you guys are making this fucking like this weird.
Wait.
Oh, you guys want to beat your kid? It's just.
Can I?
Wait, can I respond really quick?
No. Oh, Nacho, hold on.
Hot stove
Nacho,
or slap on the hand?
Please. There's 8
Hot
kids in
stove
my
or slap
family.
on the
I can cover all the bases he just asked for.
Okay.
I could wait, but
All right, go ahead.
okay. So I can give you in public. I can give you in private as well. In public, there's 8 kids in my family. Okay, my mom split from my dad whenever we were really young. Okay, so it was just her, just my mom with 8 kids running around the fucking grocery store. Okay, somebody like 3 of us are fucking stealing shit off the shelf. Like 2 of us are crying to get shit off the shelf. Like, hey, will you buy this? Will you buy this? Will you buy this? Like, it's not just as simple as like, oh, hey, well, my kid's just like crying and like I just want to like beat the shit out of him instead of like trying to have like a conversation with them. In private, my 2 brothers, like one of my brothers like beating the shit out of the other brother, like literally just uppercutting my other brother into the fucking wall. Like there were 6 boys in my family. We used to fight all the fucking time. So it's like you paint it as such a simple picture as like, oh well, yeah, you just as a parent you just want to like assert your dominance over your kid and like beat the shit out of them all the time. It's really not that simple all the time.
God,
like,
can I respond?
I would like to respond to it first because he was talking to me, Fnac. I'm really sorry. I know you want.
You asked me a question. But go ahead.
The only way that you
I want to go too because you're.
I know, unless Prime mutes me, you'll have a fucking shot.
Go ahead.
So for Nacho, bro, I get it. Your mom probably had it really hard. Do you understand that even like if that was like the quote unquote only option for your mom, that it made your entire family worse off? That like the empirical literature that like Charlotte can cite easily right now is that made you all worse off by like the fact of being hit. Do you get that?
No.
Like, I'm sorry, then your anecdotal evidence doesn't mean shit to me. I'm really sorry.
Can I respond? Let me respond, please, because I didn't get to respond to stupid nonsense earlier. God,
I tried to condense it.
No, it was awful, and I shouldn't have let you. I knew it was terrible. No one else can speak for me ever.
I tried to condense it as much as I could.
The point is, Hans, your framing is already ridiculous because no one here has ever mentioned that it's degrees of frustration that should be the allowing factor for spanking your children. No one. I explained. We gotta mute you again. Hey. Listen. You're gonna shut the hell up and let me talk. If you're listening and speaking, that's why he has to mute you because you don't know how to listen. Shut the hell up.
Like a rowdy child.
Thank you. Looks like you weren't spanked as a kid because you don't got that down.
Yeah, he fucking
freaking ridiculous.
Bro.
Anyway, so my point. Hold on, I'm gonna finish. Anyway, so the point is, no one here was ever talking about its degrees of frustration that should be the allowing factor for whether or not you can spank your kids. You don't spank your kids out of frustration. You don't spank your kids out of anger. You don't spank your kids from emotion. You spank your kids from a recognition that this is something that is so egregious that it needs immediate response, such that you want to weed it out, something that is a great departure from something that you know that the child is reasonably able to assess he shouldn't do, and you feel that it's egregious enough to warrant a spanking as a last result with blatant disrespect. That's what the criteria is. You can be frustrated to no freaking end with something that a child doesn't understand. It wouldn't give you the right to spank them. You could be frustrated to no end, or you can feel that a child is embarrassing and it doesn't give you a right to spank them. There's so many different factors that we would be talking about that anything you can come up with. I'm saying this is a criteria. No that's it. Now, if you want to ask me a question about the criteria I said, then that's fine. But if you're going to again straw man and come up with some other idea about what constitutes spankability, then again you're not engaging, and it just shows your inability to have conversations. You're looking ridiculous right now.
Goes out the window, and it's all about.
Okay,
is this going to be a situation that hurts somebody?
Can I go after Hans?
No. It's got to be Hans can respond. Then we got to go to Ryuji, who also was asked a question too.
All right, so
I'm not going to do anything until I calm down because she's not going to hurt anybody, or it's not going to hurt or damage anybody or anything.
In response to statements made by both you and in particular, like Black Ryuji or whatever his name is, right? Can I just call you Ryu? Because like I keep like a I keep trying to read it and like the words are hard. So like in particular, right? You said like the kid is being embarrassing. So this isn't for Fnac. I don't want anyone to save you. You literally said the kid is being loud and it's embarrassing in public. So my question is, at what point does it become so embarrassing that you decide to hit
Nobody
the kid,
wants to
as
spank
opposed
their
to, you
kid.
know, saying like, oh, maybe
Like,
hitting the kid will make
nobody's
it look even
excited
more
for
embarrassing
that.
in
That's
public
not
than
like
slapping
the
shit out of
goal
a
or
child. Yeah, like,
an
like what?
ambition
Dude, you're
people have,
not
and I would
you're
hope
not
that people
slapping
don't
the shit
do
out of a
that.
child, bro. Like,
Otherwise,
you
are
keep
talking
making
about
up these
child
these
abuse,
like
you
these
know?
fucking
It's
oh man,
bad.
you just walk up to the kid and he's
You literally
like
gave a hypothetical, and Prime gave a hypothetical where you couldn't restrain them.
oh my
No,
god,
dude. Holy shit. Are you
Are you
serious?
like backhanding
like
oh my
children in the
God,
fucking
you're
Walmart
you are
line?
bad faith at
yeah,
this
like
point.
like who
You are bad
who
faith.
who is doing
He's
this?
literally
Who?
5 shots in.
fuck?
Are you serious?
You're a bad faith in it. You're so bad
Oh my
faith.
god.
How many times have I said that? How many slowly
want you
I've
to
said like
explain
you
to
could
me.
restrain the
Tell me
child?
about it. Like,
You
tell
can
me
Prime said
restrain
that.
the child,
drinking
bro. Like
Fireball?
Prime,
Oh,
he's not
you're-
bad faith. He's not bad faith.
No,
He's
we
just
can't-
not listening. I literally gave my
We can't
entire.
restrain
I,
them. So we
I
can
ent-
restrain them, so we don't have to hit them. So when can we hit them then? Like, I like, what's the difference
He's-
between restraining and hitting?
He's
Please
not
tell
being
me.
bad faith. He's just being unintelligent. I gave my. He's not
Okay,
listening.
oh,
Rather,
so
I gave my
unintelligent.
entire. I gave.
I know you can say like literally nothing for 5 minutes.
I gave my entire soliloquy in which I was saying that there is a hyper limitation
He said soliloquy.
on when a child can be spanked. And then after saying there's a bevy of reasons you can come up with, and none of them would be spankability. The only one is a very specific criteria that I laid out. And then he goes and he says, I know that you just said that there's so many different reasons why you would want to hit your kid. You're not
Sometimes I
actually
gotta laugh at
listening,
these
bro. And
parents.
I think
They
this is
get too
just
serious.
not even good for a
I'm
conversation.
asking for a scenario. I'm asking for your criteria because, like, if you're just saying,
I
"Oh, there's
gave
a-
specifically multiple
no,
times.
no, you said there's a lot of factors. So what I'm asking is, where do we
my
cross
God.
the? No, we're literally. I'm asking, where do we cross the
Why
threshold?
is this
on-
so fucking
on,
hard?
on,
You don't
on, on any of
understand.
these given factors?
He's
on any of
drinking.
these
I don't want to
given
have this
factors-
conversation with him. I'm not talking to him anymore.
Oh, I'm so
He's drinking.
I'm so
He's
sorry. Then
drinking.
you can leave. Oh my god, like dude, like I'm already blasted, but like I'm 1,000 times
so
more
you
here than
actually-
and I
you
don't have
actually
to beat
the-
my kids, even when I'm drunk. I promise, I'll never hit my kids. Unlike you guys, who are probably justifying it right now because you feel some sort of guilt because you
No
were hit
one-
and you don't.
No one is justifying
Jesus
just
Christ.
fucking
not
bad
talking to him anymore.
faith.
Okay, so
Oh, bad faith.
let me posit
Tell
a
me,
question
like,
for you
are-
guys.
Okay.
Let's go to
If you're
Sen.
embarrassed,
Hold on,
you're
hold on.
gonna
Let's
hit
Sen.
them.
Sen. Okay.
Don't
Let's
worry,
go
guys.
to-
We're
hold
on
on.
rant
We gotta
here.
move on. We're gonna go to Sen, and then we're
Okay.
gonna go to Jason, then King of William, and Studmeat.
Okay, so like, and I'm gonna like hitting on what Jason said earlier as well. There's a lot of shit we're talking about. I have 2 questions for the pro spankers that are in this call. Number one, what is a scenario where doing what Jason said, we're just giving them like a massive bear hug, is not an acceptable solution that would probably be more productive than spanking the child? And 2, let's say the child doesn't stop when they're in public after you spank them. Are you going to whip out the belt? How hard are you going to go on this child to make sure that they stop? Like, is it any means necessary? I'm confused by like what we're talking about here.
I don't think. Well, here I'll answer. First off, I don't believe. First off, I don't really think. I think it's not a good idea to be spanking children in front of other people, for several reasons. For one,
You're just gonna defend like using it, so like that's fine.
For one, you're
I
gonna
don't
shut
defend
up.
it, but here's
For
me defending
one-
it.
For one, you're gonna shut up and let me finish, and then I'm gonna continue. All right. So anyway, one, I think that one of the harmful effects of spanking a kid in front of other people is that you're likely to run into a situation in which, one, you can traumatize other children. If they're from a non-spanking household, then I would imagine them witnessing a kid being spanked could be somewhat traumatic to them, I guess. 2, I think it could be really alarming and like to other parents. A lot of parents, some people might be really objectionable to that.
My daughter
or, like,
here
can
trying to
have
say I
trauma from
spanked
being
her. I'm like,
abused
I
and things
never
like that. I
spanked
think
you,
that's harmful.
child.
3, I think
Oh my
it does
God.
a different sort of social harm and emotional embarrassment to a child to be popped or spanked in front of other people. I think that those kind of things are things.
She's
you
gotten a
probably
couple
wanna
of the
avoid.
little
So I
pops
think
on the
in
hand
most
when you
cases, I
do
would
that,
never advocate for spanking a kid
like
in
to keep
public
them
or
away
at a
from the
grocery
stove
store
type of
or
shit.
things like that.
She
Then
never
on
got
top of
full
that,
Where do you
on
advocate
spank.
for hitting them?
then on top of that,
I would
say,
cry my
I mean,
eyes out.
like
I'm such a
tap on the
I'm
hand
such
is
a little
enough.
bitch about
Like,
that shit.
come on.
Oh,
to
so
answer
the
your
back of the
question-
hand is okay, but like the
God.
front of the hand, can you
And
give me
then-
like,
Oh
can
my
you
God.
give me like the
Ignoring the drunk
basic
guy.
physicality of like why
How-
white is
Ignoring the
okay?
drunk guy. This is
Nobody's
the crazy
fucking
thing.
jack slapping their fucking
Yeah.
kids. Like, what the
So
fuck are
anyway,
you talking about?
Wait, please don't entertain him when he's being ridiculous. That's how you derail and successfully derail and beleaguer a conversation.
Sorry.
He's not contributing. Interact with the people who are actually trying to have a decent conversation. The people who can capably actually interact and engage. All right. So anyway, so the idea would be to answer your question, blue shirt guy in the bottom left, about what would be the appropriate time. As I kind of laid out like just the general principle, but let's go into a specific. Maybe you have, I don't know, a 7 or 8 year old kid, and you're like constantly telling them not to play with matches or something like that, and they continue to do it, and maybe like it's starting to get more and more dangerous. You find out that they brought matches to school or something, and like they're going to do something at a school or whatever, or something like something really severe. And it's like, look, at this part, you can literally light the house on fire while we're sleeping. It can be particularly dangerous. Or you've really communicated to the 7-year-old kid, hey, you do not play with matches. They're dangerous and yada, 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 yada. You've like sat them down. You've talked to them. You've used all resources that you're possibly aware of, and you're being decent and reasonable and trying your best and not just like lightly talking to them and saying, well, I tried my best, right? Like you literally exhausted all the resources that you're aware of. But this child, it just literally refuses. And you wake up one night to find out that they're playing with matches and lighting them in your freaking living room. It's like, if I didn't catch this behavior, this could be disastrous. It could literally be death for my children, my wife, my other kids, so on and so forth, right? For him. So in those kind of cases, it's like, man, if I've exhausted everything, I know that you understand how bad this is and that you shouldn't be doing it, and you're literally being as disrespectful as possible, and you're choosing to do this thing that I've very clearly communicated to you, and I know that you know better. At that point, I would say probably some sort of light spanking would be necessary in order to get that child's attention.
What if spanking doesn't work?
Wait,
How about I do a
yeah,
hypothetical now? What happens if
Wait,
the
hold
spanking?
on, wait,
What
wait,
happens?
wait.
No,
Hold on.
what
If
happens
there's
if the
an
hypothetical?
issue,
What
yeah.
happens?
response from me?
It's sent.
I don't
So
know.
Okay. So like I think that's nice, but okay, let's say we'll use this scenario where they're playing with matches. First, probably best to avoid giving your kid matches.
You don't have to
Try as hard as possible to do. Try as hard as way to get it away from them as far as confiscation. Let me finish.
Kids are crafty.
No, wait, what the heck? Why are you letting your?
So is it so hard?
Wait,
no,
no,
no.
I didn't
So
even
is it
finish
so
what I
hard
was
for-
saying.
wait,
let him
wait.
finish. Let him finish.
I was gonna say you can try as hard as possible to confiscate the matches. If that's not an option, and the kid like stops doing no matter what. Like you do everything besides spanking.
I'm cleaning out my
What
bowl
happens
while
if they
I'm doing
don't
this. Oh,
stop
shit.
when you spank
Sorry.
them? What are you
Yeah.
gonna do when they don't stop after you spank them?
Are you
Yeah.
wait?
I think there is plenty of literature that clearly
Don't
demonstrates.
answer the question, fanatic. How do you
No.
escalate?
I was literally I'm gonna mute you. I'm permanently muting you on this panel. I'm not interacting with you anymore.
Oh, what a bitch, baby.
I think there's plenty of literature on this on this topic that clearly demonstrates that parents have done assessments that where they tested to see whether or not they felt whether or not they could associate compliance with spanking, and clearly for the vast majority of parents, they definitely felt like spanking did correlate with correspondence or compliance. And so both short-term and long-term.
Oh,
so,
dude,
for
I've
me,
had my
I
daughter
don't
do
know.
some
I've never
gruesome shit
encountered
for
a
getting in
situation
trouble.
in which someone
She says
had,
I
like,
spanked her
where
5
you've exhausted
times.
all options and then spanking was
I'm like,
completely
you're
ineffective.
12
That
years
sounds kind of
old. Are you
unrealistic.
serious?
So you're just gonna make stuff
all
up.
of
I've never
this is
spanked her in a
You've
time.
never read any
Garbage.
research.
I love this.
There is no
You
such
guys are
study.
making shit up all-
Because
but you guys are making
I've been
shit up.
spamming this analysis literally the past fucking 5 minutes.
Holy
Analysis
shit.
found that spanking children was not more effective than giving children timeouts in eliciting immediate compliance, and that spanking led to a reduction in long-term compliance. All you are doing is making it worse. That is it.
Yeah,
No, I gotta respond. I'm gonna respond. Anyway, so I think it's really ridiculous for the person who can only label people to accuse someone else of being bad faith in a conversation. I didn't make that
Not even
up.
responding to the
literature. I can find the literature for you, and if I do, if I find the literature for you that clearly says that parents associate spanking. People felt there was a study done in which they questioned parents about was there an association between long-term compliance and short-term compliance and spanking, and that overwhelmingly parents agreed that spanking was associated with long-term compliance. You're saying I made that up?
Wait, are you claiming that there is a
Oh, yeah, me too.
a poll, right, basically, essentially
A
what this
study.
is.
You
Where
guys
parent,
Yeah,
no,
me
it's
too.
a
Post
poll.
things.
A poll that where a percentage of parents said that spanking fixed the problem. Is that what you're claiming?
That spanking,
Long-term,
they
he
felt
said.
spanking led to long-term and short-term compliance. That's what the study said.
Yeah, I mean, seeing as my thing is like a literature review, right, and literally goes over the entire body of literature on the subject.
You've
Like-
read the entire you've read the entire body of literature on spanking and not spanking.
This is crazy.
Yes, this
So
is
anyway,
what literary
literature
review does.
reviewer.
This
Hey,
is literally.
Yeah,
we're
man,
not gonna.
we're
We're
not
not
gonna-
gonna.
Hey
Holy
Nacho, hey Nacho. This is
Why are you
literally.
laughing?
Here, wait,
That's a
wait.
common
Why are
thing
you laughing?
about
Why are you
topics.
laughing? Why are you
We're not-
laughing? What
we
is
were
the? Do you
laughing-
know what a
we-
literature review is? Do you know what a
we-
literature
They
review is?
overview
Yes or
all
no?
of the major papers.
Do you
and
know what a
topics.
literature
That's
review
the
is?
thing.
What we're not
Why are
gonna
you
let you do.
laughing?
Finish
What
it.
we're
Shut
not gonna
up.
let
Shut
you.
up.
on
Shut
other
your mouth.
people's houses
What we're
and
not
shit.
gonna let
Nacho,
you do.
answer the question.
What we're
Answer the
not gonna let you
question.
do. What we're
Answer
not
the
gonna let you
question.
do is
Okay,
to tell
stop,
this
stop, stop,
conversation.
stop,
Reading is
stop.
hard. Reading
Right,
is
what
hard.
we're not gonna
you know,
Oh my god,
like,
can you make him stop? Like,
Make me stop. You're the
he's
one
not
that
even involved
literally-
in this
the
intellectual
least-
exchange.
Like,
Shut
Fanatic,
up.
you
you
literally
literally
have
called me a liar.
everyone
Shut the
five
fuck
minutes
up. Oh my
together.
I will
God,
decide
bro.
who talks.
You little
I will decide
baby.
who talks. Everyone shut the fuck up. Thank you. Great. Me, not you, will decide who talks. Fanatic, finish your point. Charlotte, you want to ask something, Nacho? Fine. We'll do that. Fanatic, finish your point. Hans, you're on the list. At the very fucking end of that list. All right, go
Thank
ahead.
you. There is literature out there that clearly suggests that parents have associated this for a very long time. Parents, people who have actual kids, not just random people on the internet, that they did associate it with long-term and short-term compliance. And so that what I'm basing that off of is that study from parents. So this idea now of creating this hypothetical in which, what about it when you've exhausted literally all examples and spanking doesn't work? I don't know how to interact with that. I don't know what to do with that. I would say if you've exhausted literally all options and spanking still isn't working, I don't know. I guess you got a real problem on your hands.
just
But what
don't.
you've created is an unfalsifiable claim, right? Like it's
I
literally.
want to do a dab
What
about it.
about
What
when
do you
there
guys think
is
about
no
that? Should I do a
solution?
dab
I don't have
about
a
it?
solution for the situation in which there is no solution. So yeah, I don't know. That doesn't do anything to the actual conversation.
literally
But blue
doing
shirt guy.
that.
But blue shirt guy. I did answer the question you were
His name
asking
is Sen,
about what the
asshole. Can you at least
specific
read
requirements
everyone's
would be
fucking
for
name?
spanking. I hope
You
I hope accept that
pompous
answer.
dickhead. Like
Yeah, I'm
literally.
red shirt
Okay,
guy as
moving
well.
on, moving
Dude,
on.
shut the
moving-
fuck up. You
So,
can't say black, bros. Come on, man.
Yeah. So, hold on. Red Shaw, you quickly got something for
He's
Nacho.
still
and then we're going
laughing.
to go to.
Why is this so
well, then
funny?
we're going to move down the list. Okay. So.
Nacho, what is a literature review? Tell me.
I can't give you the exact definition of what a literature review
Then
is, but you telling no, don't fucking try to play semantics with me. You telling me like I have read the entire I asked you, have you read the entire literature of
Yes, I have
spanking
read
and
this
not
literature
spanking?
review. Yes.
Which
is a over-
no,
again,
you're
again,
adding
wait,
a
are you-
fucking word to the end of literature. Like
Oh my god. Do you?
you-
You're just admitting that
listen
you
to
don't know
Red
what the fuck you're talking
I
about.
asked you a question. I said, hey, you've read the entire literature of spanking.
You think
and
me adding
spanking-
review to literature to
This
make
is-
literature
this
review
is
is semantics?
Dude,
It's
from the
not
fucking
semantics.
So a literature review is
literally-
It's a meta-analysis. Literature review is a meta-analysis.
Jesus Christ.
Hold on. It's a meta-analysis of the literature, right? So, like, rather than
Right, but-
a person having to read each of the different one, researchers look at that and they can do it with researchers' eye, understanding, like, for instance, the statistics involved in each of the research, and then they're compiling information for you, right?
Right, but
what
that's not
you did.
right. Exactly. I didn't say, have you done a literature review? I said, have
Oh
you
my
read
God.
all the
Okay.
litture?
Okay, all right.
Fucking
That's the
rewind
purpose
the
of the
fucking-
literature review is to save
Yeah.
people from having to
So
go
if you wanna
individual
play
study
fucking-
from
If
study.
you want to play semantics, go back and watch
This
the fucking.
isn't
not
semantics.
semantics.
What
Oh
I
my
asked
God.
you.
This is not so-
word
okay,
for
all right.
word.
Okay, we're moving on. Don't care. This is dumb.
Jesus Christ.
Jason,
So, look, are there situations?
you're
You're
muted.
muted. You're muted.
For the first time, I muted when I didn't want to be. It's been the other way around all night. Sorry about that. So, really, listen. There's going to be very few and far betweens where like light taps. Like we're talking about. Like, do you want your child to put their hand on the stove, or do you want them to have a light tap on the hand? That's different. That's learning at a very, very basic rudimentary level. I still would not want to do it unless you're talking about very, 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 very extreme situations, such as the child is going to harm themselves or others in the immediacy, right? Oftentimes you can do other things. You can grab them. You can do other things to prevent that, right? You can push their hand away. You don't necessarily have to tap it. There's other methods, okay? I firmly do not believe that spanking has to be integrated into child raising, no matter how hard the child is. If you have a child that is choosing to set their house on fire and they're playing with matches, then maybe they need to see a psychiatrist and get mental help, because that sounds like a bigger issue. Like, I would then, if my child was 7 and they were looking to go light houses on fire and they couldn't stop playing with fire, I'd be like, okay, we need to seek some counseling for you. You need some psychiatric care. Something's going on here. This is not right. I would try to do preventative measures that would lead me to not having to spank them or do something like that. I'm not saying we live in a perfect society where everybody's got access to medical care, but we do the best we can, right? I mean, and that's would be my framing on your argument about the kid with the matches. I think that's going to be few and far between, and I still
like, we have
wouldn't
crazy
be there.
hypotheticals about kids committing
Jason,
crazy acts that can only be
You're
stopped
saying
by
that
spanking
children-
or
that a child
hitting.
that has a
Like
curiosity
our
is not gonna be intending to
hypotheticals
burn
are
a house
so
down. But a child
unreasonable.
that has curiosity
But
of fire,
Fanatic
you
is
believe
allowed
that
to
means
create
some
an
sort of way that that
unstoppable.
kid has mental health issues?
It could possibly be, or there's other things going on in their life that would evoke that kind of response, especially after you explain.
Prime,
Listen,
really?
after you
can't let me
explain,
speak for a big guy defend your buddy, really? Like, you can't
after
defend
you
himself?
explain to
No,
them
because we
that
literally
this is-
can't hear.
after you explain to them that this is dangerous, okay, and they have that understanding, you've had the conversation with them. If they're continuing to do it, then I don't know that spanking or swatting or anything like that's going to change anything. I think you need to get some psychiatric intervention.
Hans,
Hans,
someone paid to mute you for 10 minutes. All right, take an L's. I just gave
Oh
that
God,
$10
thank
donation.
God.
Okay. They
Please
didn't
hold
mute me,
that L.
did
No,
they?
no.
So I want to say, in special education, again, going to that again, I wouldn't.
Hon. William, we got a list. of people. So finish your point, and then we got to move on. Fanatic. Finish your point.
I was just gonna say really quickly, like I don't think that there's any reasonable expectation to say that because a kid is curious about something like fire, which is incredibly attractive. I remember as a little kid, like just the idea, looking at it, seeing the light, seeing it bright up and all that, like that was incredibly attractive. I used to love lighting matches. I knew I wasn't allowed to, but it was something I was very curious about. I never wanted to set a freaking house on fire, but I remember loving to do it. I remember one time taking matches and lighting them against my church building. I didn't need psychiatric help for it. I just wanted to see matches. I saw matches and we had them. We found them and they were in the kitchen in this area at the freaking church, and I remember finding them and thinking, oh man, here's the matches. And I thought like, oh, like me and a friend, I was a little kid, 3 years old, and we were like literally striking them up against the dang door. I remember that. Like, I didn't need psychiatric help. It was,
But you're talking about a 7-year-old, and you brought up the scenario about burning their house down. That's the reason I brought that up.
It wasn't that they were
somebody else brought that up.
It was me, and I wasn't saying that they were intentionally trying to burn their house down. It was just the idea that a kid likes playing with matches, and they don't seem to respect the idea and the gravity of the nature of that. We know that the freaking front cortex, the thing that's like associated with reasoning and risk assessment, doesn't fully develop until you're 25. So a 7-year-old might not be able to truly understand, or
Right,
might
is
not
exactly
think
why you get some counseling intervention.
they might not think all the way through to the end. And you can explain it to them, this is really dangerous and you shouldn't play with it, but they might truly still not want to truly accept what you're saying. And in those cases, it's like, look, even if you don't understand, you will respect the fact that I'm telling you this is something you can't do, even if you can't grasp it. And some of those times, even if you're refusing to, right? Because sometimes children aren't going to understand the gravity of the nature of why you're telling them not to do some things, but they should at least be able to respect you and understand that because you said no, the answer is no. And when a child tends to be very defiant in those kind of situations where it's something that you seem like you're struggling to be able to get them to understand why they shouldn't do that thing, but they are very clear and understand that this is something they shouldn't do, in those cases, in abject defiance, I think in those cases spanking is necessary.
So let's go to William. Study Pan Hans.
Thank you. I wouldn't advise that, but I would just say, like one of the things that I, got teaching was like, I wouldn't judge parents. I don't try to guess where they're coming from. I always try to think the best of them, you know, because you want the best possible outcome for the kids, you know. So I don't try to engage them or like get into any kind of judgment thing. And obviously, embarrassment plays a role in some of these things where a kid is acting up in a place where they shouldn't be, and so on and so forth. So I wouldn't try to increase the embarrassment or like try to make it some big hard ass point about it. But I would say, you know, I would definitely distribute literature about you know, corporal punishment or whatever to parents if they were interested in it, or I'd have it available or something like that if I thought it was a problem. I don't really look into it that much. Of course, you're a mandated reporter, so you do look for bruises and cuts, you know. But I think that the point is that, you know, you really should just respect your kid. It's a human being, and so are you. And when you hit your kid, you're basically saying you can't respect me, and that may be the case. Like, where you're in a situation where there's so many things going on at once that it just can't function. And I think people need to be easy on that. No, but that's a thing. But when you're hitting your kid, you are doing damage to your kid, and it's going to be a long-term thing, and it's a power thing. That's it.
So, Fanatic, you've been muted for an hour. So that's the thing.
These guys are going aggro. Oh my god.
5,000 bits. That's
50 baht. Oh my god.
Jeez, the monetary spanking from Hans. Damn.
And $1,000 from Nair Socks to mute to mute Hans for a second time for another 10 minutes. All right, well. Hey, we start us off a hype train here. That'd be cool. Start ourselves another one of those hype trains. Hey, wouldn't that be nice? But get another donor. But okay. All right.
Anybody want to send me some bits to mute somebody?
Next we'll get to studying.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's kind of unfortunate because I just wanted, my first point was that I did have a problem with the hypothetical. I know Fnatic can't really respond. It was his, but I just don't like the hypothetical that it's like this kid that isn't responding to any incentives that we put in place for them to stop playing with matches. It's like, you know, they won't respond to any timeouts or taking away literally all their games of free time, but for some reason,
it's
just like spanking them is going to be like the magic
counseling.
They're
like
trying
to burn their house down. They're trying to burn
just,
shit.
I don't know. It just
I live in a state that's all
like,
desert.
Like,
it's also not supported by the literature.
Exactly, in the data. So yeah, I don't know. I just don't like the hypothetical that we've been working on. The second is we know that these other things work. Anyone seen that show Nanny 911 or Super Nanny? I don't know. They play that in Canada a lot. I watched it. She literally will like rein in these problem childs that everyone's been talking about for like the last hour with all of the timeouts and like the just like being stern with children and with patience and repetition. Really quick, I'm gonna just finish really quick. That's so what I'm just saying is that they're literally a syndicated TV show that shows that this stuff works and it reins in all of the children that we've been talking about, and we never need to go to that limit of like, okay, I'm just gonna spank. Like that's your failing as a parent to like not have the patience to continue doing all of the other stuff that's shown to you. And it's not scripted.
Okay, well, like when you bring in shows like fucking Nanny 911, most people like have to fucking like normal everyday people don't have nannies to fucking do that.
The point is that what the nanny does, a parent can emulate. It doesn't have to be a nanny. Like,
no, yeah, it's just saying that like those techniques work. The data shows that it works. And if you're saying that there's like this extraordinary case where like you've tried it all and just lose patience and are just like, I'm just gonna spank now, that's your problem.
It's literally like the show, My Cat from Hell, the Jackson Galaxy show. It's literally like you have a parent or pet owner.
So then you think that every child, every human is a monolith?
Can't control or rein in the behavior of their child or their pet, and they bring in an expert to then teach them to do that by showing them that it works, and foolproof almost every single time it works, because there are demonstratively proven ways to handle rowdy children and like how to get them to improve their behavior. And if it's so extreme that not even spanking will help, right? That the most extreme thing you could possibly do to induce compliance in someone, like
so
at that point, the child has like extreme like antisocial behavioral problems. Like if there's literally nothing that will shut them up, right? There's something wrong. Like you have to go see like a professional. Like that's how extreme like that kind of behavior is. Like
Exactly.
I don't like all this whole panel has just been conjecture, survivorship bias mixed with like not wanting to own up to the fact that their parents did something horrible to them, right? Like, and denying just like multiple literature reviews and meta-analyses on these specific questions they bring up, right? About immediate compliance.
It's okay. This is the problem. This is I'm going to push back on. Push back on and say like you defining other people's experiences for them. That I can't do. Right?
This
Like now it's fair.
Dude.
That's fair if you've had those if you had those own experiences yourself, right? If that was an issue and that's something that scarred you, well then that's okay, right? But then to go say that everyone is lying about their own experiences, look, I'll do it. I'll do the meme. Fucking I got spanked. Everyone I know got spanked. Even my family and beyond got spanked.
Yeah, survivorship bias.
No, surviving
Holy
what?
shit. Are you
Bullshit.
surviving what?
Bullshit. No,
Is that
that's
fucking
bullshit.
serious?
That's
What do you
bullshit.
think?
No,
Can you
Red
explain to me what is
Charlotte-
survivorship bias? What is survivorship
Red
bias?
Charlotte, that's
Explain to me what is
bullshit.
survivorship bias.
Red Charlotte,
Oh
that's
my
bullshit. That
fucking
you're
God.
defining. That you are defining our experiences for us, right? That's absolutely bullshit.
It's an objective fact.
No, it's not
No,
an objective
it's
fact.
not.
No, that's not how that works. That's not how that works. You're
Okay.
abusing statistics. You're abusing these studies.
Calling
No,
something
no,
horrible
no,
is
no,
not
abuse-
objective. Saying
no,
it
no.
doesn't work, that you can
That's
say
not
that's objective.
saying
But
something
calling someone a
survivorship
horrible
bias is
parent
not
or that
more
a
is not
parent did a
moralizing. It's
horrible
not
thing-
shut the fuck up.
Sure.
Calling something survivorship bias is not moralizing. What do you think survivor? Because I know Ryuji just freaked out and said the word survivor. Says you've never heard of this bias. Prime.
Survivorship
What
bi-
is survivorship bias?
I'm telling you. I'm telling you.
So if we have a
no, it's just,
if we have decades and decades of literature and empirical analysis about large swaths of populations that finds like a certain thing to be true, and a very small minority of it to be like the case that say it did help, say it didn't fuck you up, right? That is literally survivorship bias because you didn't get fucked up by it. That
Yes.
must mean that that's the same for everyone else, which is what
Huh,
everybody's
But you're
doing.
doing the exact opposite.
No, I'm
You're
not.
doing. You're doing
I'm
the
not-
exact opposite.
I never,
like holy shit.
I don't think either of us said that it didn't fuck anybody up. Like we're okay.
Yeah,
You're literally
I'm not
justifying spanking
Here's
a
what
kid.
I'm doing. Here's what I'm
Holy
doing. I'm
shit.
not extrapolating my experiences to everyone else. Right? That's what you're saying that I'm doing. That's not what I'm doing. It's extrapolating my experiences to everyone else.
That's not what I don't think that's what Red Charlotte is saying you're doing. I think what she's saying is because you've already
fucking
passed the
close.
selection process, right, where you've turned out fine. So clearly, if
No,
you've made
but-
it past the bad. part.
Wait.
But
so
I'm not
that's
doing.
what
No.
she's saying.
Hold on.
Fuck
But this is
working.
why. This is why I didn't want to do this in the first place. I didn't want to have to bring in personal experiences in, right? But But what Charlotte is doing is saying that guaranteed, right? Guaranteed that these experiences are this way, right? Like I'm defining your experiences. So I'm saying this is what my experiences are, right?
Agree.
So you're
No,
defining
it's-
those.
You're not
I think it is
understanding what I'm saying.
absolutely
So in
wrong
a
for
survivorship
Red
bias
Charlotte.
scenario, right?
This is what you're saying.
Oh my!
I think it is
Oh,
wrong for Red Charlotte to say that
what are
you're-
you saying?
Someone,
Red Charlotte's
right?
probably
For example,
had
you have
some
a group of
trauma or
100
something,
people
so they're
who get shot in the
very,
head by
very,
5.56,
adamant
right?
about
Right in the
this shit.
fucking forehead, right? And one of them survives, right? And the rule is that if you get shot in the head, you fucking die, right? That person then coming to the conclusion after they survive that injury to say getting shot in the head isn't actually that bad and it's very survivable. That is the definition of a survivor bias. You're surviving the situation and not incurring the outcomes that is usual or the rule means that it is biasing you towards believing that thing is not bad or is not a problem.
I didn't. Hold on. Wait. Okay.
First of
No
all,
one
it's
said
just
that.
the
What
same.
the fuck?
Percentages
bro?
aren't the
No one
same.
said that.
No
First
one
of all,
said that. No one said that. Exactly. Exactly. You
That's a
haven't
nice
said. You
fridge.
literally haven't said anything new. You
I
haven't
like
said
that
anything
fridge.
new.
You
Not
make
even
the
a
claim.
little
You know what?
bit.
You know
Not
what I'm
even a little
thinking?
bit, right?
I
So
think
this is exactly what I was addressing previously. This is
You-
exactly what I
you-
was addressing.
Oh my
So
God.
like saying
Yeah, I think
that
there are
like
victim biases too.
like what we're doing is taking our experiences and misinterpreting the amount of damage. No, I've never said that spanking has no damage to other people or is something that is just okay, that's consequence free.
Like inconsequential,
No-
yeah.
Yeah, literally no one is implying anything like that, right? But you came in here, so
Okay,
don't
but then
distract
if you-
me.
if you
What I'm
acknowledge
responding to is what you said.
Well, what did I say?
Saying that like, well, this will damage your kids. This will
Yeah,
absolutely
that
damage
like that any portion of this will, like any percentage of this will, is just like fucking it's
That's
it's
what the
game
data
over.
says.
Yeah. So yeah, you saying that this will necessarily damage kids. I'm simply understanding the case that it does not happen to everyone, right? Like I'm understanding that this
But
is
you're
not the
actively
case.
endorsing the practice, though, in this debate.
Because sometimes you gotta spank kids. Sometimes you gotta spank kids. That doesn't mean it's a good thing. That doesn't mean it's something that shouldn't be avoided, right?
I don't
But to say
understand
that it will necessarily
But I
mean
provided a data point that literally disproves this claim.
no,
right?
it doesn't.
There is-
No, it
yes.
doesn't. It literally does not.
How do you
It does
keep
not.
your
This,
kid
how
from
about I
putting
read
their hand on
verbatim
the
for you,
stove?
since you apparently won't listen every
I
single
would-
time
I
I
would
read the
let
abstract of
them-
the reviews.
I will
So
let
it's
them put their hands
literally
on the stove.
Well, how you stop your kid from like how you stop your kid from putting their hands on the stove? You read the literature. That's what Ray Charlotte wants.
the degree of hitting, right? There's no statistical difference in outcomes, and then 2, right? There is no difference, right? The analysis found that spanking children was not more effective than giving children timeouts in eliciting immediate compliance.
Hey, you
which
get
is
time
situations
out
we've
if
been talking
your
about.
hand on the stove.
If a kid is willing to, like, if
Sorry.
the kid can be calmed down by a timeout, then obviously they wouldn't need to be spanked. So yeah,
This
if your
isn't
kid is
true,
a,
because the
if
data
you
also shows that
reprimand your
majority of
kid-
people who beat
no.
their kids or hit their kids
Dude.
do it out of stress and frustration, not some like rational
What
like
the f-
reason to do
I-
it.
How
possible,
what
but
kind
what
of
I'm saying is-
tell me what a percentage, senpai, that you think is on that, like, or from what you've read from the reviewed literature.
What did you just call me?
Like,
Just call me.
I don't know what the fuck.
Senpai?
Chow. Yeah, it
Oh,
wasn't your name
wait.
Senpai Chow?
No.
Or Richard,
Oh
whatever the
my
fuck.
god.
No.
Are you serious?
Are you just drunk, Nacho? Are you just drunk right now? Are you?
Who is
I mean,
Senpai
maybe
Chow?
I'm a little buzzed.
What, do I need to get my
but-
little red book? Do I?
Oh my
like,
god.
Holy
Her
shit,
name.
come on,
Excuse me.
man.
Her name. Just to be clear, that's Red Charlotte. Okay, that's her name. All right.
Okay, Red Charlotte.
Chow literally
Sure,
wears
sorry.
glasses.
Hey,
Oh,
I've
no.
been to panels with you guys equally. What?
Go back
2
to shirt
times each?
colors.
Oh, I got my katana sword. Oh, ching chong ching.
Oh boy.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh fuck, bro.
I'm sorry about that.
Are you serious?
Red
Oh.
Charlotte. I'm sorry that happened. But hopefully we can move past this. So American Nacho. Charlotte Maker.
Wow, that happened.
I honestly don't even
That-
fucking remember what the fuck I was
that-
saying.
I
That
think you're really drunk.
was
All right.
interesting.
No,
all right.
I-
So
Jesus
yeah. All right.
Christ.
Moving on. So
That
Pan.
was-
It's Pan's turn. Been Pan's turn for a while. So Pan, please.
Okay, well, so I am reading this literature, and I want to say, so it does seem that spanking is not effective in the long term. So the literature clearly does rule out the fact that if you spank a kid to try to make it so they stop lighting matches to burn down houses, that's not going to work, and that only leaves spanking as an immediate, threat for immediate relief. But it does seem that as well, the immediate relief in most cases it can be avoided. So like I'm not trying to put any more blame on parents who have done it. Like no one's perfect, and I don't think it's this horrible thing. Clearly, these parents aren't hateful parents. They still love their kids. But I would say that from the literature that is Red Charlotte linked, it really does seem like you really should not be hitting your kids under any circumstance, because if it doesn't work for reinforcing beliefs in the long run, and it doesn't work in stopping them in the short term, then there's no utility for it, right? But I mean, I would disagree with her phrasing. I think that it's wrong to call this a horrible action. It could just be moderately bad, and we should encourage them not to do it and stuff. And they're not. I don't think just doing it, like spanking your kid like a couple times, makes them an abusive parent, but it does seem like it has concretely negative effects that we should try to avoid.
Exactly. It's a lazy way to parent. And
But remember,
there's a
it's not just
reason why,
long
if
term. It's also short
yeah.
term.
If it's so effective,
Well,
there's
it says
like
it's
why
not
wouldn't
as
professionals use it in like a professional setting? There's a reason why they don't. It's not effective, and it's just lazy, and it's born out of frustration from the parents' end. Which, like, if you're resorting to that instead of actually parenting your kid, then it's on you. It's just I don't know why everyone is so hard strung on like defending it.
I'm just saying, it'd be really awkward to get spanked by your boss.
because motherfuckers sometimes need to get
Exactly.
spanked.
Base.
I will say though,
Motherfuckers
it's really easy to say this in a
sometimes
vacuum.
need to get
Holy,
Pam,
Like-
I
like
agree.
holy
like if
shit,
you had
bro.
like well Nacho brought this thing up earlier, like his mom was a single mom of 8 kids. It's very easy in like theory to say, hey, never hit your kids, right? But I could,
I mean,
if you're
unless
in a
you and your
grocery
boss
store
are
like
into that
that,
kind of
like,
thing,
and
you know.
yelling isn't working, sometimes like obviously it's not
700
excusing it, and
bits
it was
too?
bad, but this
Shit,
stuff
why'd you do
will
all that? You
probably
didn't have to
happen
do that.
Yeah,
You just dropped me
and that's what I was
700
trying to
bits.
say. Like, you're back to the wall. Like, it's not like you just are embarrassed. Like, oh, trust me, we were in embarrassing situations like my entire fucking life. Okay, like it's not just a situation of like, oh, I'm just so embarrassed. Like, I can't believe my kids are like disrespecting. Like, oh, they make me look so bad. No, it's like there is literally nothing else to do, and it's not like, oh, I just want to beat the shit out of my kids right now. Like, this is just, yeah, another day in fucking paradise. You know what I mean? Like, sorry,
Okay,
go ahead, Prime.
So no problem. So we will go to Hans. You're almost unmuted. You'll be unmuted very soon. Okay. But I guess first we'll go to False, and then we'll go right there. Hello, someone paid to unmute Hans. We don't do unmutes. We don't do unmutes here. Thank you for the $10. We don't do unmutes. But okay, but Hans will be unmuted soon anyway. Go ahead. Truly False.
Yeah. So like I've been listening. A lot of the issue, especially when it comes down to like the idea of I've tried everything else and nothing is working. The issue when it comes to like spanking as like the last resort and stuff like that, it falls down to is it's not necessarily a failure at that moment. It's the fact that there's been some level of fuck up years before that, as to where you don't have the ability to just say something and or in whatever level of fucking commanding respect voice that you gotta. I have a fucking 8-year-old, so whether or not you gotta like dad voice your way through some shit or something like that,
Yep, I know
but
all about the dad
it's some
voice.
level of
Dad
early
voice
childhood
works.
where you draw that line. I've
Dad
never
voice
spanked
works.
my kid, and I guarantee you, if I was in a grocery store and my kid was on the ground, fucking pounding hands and feet, and whip out that wonderful dad voice and say, "Hey, fucking stop it," that shit is done at that point. So, like the level of like where it's got to go to doesn't have to be spanking. Now, when it comes to that, and it comes to that like later in life, where most of the time we're not talking about like fucking spanking like 3-year-olds. It's because of missing some level of connection in the beginning that's led to the point to where you have to do this as the alternative.
So, but how many? You said you only have one kid.
Based.
Yep, I have one.
Yeah.
But
So
I grew up in a family of 5 boys.
Right. So okay. So then, how did you grow up?
I got my ass
Okay.
beat. Yeah, you missed.
So-
you missed the best point in all of your things of the days you gotta stay home from school because you got your ass beat so much the morning of.
So, but it's not like. Do you view your parents as like, oh, well, they just wanted to beat the shit out of me? Like, I don't, because I don't think I even remember like maybe two times that I got my ass beat in public, like in a grocery store or in like any kind of public location. Like, in my situation at least, my parents did everything possible to avoid like fucking giving me a spanking in public. Like, it was basically my mom and my grandma. And I remember my grandma pulled over one time and fucking I got a spanking with a hickory stick, and then my mom like fucking spanked me with her hand in the grocery store. But it was like 2 times. But it's like the picture that I'm being painted is like anyone who beats their kids is like they're just beating the shit out of their kids in the airport, in the fucking grocery store, at the hair salon, at getting their nails done. Like one hand, like their right hand's getting done, and they're just beating the shit out of their kid with the left hand. Like that's the kind of. So maybe it's like I'm taking it the wrong way, but it's like, come on, man. Like
I don't know. I got spanked a
understand
shit
why you
ton, and
come-
I was so defiant. I have a utter hatred for any kind of authority. I got in trouble with the law. I got in trouble with drugs. I did all the things.
I
and
did all the
got-
fucking
got
same tropes,
beat
bro.
Like a mofo, and that's why, because that causes that. Like over time, it's damaging. It is damaging. Like I'm telling you, like having experienced it, there's no way that long-term spanking like that and that continued you know, even if it's on the level of for discipline, it does cause damage down the road. And some people, like myself, I sure as hell didn't respond to it. I got twice as defiant because of it. Like,
can we say at least, right? And then we'll go to Hans. Can we say at least? Because what's this? And Sen, I see your hand up. What Nacho was describing earlier, right? He was describing active abuse from his other siblings, right? Like fighting, like getting people getting fucked up, right? Inside the household, kids stealing. Can we understand that there are different situations that might call for different responses, and that, so for instance, in this situation, the lesser harm might have been just to spank the kid rather than them continue fighting, right? Like if they're clearly not respecting them, don't have time to have a sit down with these kids when we have other kids running around doing the same shit all over the house, right? So
It's
maybe,
like, look, man, I'm not even trying to exaggerate. It was like a load of the fucking flies in our house sometimes. Okay.
Well, I mean, there's
yeah.
a big,
So
there's a big
hold
difference.
on. Let me finish my point. So, yeah. So we can maybe understand that situation is difficult for a parent, and there are many other situations that we're trying to draw, but
Single
people
parent
can't fucking hear, right? They literally can't hear this shit, right? So like, our hypotheticals aren't making sense.
the question is, though, is it damaging? It's still
Hold
damaging.
on. Let me finish my point, then you can respond. So, understanding that parents face all kinds of situations, that maybe they should have a number of tools within their tool belt, and then beyond that, even if they use this tool, even if you think it's valid or you don't think it's valid, that how different people react to it might is different, right? So like Jason's saying that did long-term damage to him. I believe him. I absolutely believe that was the case, that he had long-term effects for that, and I'm sorry that happened, right? But for others, that's getting that physical corrective action doesn't necessarily cause that long-term damage. Might be the most effective way of handling that situation in the long term. We could say we are frowned upon spanking. In fact, I do. I do, because what different people call spanking varies wildly. That varies wildly. So like, it's not something I would encourage, but I understand that's something that might be necessary. But can we understand that different kids might have different reactions to it? And that's, for some, that may not necessarily be the most harmful thing in the world.
But he just said his house was like Lord of the Flies. That tells me that obviously this was the modus operandi, and it wasn't working because his house was like Lord of the Flies, right?
I said in some situations, yeah, it was like literally like fucking Lord of the Flies in this bitch. Like,
Well, I mean,
there's 8 kids in my family. There's 6 boys and 2 girls. Like, bro, sometimes shit was out of hand. My mom was working 3 fucking jobs, man.
He's saying it's not effective though. He's saying that,
Yeah,
well,
like,
if that's the case, then
fucking just putting us in timeout just doesn't
I
work.
understand
Like,
as a parent that sometimes you don't get to use the most optimum techniques to parent your children. Believe me, I know that. And you, even though you want to, you get stuck in certain situations. I'm just saying that, though, even though that was a situation, that does not mean that it was effective long term or in the short term, like they were saying earlier in as the study presented. That doesn't mean that there's anything like necessarily inherently wrong, like morally with your parents or their upbringing. It's basically what they had only so many options, and they had to work with what they had. So, believe me, I understand. Where
but
you're
that's
coming
not
from
even
there.
on the same. Like, look, I hear what you're saying. I'm just saying, like, what you're saying and what was being argued earlier is not even on the same fucking like track. So
let's go to Hans, who's been waiting. Well, not patiently, but he's been waiting. Hans.
I think 20 minutes is patiently. I don't know where Fnatic went, but like, dude, if you can't handle being muted, like, you shouldn't be on these panels. Like, that's just a fact of life. Like, I got muted by some of your bitch simps in chat, but like, that's totally okay. But like, when I muted you, you ran away like a fucking bitch. Anyway, so
Yeah,
about
I
this,
ain't
right?
mad at him
I
for
want
that.
to
Like, that's what I
extend
said.
an olive
Sometimes
branch
that's what happens.
to,
It just
Nacho,
doesn't
my
mean that it was effective.
My fellow drunk homie,
It just
my
doesn't
man,
mean that it was
my
effective.
dude, I'm pouring one
But
out
I
for
am
you
totally
right
not
fucking now.
questioning
But, like, this
the
fucking
morality
king. I
of
love
his
this guy.
mom and like
I
the
get it, we're on
situation.
opposite
Like
sides right
Into
now.
the ass
people
whoopings
get
I
put
got
in
as a
really
child,
shitty
okay?
situations.
I'm not drinking that. I'm
Sometimes
drinking like you
resort to the
surviving
only
that
thing
shit.
that
But
you
like,
have
but
available
specifically,
to you.
right?
I don't think that people should resort to that. If they
I'm
can
really
avoid
sorry
it, if there's any possible
certain
way,
things happen to people in this panel.
you
Again,
know, like
my parents
that's just where I'm
also
at
hit me
with
as
it.
hit me, spanked me as a kid. There was like one time when I was a teenager, like when my dad was drunk and like kind of came at me a little bit, and I completely understand that there are a lot of amazing people who survive through these things. What Charlotte was trying to say before I think she left in like utter frustration is that it seems that can I at least get from everyone on this panel that it seems, and again, I like props to Problematic Pan as well, specifically.
Always harder with the oldest
spanking,
one.
that the hitting, whatever you want to call it, is unoptimal in raising the kids, that it damages
Exactly.
them
Every
long-term.
family is different.
I understand there's a lot of like stories on this panel. Again, that's why I'm giving mine right now. There's a lot of people who made it, right? Like, one bad thing happening to you doesn't mean you're not going to be successful. I know Nacho's like a really cool guy, has like, you know, like great family, like great dude, or like I fucking love this guy. Right?
Wait, but you're acting like one bad thing.
Let him finish. Yeah.
But what I'm saying
that's what people keep missing is that parents aren't perfect and their parents aren't perfect. You know, like we're real people that go through real shit. You know,
and
like
Sen, who's not just fucking blue shirt guy to me. I fucking see all these names. I'm gonna try to remember all this shit. But like specifically, what makes us what seems like what we're pushing back so hard against is right now it doesn't seem like there's a lot of strong evidence that this is a good thing. Like there's like I understand that there's like again both anecdotal
nice
and
term generational paradigms
happens, but there's no evidence that it's a good thing. So when people say, hey, this happened and I turned out fine, or hey, there are certain scenarios where there's literally nothing else and you gotta do it. Like if that's like your point,
there is
that
one
sometimes
tribe
people are pushed so far
in the global
and that we
south, and I
failed, like,
can't
in all
remember where
different
they're
ways
at.
as society and as parents that we have to hit the kids. Like if you're just gonna say that's like happens like every now and then and it's terrible and we should never actually do that, that's fine and we can move on from this conversation. But what it feels like is that, again, I'm not accusing Prime of this, I am accusing Black Ryuji of this, is that if you're saying this is anything beyond an absolute fucking travesty, that this has to happen at all.
No.
I don't think this has to happen.
Let him finish, please.
I never said that. You think that I never said that this had to happen. I said there are certain cases where these things do happen.
There's a tribe in
that's all I've been
global south
arguing this
where
whole
they
entire
actually
fucking
swing
time.
people from ropes.
Is it bad then? Is it bad? Like, is it worse than like not doing it?
Yes,
babies,
it can. I never
smack
said
their
that
head on
it
the
could
ground
not be bad.
Let me finish my
like some
point.
kind of
Jesus
tradition. I'm like,
fuck!
that's
Shut
straight
up,
up
dude!
child abuse.
You've been completely bad faith, dude. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
All right. So molding aside, like so specifically, right? I think there is a lot of
it's
agreement
jacked,
that this is a terrible thing and that it's happened to some people, including me on this panel.
I'll see if I can
We all
find
agree
it.
That's really, really bad. And some of us, in spite of that, turned out pretty fucking well. You know, both Prime and Nacho stand-up dudes, right? Like, you know, and I've all got all the love for them, right? I don't think this is a good conversation. And again, I partially contribute this because, again, I've been really, really mean to people, right? I'm not denying that. I don't think that people trying to hypotheticalize like these situations where we gotta hit the kid and then like coming back and saying, I can't believe you're like using weird hypotheticals or responses like as like why we shouldn't hit the kid or what we should do instead is justified. I think that's extremely really, really weird. If like again,
Wait, are you even listening to your fucking point? You was on the side of not using the hypotheticals. You was right with Ray Charlotte about using the hypotheticals. Like what the fuck?
So we're talking about hypotheticals, right? Again, like, and this is after I was so rudely muted, right? Again, like I have no issue with that. Again, like I want Prime to make all the fucking money. That's why I rated him. I love this guy. This guy helped me give him my start as a Twitch streamer, as a panelist. I fucking love this dude. So specifically, if I can't use a hypothetical to defend, like, we should, like, ask for help in restraining a dangerous child, but Fanatic, again, like, who can't defend himself, I'm really sorry that he's not here because he pussied out and left because he got muted. Like, some of us would just stick it out like a man. But specifically, right, I think you should be able to say, hey, we should get some help, as opposed to a hypothetical where this kid is an unstoppable pyromaniac that wants to destroy and burn all the house down. And the only way to stop this kid is to give him a good old backhand if you're a black Ryuji or whatever, right? As opposed to a spanking. And so again, I realize this conversation is unhelpful.
Dude, I never said backhand. Why are you putting fucking words in my mouth?
Because people are throwing a lot of hypotheticals around, and if we want to, if we want to skip the hypotheticals,
you're so tilted right now, right? You're so fucking tilted right now.
People who aren't. Hans, I'm gonna take that olive branch. You didn't actually extend it to me, but like I'm gonna snatch it.
I love you so much.
I'm gonna snatch that olive branch. So I'm gonna try to work with you here, right? So I think there's I think you've actually stumbled upon, and I do mean stumbled, on an interesting break in the conversation here, right? That's something that a disconnect that we were having.
This is wild.
That what I was talking about is whether it is effective, and what you were talking about is whether it's good, right? I can agree with you.
It's not effective though. All the evidence says it's not effective.
Okay, fine. This is me trying to reach out, trying to take the olive branch, right? If we want to set it on fire, that's fine.
Is it effective, Prime? Is spanking effective?
Yes, it fucking is. Yes, it absolutely is.
No, I thought we came so far. I thought we came so far.
Absolutely is effective. It absolutely is stopping behavior, immediate behavior. Yes, but so if you pair that, holy shit, shut up.
Like
I thought I was talking. Great. If you pair that with actually explaining what the problem is, right? Like why they're getting spanked? Yes, it is effective. You're just hitting a person, right? And they don't understand what the fuck is going on, right? Then that's a problem. That's why hitting kids at like 3 who don't really understand verbal commands, right? Don't understand the world around them. Might not be very effective, right? However, right? If you're saying that whether we're talking about whether it's a good or effective, I could say that's not good, right? And I said that before. I've already established that. But I was talking about whether it's effective, and yes, it can absolutely be effective. It can absolutely
sometimes
be at stopping behavior. That's obviously the case.
It's the worst thing
obviously ever. The case, but right.
Okay.
Yeah, I just want to quickly touch on something just to add to what kind of Hans was saying. I don't think that it's like, I don't think we're trying to rag on people who were spanking in the past, where it's like going back and like retroactively canceling like all of like, especially like from cultures like such as I'm Asian, and it's like, yeah, Asian people like in our culture sometimes there were some spankers, okay, we knew that, but my thing is it's like we're not trying to retroactively cancel people, but it's like
this morning,
today,
but I don't think it's the same type of spanking.
For spanking, that's where it gets weird, because it's like we know there's data, yes, we know that it's ineffective, and the thing is like when time you say it's effective, it's like really quick, I'm gonna just finish. Let's not interrupt, okay? We cried a lot about interrupting. Let me just finish. We know that it is effective. Yes, it might literally stop the child from doing bad things, but there are detriments as well to that, to like their mental health and stuff. So it's like we're not what you're saying, but it's like that's not good. It's like
because lots of things are
by hitting
lots of things are unoptimal. But lots of things are
why would
not
you advocate for that going forward?
It's not necessarily that anyone's advocating for it going forward, but it's maybe
no one's advocating. No. Listen. No one here has been you've literally not been listening. No one here is advocating for it, but we're understanding that if it's something that you feel that needs to happen, then shit needs to happen. It's not that it's a good thing, but if it happens, if you're in a situation,
happens.
Shit happens. Exactly what I'm
war. There are casualties.
Yes, I'm saying that. I'm saying that if you are, as a parent, you're in all kinds of situations with your children, right? And in these situations, some of them may call for different responses, right? If your kid is having straight A's, right, or straight A's usually, right, and then they come home with a B, right? What you should not do is spank your child. That is not the thing. That's not the response to that, right? We can understand that, okay?
No, I send them to the labor camps.
Feels pretty arbitrary.
There you go. That does it. Thank you.
They're just gonna beat the shit out of them. Come on.
Exactly. Right. Like
no one is advocating for that though.
We're trying to paint scenarios, right, where this might be an effective tool because other tools aren't working. Now, again, we've already agreed that's not a good thing, right? And that I would certainly not encourage it. However, if it has to happen, it has to happen.
Do you think forced manual
You're like-
labor
you're
is
like-
a
Do you not
punishment?
understand the
Is
difference between
equitable to
advocating
spanking them?
and
Yeah,
simply
you're not like
understanding?
promoting it.
Do-
I'm not saying like you're okay, sure. If you're
Okay.
not promoting it, but you're like being like, but if it happens,
But it's
like,
fine.
Not
Yeah.
an
Wait,
anti-choice.
no.
Okay. People should make their own
Holy
choices with their
shit.
body.
Absolutely.
Like, that's
Absolutely.
not
Hold on, hold on.
right.
I don't think
Based on-
drugs. Hold on. I don't think drugs are good. Drugs are fucking terrible. You should not put drugs in your body. I don't use drugs at all. I don't smoke. I don't drink. I don't use any marijuana.
talking about the
Nothing. I know
vaccine.
nothing about that, right? But if people want to use those drugs, right? Well, okay, great. But I never fucking advocate for them. Do you understand
drugs-
the difference? Do you
drugs
understand
hurt
the
you.
difference?
Spanking
Yes.
hurts your kid. It hurts
Yes,
someone else.
yes. I've
I don't
always
advocate-
times that-
I don't think Nacho are advocating drinking right now. You're advocating like keeping the practice.
Oh,
of, like,
did you not bring up the drinking? Did you not bring up drinking? I know you didn't bring up drinking. Well, that's obviously I'm using a metaphor here.
No,
Okay.
this is one of the few times, like me and Prime
literally-
tend. Look, me and Prime tend to disagree a lot on a lot of things, but like I understand exactly what he's saying here. Like, I'm not telling you to go out and fucking beat the shit out of your kids, but like, if it comes to a degree, it's like you have tried everything else. It's like your kid. It's not just like, oh well, your kid just like decided to like whine a couple times in the store. Like your kid stole some shit, or your kid like fucking lit the neighbor's kid on fire, or like he stole the neighbor's bike, or like just some crazy ass shit that you're like, dude, you can't be doing that. And you've tried everything else, and you've told them like several times, like this isn't the way this is supposed to go. Like,
Listen,
you
I
might
don't
have
think
to
no
like
one
give
is
him a little pop
advocating.
on the hand.
Hey,
like
how you
that's
doing?
you're
not
not
immediate.
you're not just like
I'm glad you're here
dropping
with
the
us
fucking
tonight.
the Rock's people elbow on from the top fucking corner. But you might have to
Right
pop
now-
him on the hand, or you might have to
But
that
give him
won't
like
help
level
us
of
in the
hitting
butt.
is lining out right
That
now
won't help
is
the
how
kids in the
annoyed
future.
you are. Like you're like, I've tried everything. I can't do this anymore. So I'm gonna just, you know, like,
Spanking.
No. But it's not just like it's not just like your kid is annoying. It's like I don't know how to explain this because maybe partially maybe it's because I haven't had kids
No,
myself.
I think there's a
No,
big
not-
difference
not-
between
not-
like
I understand
It's
what-
to
yeah,
your wits' end. It's
It's
like
not
trying
censoring.
every last bit of
Okay.
your patience
just
to where there's
censoring.
nothing else left in you. But you know what? You
it's-
can still restrain yourself and not spank a kid.
It's Sen's turn. Go ahead, Sen.
Okay, so there's a few things that I kind of want to like really address upon real quick. So we're talking about spanking in like one-off cases a lot of the time, but what we're gonna run into a lot is if you have to spank once, there's gonna be multiple occasions where you have to have harsh consequences for things. If you're to spank multiple times, what's gonna happen? The more you spank, this is proven. As long as all of us are armchair psychologizing, I took a behavioral psychology class in college. What punishment does, the more you do it, is it has a reduced effect every time you do
So
a
what are you
severe
up to
punishment.
tonight?
And it also can build
Bisky?
strong distrust. So while
You
we're
still
all
loving on
like, we
Elon?
can go over the specific scenarios where you might have to do spanking like one time in their life. Let's
Do you
talk
like
about
the music in the
alternatives, like,
background while
besides
we're,
just like physical
debating?
alternatives as well, because there's things that you can prep before you do these times. For example, what you can do, you can train certain responses from your children. You can like say, hey, do this, and then you give them a reward. Now I know this isn't always going to work, but the more you do it, and when you're prepared, you can handle these certain scenarios. The more you do it,
I
the
feel
more you
like it
build
helps
up, the
keep me a
more
little bit
likely that you're
calm.
going to get this response. So, and especially because punishment, as it would work, can have very, very harmful effects when you're doing it on multiple different stimuli. So let's say you're spanking for all bad behavior, right? What that's going to do is they're not going to associate it with directly one thing. So doing this results in spanking. What's going to happen is they're going to associate it with all bad behavior, which will initiate what I think is called, if I remember correctly, a flood response, which overwhelms all of their senses and it just makes them unreactive to everything and desensitized.
BDSM.
Yeah, but that's not. Jesus.
But that's
Christ.
what you're like.
So
That's-
I guess my question.
Okay.
That's not how.
Nacho. I'm not trying to corner you, Nacho, specifically. You seem to vociferously come out and say like certain like things of violence against kids are completely unacceptable. So what I have two questions then. I would ask what the line is in terms of disciplining kids. Like again, like you have the no option thing. You're the single mother with the 8 kids. Like like if you don't buy food for your family right now, you're not gonna have food at home. Like things are like this is rough, right? You can't leave the store. You got no time to do any of this sort of stuff. This is like last ditch sort of stuff, right?
Yeah.
At what point is the violence unacceptable? And then 2, at what do you just? I'd say sorry. What's your initial line for violence? And then 2, what do you do if they keep resisting, right? Because again, if you're a single mom with 8 kids and they decide to tag team you, what are you supposed to do at that point? So because I feel like the way this is currently being justified, because I'm asking this isn't just a hypothetical. I want hard limits on what you can and can't do to kids. Because it seems like this sort of argument can be used to say, hey, we can do fucking anything if we're at the end of our rope enough, and that terrifies me. So then what I'm asking for you from Prime, so we can maybe
whoa.
wait, so Nacho.
Dude, no one said, but no one even said any of that, though. You literally.
He's asking a clarifying question. Let him finish, please.
So this is for Nacho.
Oh my god, this fucking guy.
This guy is using words and asking questions that makes me uncomfortable. I'm so sad. You can leave. Anyway. So
I don't get to talk, dude. Seriously. What the fuck?
So this is for Prime and for Nacho.
Bro, it's been
again, what's the limit?
Show the whole time. What are you talking about?
And then what if
it's been the fanatic.
Okay, guys, hold on.
Yeah.
We'll finish this question, and then we'll go to Ryuji. Okay.
Right. So this is for Prime and Nacho, whichever you want to answer, or if both of you want to answer it. So what's the line for hitting kids? And then if that line fails,
those
what
shits
do
are
you do
so
after
good.
That?
Hey, that IPA guy turned out to be pretty cool. He's like I said, he's not my persuasion. I am what I am, but.
I don't know. I can't
guy.
answer
the
way you pose it is
cool
what's the line for hitting kids? I don't know because I don't have kids of my own, like I said. But in my experience, from the way that I was raised,
he was just chatting it up.
It's
dude.
not just like I said. There's I can count on one hand for sure. Maybe 3 times I was hit
it's really hard
to
fucking judge. Dude.
I know for sure
judge,
one time I remember being in the grocery store and I was stealing shit, and then the other time was in the car. And so those 2 times is I was stealing shit from the store, and I had already been this has already been a recurring situation.
Big time.
And in the car is we were fighting and shit, and it was we literally could have caused an accident. We literally could have caused an accident where fucking 5 of us would have died. You know what I'm saying? If grandma crashed the car, all of us could be severely injured or dead. We live in the fucking woods of the Carolinas, okay? So you take a wrong turn and we're all down a ravine. But
for sure.
So those are 2 situations where it's this is really a serious situation. You really need to instill hey, this is not a joke. This isn't just hey, I just want to enforce my I just want to
Stella Artois
be dominant over you. I just want to fucking beat the shit out of you. This is just really inconvenient for me. I was trying to talk on the phone with fucking Betsy from the nail salon, and we were talking about days of our lives or some shit, and you interrupted us in the back seat. This was seriously, you guys were throwing blows in the back seat, and you could have caused a fucking accident in our car. So those are the kind of scenarios where in my head where I would think maybe this is the line. But again, I don't have kids yet, so I don't know where I can draw those lines, but maybe in the future, these are the things that I'm going to draw from. I'm not just looking for when's the first fucking time that I get to beat the shit out of my kids in the future. You know what I mean? And I think that's where I think you understand this, but I think a lot of people
I know there's
really far apart on this.
I know there's this gray area that that we're really worried about. That's what you're kind of talking about. We're hey, we're talking about the reasonable person, so where it's oh hey, I don't think, and again I'm not accusing Nacho of this. I'm not accusing Prime of this right now. Where it's you just want to hit your kids because in the nail salon shit. What I'm asking about is if right now we're on this panel, we're talking about politics, we're talking about rules for society. And so what I'm trying to parse out is the basic metric or mantra where it's okay, at what point do you start hitting them, and at what point is the hitting too much, right? And again, I'm sorry if you I know you're uncomfortable,
real quick, because I
question.
I know I'm just trying to clarify because I don't know if you're I hope that you're not doing this on purpose, but it's the way that you're framing this is
really
just
hate people who aren't
it's
parents
just so
talking about
laissez-faire.
parenting. It's so
when is it okay to start beating the
stupid.
shit out of your kids? you're just framing this in such a way that it's just like when can I just like cut a double backflip off the top rope and just fucking just suplex my kid?
Go beyond.
I'm trying to
in the next week.
I'm trying to fucking break like fucking seventh vertebrae in their spine. Like, yeah, that's what it feels like to me. Like the way you're framing it.
So, okay, I'll
try and answer then.
Can I try to answer the question and then Ryuji and then Tubi, right? I just want to move on.
Go ahead.
So, in terms of like how far is too far? I don't think you should be using weapons against your child, right? I think
I got hit with a belt,
that
man.
if anything, it should be an
he's
open
like
hand
drunk as shit, dude. He's so trash.
on your child. Like, never use a fucking fist on your kid.
No
right?
belt as well.
I'd probably say yeah. I'd probably say no belt as well. Yeah.
I got the belt. I got hit with the
I got
switch.
the sandals. And
the chancla. That's a Latino.
It's the wooden spoons.
I'm not sure if I
got the wooden spoon. I got the switch. I got a belt. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
the worst
like
part
that.
about the switch is having to go pick your own stick.
Yeah.
Those reeds hurt too, man. They
yeah.
hurt.
So but that's a problem, and that's really important, right? Because here's the best argument against spanking, right? Is that and I was trying to allude to this before, is that you don't know what the other person considers spanking. So I think this is a good question, Hans.
Mm-hmm.
Because the other person might be saying, yeah, go get a switch outside and let me hit you with that and let me take off a few layers of skin. Like, that is different. I never got that. I never got that thing, and that's fucking horrifying. I'm glad I never got that. But I did get the belt. Fucking it hurt. Yeah. So I think that's a worthwhile. And I was trying to get to this, but holy shit, this fam like went off the rails. But anyway,
football pads in your underwear work wonders.
What? Sorry, what?
Football pads in your underwear work wonders.
Football pads. Oh, I didn't have those.
Getting your ass beat.
I didn't have those available.
I thought Jason was just talking about underwear. I'm like who's free balling right now? Like, what the fuck are we doing right now?
But
you mean we're not?
Let me finish, Richie, and we'll go straight to you, right? Because I want to hear because you've been wanting to talk. Yeah. So I think there is a too far, right? And obviously, just for fucking everything, right? Everything is on a spectrum, and you can't go too far down that spectrum. Absolutely. I think open-handed slaps on the ass, like not on the face, right? Not hitting kids in the face. I wouldn't hit the kids in the face at all.
How did we get on hentai?
Open-handed slaps on the ass or something like that, or on the hands. I think that's perfectly fine to get an immediate response from your child, right? But I think that's a really good question that you asked there. All right, Ryuji.
Listen, what happened is someone like literally took something that I said and like trying to spin it. There are things that you should not do. I'm not for a parent just walking up and doing a full like fucking plus ultra. A slight tap on the hand. Hey, don't do this. This is bad. That's good enough. Like, I'm not advocating for someone fucking like jumping off the fucking back ropes and like slamming their kid. The idea that this one person like is literally trying to frame that on me, I would condone that. Like, just a slight tap on the hand. I never said backhand. For some reason, this person assumed that I'm like, oh man, backhand. I wouldn't even want to fucking see that. A slight tap on the hand is, you mean to tell me a slight tap on the hand is too far?
So only taps.
What? No. Only the one tap. That's all.
Anything past that's too much. Weapons if they keep going. What happens?
Dude,
if
anything
the tap
like
is enough? What happens if the tap isn't enough, buddy? Tell me. What are you supposed to do then?
Then if a person wants to and they do not like the fact that they see a parent do that, right? They can step in.
You didn't answer the question. What happens if the tap doesn't work? Go for it.
Yeah, but
oh my fucking god!
You answer though. Like, what do you do?
No. I think this is a good question, right? Like,
I think
I asked for some people these are hypotheticals. For other people, they're realities.
Well, hold on, wait a minute, wait. Okay, well, can I fucking say something? Because he's been interrupting me.
Go ahead.
It's like then oh, shut the fuck up. Like then you can seek counseling and get help. Like,
But what about
or
the
you can
situation severe?
shut
You,
the
you
fuck
have to be
up.
there.
Like you
Counseling
sitting
isn't
you were bitching about Fanatic. Like you.
Go ahead. Go
Oh
ahead.
my-
Yuji, I muted
holy
him.
shit.
I muted him. Go
Holy,
ahead.
like so bad faith, bro. Like there are ways you can if you do discipline your kid, you can explain to your kid afterwards the reason why you hit him and stuff like that. Yeah, there are stages where that stuff could be harmful to the child, and or you take steps to nudge your kid in the right direction. Holy shit. Like I'm not like this guy has literally been trying to make me seem like I'm just openly out here I want people to beat their kids. Dude, that's not even true. You're too fucking drunk and you need to chill.
Okay, can I just quickly I think the reason
No,
why we keep
no,
asking
no, no, no,
Damn, I still haven't got that designation on this shit. I've been
Dude.
trying to get that designation. That's what I wanted.
Okay,
I want to get so drunk they kick me off, but they keep doing it to Hans,
I understand
man.
where Hans is coming from because I think we're only looking at what we think is the best interpretation of spanking. I know we're acknowledging that it's not the ideal thing to do, but at the end of the day, we're doing it to try to mend some problematic behavior. I think the problem comes in, it's we can't ever deconvolute what the intentions are while you're doing that
Hans
act,
is only
because I
wearing
think
an apron.
spanking has this aspect. I don't want to call it a crime of passion or whatever,
like
but
to
there's
get
this
spanked.
emotional investment that someone has in spanking because you're frustrated at a situation. It's not this purely
Spank me.
objective practice where you're hitting them and you're like, aha, after I've applied
what?
5 spanks of this
You know what
magnitude of
spanking
force,
did for me?
now I can see in their
Made me
face that they've
really
learned
like
this. People
BDSM.
parents do get lost in the beating process, and I think it's difficult for you to ever know, as a parent, as someone who's looking at someone getting spanked, whether they're doing that spanking in a quote-unquote ethical way, right, which is detached and purely for the sake of trying to mend this kind of behavior. And so I think Hans, when he's asking this question about, when do you know when the spanking is appropriate or not? I think that's what we're talking about here. It's not a purely objective practice, and now it's mixing something virtuous, trying to fix this problem, and then something not really virtuous, which is now you're just taking out frustration on the child. And I do think that's damaging. So we're at this point in the conversation.
If you're taking out frustration on the
why are you interrupting?
BDSM?
Well, Black Ryuji,
no.
I'm almost done. I'm almost done. The
Submission?
last thing I'm gonna say, Black Ryuji, is I think you were getting mad at what
Basically,
Hans was saying, because you're saying well, nobody's saying this thing that Hans was saying. I think at the end of the day, Hans is just getting at this
shit.
idea that it's hard to come up with
Spanking with
criteria
whips and chains.
for what justifiable
Chips,
spanking
dips, chains,
is.
and whips.
And I don't think any person as an individual who's spanking the child can do that. And I also don't think from the outside perspective you can do that either, because if you just looked at someone spanking, you don't know whether that's abuse or they're doing a virtuous thing.
I'm
So
totally
they're
not in
or
the
they're
same
doing it from
space
good
as they are
intention,
with
right? They're just
spanking,
trying to fix this problem. And I do think we should come up with better strategies to do that. I think spanking is us giving up and being overcome with frustration and wanting an immediate solution.
Cooking with
I do
Hans.
think we have the capacity for rational thought. I think sometimes kids don't listen to that though. They don't give a shit. And I know when you spank them though, I don't know that that's when they learn that they have this epiphany that, oh yeah, you were right. Because I know when I was spanked and stuff, even if I was in the wrong, it made me spiteful. The beating made me spiteful, especially if it was really brutal. And I do think it negatively affected me. And just because I have positive outcomes in my life, I'm not gonna pretend like that's a good thing. I think my mom at the time was just giving into frustration. I don't know what else to say about that.
Yeah, the lines that everyone has been drawing, it's just completely arbitrary, and it's just wherever they feel that at this point, if 12 timeouts don't work, well, here's where I'm gonna give up, or here it's 2 timeouts, and then I talked to them and we had a really good conversation, but they still went for the matches. Well, that's when just start the
How many fucking pyromaniacs do we have out here?
That's what I'm saying. I think that
brought that example.
I mean,
up.
Exactly. I never liked it.
Like we
To
wanna
be
use
fair,
it.
I
never
really did
brought up the
enjoy matches.
pyromania
That was
thing.
I was talking
So-
about Fnatic,
Also-
not you,
Lots
dude.
of
Just
sex.
quickly,
Go
the
ahead,
thing with
Jimmy.
the
You can
small
stop
taps.
talking.
Lots of sex.
Just quickly with the small taps,
Conscious
it's like
of it.
or-
Like-
why?
Holy shit, shut up.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, really quickly with the small taps, it's like, why are we even, if the timeouts at that point are not working, again, like, why would this like small tap thing be like the golden key to like reining in this problem child that isn't responding to getting games taken away, incentives like timeouts, and like I just don't get why.
Yo, can you hear me, comrade?
I agree. I'm not talking about small taps. That's
Sorry, it was too black for you.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, sorry, I'm not trying to put that on.
And then, no, fair enough. And Chili Boss also
awesome.
Sometimes, no.
Yeah.
Hold on, holy shit!
Go ahead.
Are you guys trying to make me?
Go ahead.
Ryuji, hold on,
I'm trying to be out like a bad guy, bro. Like,
Yeah, go ahead. Ryuji, go ahead.
I just said small taps aren't that effective. I'm not trying to make it to be a bad guy. What are you talking about?
Okay. Well, listen.
I'm not Hans. I'm Red Shirt guy.
Okay.
Name is Study Man. He's based as fuck. Everyone follow this dude. He's fucking great.
Oh my god, Jesus Christ. No, like I get it. Sometimes small taps doesn't work. Sometimes sending them to the corner do work, or like the stern talking to, or yell, or raising your voice does work. But like you guys can't deny that like certain particular groups, I want to say black families do situations where they do discipline their children like this. If anything, I was only talking like from like personal experience, like, and I'm like getting like I feel like I'm like getting attacked because like I disagree with how some of you guys are like saying this. I'm not condoning anyone just going out and just hitting their kids just for the fuck of it, dude. That's terrible. Like, and Hans is like literally tried to make that like the argument.
But here's the question, right? The question is that you have like, as what you've given on this panel, is that your line is the light taps. You haven't given us an answer of what you would do past that. So you're okay with specifically light taps and then nothing else. So then in this specific case, what we're asking about, you keep saying,
no, well then hold on, because I'll be the fucking boogeyman. I'll go all the fucking way, man. Like, look, if my kid goes and kills some other kid, I'll be the one to take him out. I'll go to fucking jail and I'll die for it. Like, how far are we supposed to go for this shit? Like, Jesus Christ, man. Like,
you literally are advocating for.
We'll just die together, man. Like,
So, hey, can I put some context?
No,
Can
society
I
is not
provide
like
some
shit.
context? Can I provide some context so we can all stop screaming at each
Jason
other?
drinking a Stella. What a fucking chat. That's a great fucking beer.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay.
Context here. Okay.
I guess if you,
Small
I guess
children
if
to prevent themselves from getting hurt. Okay. When they won't go to put their hand on the stove, yes, you may tap their hand because holy shit, do you want to take your child to the hospital with a burnt hand from the stove and have to explain that and then have to fight for your kid back from DCS? Okay, because that's what will happen.
I would say let your kid touch the stove.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you for that open point.
Usually finish, and then we got to go true or false.
Wait, last thing. Wait. You just gonna talk? All right, I'm gonna grab another beer. I know nothing of importance will be said. I'll be right back. Go ahead, buddy.
Oh my God. See, like how bad faith is this dude? Like he literally tried to make me out to be the bad guy. I'm not saying hit your he's literally it's pissing me off.
I kind of get where you're coming from.
Can I ask you a question? Because I'm going up next.
Thing, I do understand that from one perspective.
I mean,
in case... Go ahead.
Ruji, I'm going to ask you a question, mostly because Nacho and Prime have already answered it. Do you think that spanking is bad? Or I'm saying not. Let me correct. Not good. Not good.
Long term. No, not in the long term. Not even in the short. Not even in the short term. But my whole point of this at the beginning, where these when the hypotheticals came up, is that these things do happen. It was that's why I feel like when Prom came up with the hypotheticals. And people were saying that these hypotheticals aren't real. Like these scenarios do happen, and then it just turned into a whole clusterfuck.
I just don't think it's
and
that
I
simple,
understand.
though. Like, I
Wait,
just
wait, wait.
really don't
Holy
think it's that
shit.
simple.
So, and I'm not automatically saying everything like all spanking is bad and all that. That wasn't what I was asking. You have said it, Prime has said it, and now Ruji has said it, that it's not a good thing to spank your kid, right?
It's
So,
not.
my-
It's
my-
not a
my-
good thing, dude.
Just for anything,
Wait,
yeah,
yes,
no.
yes.
All right,
I'm
false. True.
not trying to paint you in any kind of a bad light or anything like that. I'm making sure we're clear, because when fucking Hans asked the question earlier, like, well, what if spanking doesn't work? Almost everyone was like, hey, we take our kid to a psychologist, figure out why the fuck it's not working, and we work our way through there. So
Okay, but
why are you okay with drawing the
I
lines?
said the same thing.
Wait,
I said the same thing.
Yeah, I know you did. I'm saying that. I'm saying, why are we drawing the line after spanking instead of before spanking? So why is it okay to take your kid to a psychologist if spanking doesn't work instead of if everything that led up to being spanked doesn't work?
Because we don't have the fucking money to pay for that shit. What do you mean? Like,
wait, but you do if spanking doesn't work. That
but
was literally your
we don't,
solution.
because I'm fucking growing up with a fucking single mom raising 8 kids. Like, no, we don't. We can't afford that
There's
shit.
not
Like, what
money
do you
for a
mean?
psychologist because
No,
we
no,
don't
no,
have
I mean,
social
not-
health care
Nacho,
to deal with this shit.
I'm trying to paint you the picture that I
get it.
like.
Nacho, I get it.
Saying? Like,
buddy,
you
I
get
love
what
you.
I'm saying?
Not everybody has money.
Like,
Okay,
not
I get it.
money
People are
to-
poor.
to get
Well,
yeah.
no, but the
Hell
extremely
yeah,
salient
dude.
point that Truly Phase just made is that what he's asking for is a threshold for you, where it seems like for you that
I
you
wanna
are
get that
okay
dude
with
back.
everything up until spanking.
He's dope, man.
And then
He's-
instead of the
he
next
says some
step
fire
being, say,
shit. I like
getting
him.
a therapist, you choose the spanking first, and then if the spanking doesn't work, then you pick psychologist. I would guess it would be like the other threshold that I would ask then is
like,
what is
usually-
the monetary difference that you would try and hit your kid first before you take them to therapy? Because apparently the money was there.
That's not.
right?
That
I'm
just
just
seems
happy you're
really
arguing for
fucking
socialized
disingenuous,
healthcare.
though. That just seems really fucking
See,
shitty,
that
though,
is.
for you to
That
you
really
to frame
is.
it in that fucking way. Just seems really shitty, though,
that
because
was
it's
the
like
question.
I'm not just because I grew up in this way. Like, but
That's
like
what Ruji just said. Ruji said he was going to
No,
give
it
the
is
slap on the
not.
hand.
No,
and
it
if the
is
tap
not.
didn't work, then therapy. How about
No,
we skip
if
the tap
I
and just
grew-
go to therapy?
Okay,
Come on, man.
Okay, shut the
Holy
everyone.
see, you
everyone,
see how unreasonable he's
yeah,
being.
Okay. So let me try it. Okay, so I'm so False is trying to get Truly False is trying to get to someplace. So let me try to assist. Truly False. If I'm saying your point incorrectly, please let me know. Please correct me. All right. I don't want to do that. So Ryuji, they're trying to paint they're trying to understand like why spanking is integral to these series of steps. There's a series of steps that are going to happen, right?
Okay.
This very unruly kid, right? Okay, so you're saying, right, that you know, like you would try different things, like, hey, knock it the fuck off, right? Like we are in a public place, act like you know, right? Knock it the fuck off, get yourself together. It doesn't do it. And then you're like, well, you got to go into a timeout. Kid doesn't do it, right? Kid doesn't stop, right? Knocking over shit or whatever this is, the particular hypothetical we're using at this point, right? And then next step, all right, now it's time for a spanking. Now, however you define that, but you're defining it very light. So that happens, and then it still doesn't work, right? And then you said, and I believe that's what you said, that the next step is to, we'll also have to maybe go to therapy.
It's going to turn into more
Therapy
dabs and beers. I'm running low.
So hold on, let me just
Which is
finish
better.
this, and then
This is a
definitely want to
dabbing
hear from you,
podcast,
right?
not a beering podcast.
So, like, did you have to go? We'll have to go to therapy. What they're asking for is, well, if you can acknowledge that, well, everything up until spanking, should be done, right?
Did
and
we add
then
that, Kat?
after spanking, the therapy
Yes,
also
I
should
wanna
be
make
done,
sure we add you.
right? And if the
Thank you. You're
if
a
the
cool
spanking
guy
itself
too, man.
is
I wanna
not
add you as a
may
friend
not
even.
be effective, then why have the spanking at all? If we can understand
Make
that
sure
it has
to
these
add me on
detrimental
Discord
effects,
too.
then why even include this step at all? When those other steps that you're already including, right, don't have those same detrimental effects. So why include spanking if you can acknowledge that therapy and then like talking to the kid works. So could you answer that?
Okay.
I mean, yeah. Go ahead. Sorry.
Especially
Good summary. Yep.
like a single parent house. What?
Ryuji, go ahead.
I came from a single parent home, so not a lot of like black families have money to get a therapist. I guess you could do the stern talking to, or you could take them out of the store if they're acting like unruly. I guess that can be a thing too. But sometimes, like I said, some parents, or at least some black parents, do like resort to a smack on the hand to to have the child drop the toy or something like that. But it's never nothing like malicious. Okay, I agree that yes, beating your children has some lasting effects that might make children defiant and stuff like that. But what I don't understand is that simply saying that these things do happen is enough to get one person fucking triggered to the point where he starts taking my whole argument and trying to make me out to be this person who wants parents to fucking give their kids to people's elbow.
I don't think. Pull back.
You're gonna make it so much worse.
I'll handle it.
I want him to be mad. I'm living for this. This is the best present I've ever gotten.
Sorry.
Happy birthday to me.
Holy shit. Okay. My friend Chinchilla DM'd me, and I said his name instead of Hans. Okay, Ryuji. I don't think you actually answered the question that they were trying to think, right? What true or false is going for. Okay. If you can acknowledge that these other steps can be necessary. Right? Everything other than spanking can be possibly effective, but they can fail. But can be possibly effective. If you can acknowledge that, and that there's a step after spanking, and it may not have to be therapy. There could be another answer, right?
I'm in the
What is the last step? What is after spanking?
But okay, let's say removal. Let's say removal is after spanking, right? I don't know, just something.
Why don't we remove them first?
Oh my gosh, shut the fuck up, Hans. I'm really
because you don't fucking know it exists, man.
Trying to make your point for you. Shut the fuck up. All right. Anyway, right.
I like that name.
So let's say it's removal, right? Just to fill in the blank here, right? If you can acknowledge that all those other steps are important, right? So that's steps 1, 2, 3 are good, and steps 5 are good. Why step 4? Step 4, which is spanking and which is detrimental. That you've acknowledged. Why even include that? You can use those other options instead of spanking.
Well, I've been here since I was 12, so
Spanking would be unnecessary. I wouldn't know other than personal experience. So I guess.
Ryuji, can I ask you a question, Ryuji?
I got some
were you
holy shit?
Yeah, let him finish, dude.
Yeah, sorry. Go ahead. Yeah, sorry. Go ahead. I have a question for you though.
Question.
I'm a
go ahead and ask your question because everybody's going to attack me anyway. Come on.
Yeah, it's not an attack. It's more because I'm trying to relate.
And no one should have guns.
From my personal experience, I don't even know what the fuck a therapist is until
by the way.
17, 16. I don't know anything about that. So, from your experience, how does that strike you? What does that mean to you? For someone to just say, take your kids to a therapist.
I'm democratic socialist. I still believe that we need a market.
Well, my mom didn't start doing therapy for me because I have a disability, so I didn't start going to therapy or getting mental help until I was 13 in middle school or anything like
schools.
That. So
not everybody wants to be.
My mom had helped to do that, but for any normal parent with
and not have to pay for
have you ever asked her?
Conversely, you should also
exactly. So have you ever asked her when she even knew that was an option?
In Arizona, where I'm at, if she chose to go you're automatically kicked out of any kind of welfare program.
I think that had something to do with my disability, which is lead paint poison. Which was lead paint.
Oh Jesus, it's gonna be.
I think that mostly has something to do with that.
Was it around the same time period?
And a lot of activism, and you've really got to be an electoralist.
I'm asking
because
for me,
No.
like it was
It really
similar.
started
Like,
affecting me into my
that don't
teens.
want to
So
do
yeah.
anything.
okay. Yeah, because it was
Just
similar
wanna
to me.
upend the whole
For me, it was like
government. That's not gonna
13 to like
happen.
15.
We've got to work within the
and
system.
that was like the only time my
We
mom had
can,
ever
I
even
think,
like
either prop
approached
up a
that
third
kind of subject, or
party
even like knew that that was an option, or
substantially
even
change
tried to
the,
exercise or even look into that as an option.
So
the Democratic Party to do that.
Just out of curiosity, because right, I get it's kind of a fucking rough question to answer and stuff like that. Kind of why I asked it. So
Usually it's gotta be a
I
pyre
also
when
asked
I'm
this to
talking.
American and Prime. So if either of you, because I get why it's like hard to actually come to like a hard answer on this one, because it gets down to the actual like why you're drawing the line, where you're drawing the line. That's why I asked it. So like, do either of you have an answer? Like why we draw the line post spanking, not pre spanking?
That's what. So okay, maybe that's what. Maybe wasn't
Obi-Wan,
understood by
let's
what,
do
what
it
I was
for
trying
sure.
to ask
If you want to add
Ryushin,
our Discord,
it's like you
I'll
come from like an
Discord
underprivileged family. You
call-ins,
come from
so
like a lower
you're
class.
more than welcome to hop on, and we can do that.
Like in my case,
I just
there's
posted
8
it in
kids
the
my
chat.
family, raised by a single mom.
Dude,
Like,
I come from.
we don't have shit.
I can tell you where from.
But
I can
you
tell
guys
you
were
I'm
asked,
from the city. I come from the city, Baltimore.
when you guys were asked earlier,
I'm from Baltimore City. Like I live in the.
when you guys were asked earlier, and
Like, I live in-
your guys' answer to like, well, what comes after spanking if spanking doesn't work? Your guys' answer was like, hey, we take our kid to therapy because at that point it's not working anymore.
That wasn't my answer. Because
Yeah, I don't remember saying that shit at all. Like I think if you asked me that, I would have probably said I have no idea.
Listen. I can admit. Okay. Like, listen. In the case of like I'm being in good faith. Like I did say something to the line of that. So I'm not gonna fucking act like I didn't say that. So I did say something to the line of that. But I was trying to answer the question while being attacked like on fucking like by all sides. So like I'm kind of stuttering because I'm trying to make sure I don't mess up what I say, because somebody's just gonna use what I say and try to make it seem like I'm like this bad person.
Respond to the words that come out of your mouth.
That's good. That's good. I love Hans. Fuck Hans in this entire conversation. I want to hear what you have to say. I'm asking you a question. Hans, I love you. We're on the same side.
I love you too.
Helps me out with all that.
I'll be nice to him. I promise. I'll mute myself. No money needed.
All right.
Oh, money needed.
Dude, you've been attacking me for shit that Fnatic
I
said
love
too.
the generosity. He's such a great player, man.
Oh my god. Don't worry.
Hans,
You gotta be a Spurs fan. I'm
we just
taking
agreed
it.
we were going to stop the meta. We were going to stop the meta conversation. We were going to focus on the actual question, please, because I would like an actual answer.
Come on.
Yeah, I would like the actual answer. It's a hard question. That's the reason why I asked it. Now, if you want to talk about like financial means as to why people can't pay for it, yeah, but I mean we're gonna come into that same like kind of option as to like, well, if you spank your kids and you're poor, what comes afterwards? I mean, we get into some sort of level where you have to do something afterwards.
Nice. Went to Ginobili's retirement
What do
game
Hans want me
with
to
my
say?
wife,
That,
and
you know, because
yeah,
I'm
I
poor,
would too.
I don't care what
man.
Hans wants
the way
you to
how
say.
I treat things.
King of the
Yeah,
world.
look, man. Fuck that
change
shit.
basketball.
Because I'm poor and I grew up in a harsh.
I'm poor as fuck too, man. Fuck Hans. Like, just say
because I'm
look,
poor.
because shut up, man. Shut the fuck up for a minute.
Ryuji, go ahead. I want you to answer this, man.
Because I'm poor and I grew up in. Because I am poor and I grew up in a environment that was fucking harsh. Okay. So yeah, I
he's
have
upset.
this stance
He's
because
triggered.
it's what I like.
I'm actually gonna give him a minute to speak. He's
been attacked for
he's
it.
feeling
Seriously?
some shit.
Yeah, dude. I grew up in the city with no money. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah. Okay. Let's go.
Is that what you wanted? Is that what you want me to say?
That's not a justification, though, for your.
Join Stella Artois.
That's the issue at the end of the day.
Oh no! Don't no.
Like the
Whoa,
baby.
shut up! No, pull back. All right.
Let's just
Go
time
ahead,
out for a second, man. Like
Pam,
that's not cool,
then
dude.
Seth.
I don't want people to feel hurt like
well,
that.
I think the important thing to remember here is I don't think what Black Ryuji is trying to say, or what he's trying to say, is that it's understandable that this happens, right? It's understandable that people in these circumstances do it and it doesn't mean they're bad people. It doesn't mean they don't love their kids. All of that stuff. Now, I would still push back and say, we can say that this was a bad thing they did, while also saying that they were very loving parents and that they can be loving parents. And I would still say going forward, we should not do this because it's shown not to work. But I do think it's very important. In fact, I think it's probably more important to just realize that, okay, your parents doing this doesn't necessarily mean that they're bad people. And I think I understand why, Black Ryuji is, feeling attacked, feeling like, people are calling, stuff that he knows his parents loved him, or he knows his parents loved him. He knows that.
Yeah, the topic is spanking or not spanking.
So,
I fall in the realm of like, look, I got a daughter, and maybe I'm a little bit more sensitive because I'm a single dad. But I haven't really had to do that much. I mean, I've had to slap her hand away. She told me, as a matter of fact, she came in the room during the conversation and she reminded me, you spanked me 5 times in my life.
However,
but her version of spanking is me like tapping her hand or something like that, to the effect of like getting her like not to do something that would be harmful to herself or someone else.
And I think we should all just
never ever for like
that said, I think
BS
I
like just you broke the rules kind of shit,
at Problematic Pan on Twitch. Thank you all
but she
for
counted it 5 times. She's 12, so
be a little bit nicer next time. I get it's your birthday, but that's no excuse to be a bully. It's a little bit of an excuse, but not good enough. Good night, everybody.
Okay, have a good one. Thank you. All right, let's go to Sen.
Yeah, that's hard,
then,
man.
Chippy, and then
And I like that's where I lie on it. And you know what? She's a good student. She's a good kid. I don't have any problems. Like I can sit on these streams for like 8 hours with her being the age she is.
What is your
She
solution
texts me what's going on. She'll pop in if she needs something. You guys just can't see her because of where the camera is. But she pops in. And I'll talk to her or whatever. And like we spend a lot of time together too outside of this, so don't think I'm solely stuck on here. But I think a lot of it is spending time with and knowing your kids. If you do that, you don't have to spank them. Even if they have these kinds of issues where like they go off like they're talking about here. That's because they've had problems before, and at that point you'd be prepared for it. It's the question
it's not that I'm worried
is
about
based
what
in
won't work.
a lack of experience in parenting, and that's kind of my problem with the question.
So you're saying,
although I understand,
like, what if this tool isn't
no,
effective?
nobody wants to spank their kids ever, and it's horrible. It's a bad practice.
Works,
People
right?
should
like as a parent, like what else can you do, right? Like you have if you take out spanking, right, and you have all of your stuff, right, like everything that you all suggested, and a good suggestion certainly. And that doesn't work. Well, what do you do? Right? Well, like therapy isn't. Let's push therapy off the table because therapy isn't immediately available to solve an issue. Right? It's like your therapist won't magically appear and have a sit-down chat with an hour about your kid about what's going on. Right? So great. So, but like, what can you do in the immediate? Right? And I'm talking about what's effective. Okay? So I'm putting on a tool on the table that is effective, that can actually correct behavior in that moment. Now you can say that it has detrimental effects, right? Okay, sure, right? But I'm not taking that tool off the table.
Oh,
so
hey,
that
I like
work,
that you're actually giving some
really
substantive comments in the chat, Obi-Wan. I appreciate that.
Things, right?
It's all
And
subjective issue. My stepson is autistic, and my wife was influential in helping me understand how that causes a disconnect between corporal punishment and consequences. But yeah, I can't imagine ever spanking my daughter.
Where I would disagree is
she's 11 months old as of today. But I don't know where I'll be in a few years. No, it's really hard, man.
I guess then.
Like I popped her hand a few times because she like tried to touch the stove.
Where do you go?
One time I smacked her butt because she ran out. She ran out in the street and almost got hit by a car. Like the few times that she ever got any kind of like what you would call
as well, right? though. You probably already
kind of
tried
spanking.
that. I don't know. Your kid's
It was
fucking
seriously
losing
like
their
a
shit. You know,
like
well,
she was
I
right.
don't
She was
know.
like
It's
5
the
times.
same thing is
And it was
like
all
it's the
because
same
she
thing
was
as
going to
like
hurt herself,
I
and I
won't
was
take
trying to teach her,
off the
hey,
table
this
spanking
is going to
because
hurt.
That can
Don't
immediately
do
solve the
that
problem.
because that's going to hurt. You know.
So yeah,
It was
like,
more the
you're saying
learning
what to
experience
do
of
next.
teaching her. If
If
you
you're at that
do that,
point,
it's
I-
going to hurt you.
Well, so
Not so
Ken,
much
so
like
to use the
I'm
same
going to hurt her
hypothetical
because she did
so to
something
use the same
wrong. You know what I
hypothetical we've
mean?
been using, that
It's
I
a
think
different.
Fanatic was the
It's
one that actually brought up, like the kid lighting
I
matches.
came up in martial arts, and like a lot
You
of the
take the
things you
fucking matches
learn
out of
is
their
like.
hand. Like yes, you can quote unquote restrain your kid
learn,
without like physically
hey,
harming your kid.
This hurts you.
I assume, as a grown ass adult,
and you
can
have to
do
take
this.
that a
I
little bit.
believe in you.
It's not the way I
like
would.
fuck.
I'm not gonna
Y'all
like
make me feel old as
say
shit
that about
because I have an
punching or
8-year-old.
something like that.
No,
but, you know.
he's saying multiple times.
Yeah,
no,
when I
what he's
okay,
saying.
when I get home, I could just hand my iPad.
Yes,
to, like,
exactly.
My fucking,
that makes
2 or
sense.
3-year-old kid.
Not as
that's
a
fine.
this
But
is a
what's 5,
punishment
6
for
years.
doing something
But
wrong.
to
It's
what
a,
extent, like,
remember that this
then
is
what?
not
Like,
good for your health.
talking about the
Exactly,
extremes.
exactly
Yes,
my
we're
point.
talking
I mean,
about the
that's
end.
the
We're
same
thinking-
thing.
If it gets to the point where it hurt themselves or
handing your
others,
iPad
that's where
it's
like
just
you
something
step
opposite
in.
direction,
trying to
yeah.
burn
But
your
if it's
house down.
others, you
entertaining-
can easily
it's-
diffuse that because
it's
there are
similar.
so many
It's not
grappling
exactly the same
techniques that
because
you
you're
can
not
use that they
punishing them
teach.
for something.
And
But
they teach them in
you're
parenting
entertaining,
classes
like,
for people
when you
that
get off of
like
work, this
are
is something that me and
have
my
parents
family
that are
have talked
autistic
about,
or children
with
that
my
are
brothers and sisters
autistic or
and stuff like that. Like,
have developmental
because
disabilities
you're
or
just handing them
or,
a device like to entertain
things
them
like that.
because
You know,
that's more convenient to you than being a real parent. Than you sitting with them on the couch and
oh
like,
yeah, you
how
know,
was your day? Talking.
I
to
know
them,
my
having
brother. He
conversation with them,
didn't
like,
ever spank
reading
his
a book
kids
to
either.
them.
He's got
Yeah,
6.
like, if you want to,
He didn't spank
opposite
them,
direction.
but I
If you
mean,
wanna
it was a
extend this
thing
to,
where
like,
it was
all
like,
parenting
okay,
tactics, we can do
guess
that.
what?
Like, I
You're
limit
gonna
my
go.
kids
You're gonna
out-
go
my-
sit on
my
the wall
kids'
for a
time
while,
on
and that
her
meant
iPad,
like.
but,
You know,
like,
like
by- I
the
think
wall
she has an
sits that you
hour
had
a
to do
day.
in school,
Like
for
like
PE.
I do this
He had his
already.
kids doing that at like 4 years
when we're
old,
talking about like punishing kids for misbehaving.
and I kind of don't
Like,
feel
where we-
bad
where
about
we go to
that
the line,
because those kids are
the line
like
is
in
drawn at
like
you prevent them
incredible
from hurting
physical shape. One of them's a he's like
that's it.
working into being a
You
fitness
don't gotta
model right
spank
now.
your kid to stop them from hurting themselves. You got to restrain your kid.
But
And
they're just
we're all
they're
we're all
ripped.
grown ass adults here, and I fully believe in your ability to restrain a fucking 7-year-old. So you can restrain a 7-year-old, and then at the end, yes, if therapy is is too expensive for you, my answer to my solution is fuck. You have
I'm in
to
a long
find the
line. That's
money.
why I'm talking
I
to you
have
guys
bankrupted
because
myself
they're gonna make
for,
me
like,
hold on
sending
for a
my kid
while.
because she's got like some genetic disease and
They
stuff
got all
like
these
this.
people with
You
more
have to figure
followers
it
and
out.
subscribers and shit, so I always put those guys up front.
Literally the only option.
You're destroying the quality of life of the other kid, right?
That is literally the only option.
That is not.
So then you just do it for the oldest kid, and then that's it. You just say fuck it, like you're
No,
gonna.
because your alternative is either one. So if we're
Well, because
if we're
that's
going
what
if we're going
situation what because
No.
that's what I'm not trying to like be like hyperbolic. I'm just saying like that was literally a
The
situation in
rest
my
of them
household.
are
There was
like
8 kids in my
major,
family.
but
Like, what, you
Hans
just
and
spend all the
Stardust
money
take
on
up a lot
and
of
say,
space.
Fuck it to the other 7 or like what? What do you do?
my family was reversed. All the younger, the 2 younger kids were the ones that cost like $1 million babies. But like overall, you have to make these decisions because we're talking about like we're talking about the extremes. We're talking about what happens if X doesn't work anymore. So if spanking doesn't work, or if you draw the line before spanking, if whatever disciplinary method you're using before that doesn't work, then what do you do after? Because you have to do something.
You have to as an adult in any situation, right? You have to draw the pros and cons. Now, like, if you have the money, right, for therapy, if that's something that's available too. Yeah, definitely. Like if things are that bad, maybe your kid is suffering from something serious. Maybe they're acting out from serious trauma. That's a possibility, right? But in the real world, so many people don't have access to those things. Right? And unfortunately, in our country, we don't take mental health seriously. It's a problem, right? But we don't take it seriously.
That's what I was.
Stardust
trying to
and
point out
Hans
that,
are
like,
raising their hands
A
now.
lot of families have
Prime must have
access
got
to
real
fucking
pissed.
Yeah, exactly. Right? So you may not necessarily have access. And to say something as reductive as, well, you have to raise some money, right? Bankrupt yourself. No, that's not. Sometimes you have to weigh the cost benefit analysis of these things, right? And maybe like the better idea for you is to like send send your kid to fucking boot camp or some shit. I don't know, right? Like there are other kinds of things that won't bankrupt your family. If it's between eating, oh, thank you, Nicholas. Nicholas Dario. Hello, hi. Thank you for being so kind as to rate us with 40 individuals. That's awfully kind of you. Everyone, go follow Nicholas.
I'm really
Back to
liking
the channel.
debating with the
Hold
music
on,
in the
it's nice to meet
background.
you.
It makes it a
My
lot
name is
more
Prime.
chill for me.
We do this walk-on panels. This is an open walk-on panel. We're audience members. These are all members of my audience who just walked in and are some of them being highly annoying. That's Hans over there. If these are people who walked on. We have these panels all the time. Right? If you want to be a part of them, exclamation point opening chat shows you how. And we have invite only panels. We have 1v1 debates, 2v2s. We have interviews. We have all kinds of stuff. If any of that interests you, any of that at all, hit that follow button right now. Make sure notifications are on so you know I'm going
Everybody's
live.
all hitting their high fives. You see
Don't
them.
want you to miss out on all the content. Again, thank you, Nick, for being so kind.
By the way, anybody that's here that hasn't followed Prime, go ahead and follow Prime.
This channel.
But subscribe to me
So yeah,
over
you have to do a
subscribing to
cost-benefit
Prime.
analysis,
Because
right?
he's
You may
got a
not
lot
be
more
able to,
subscribers than me, and I'm sure he'll be
do
alright.
these things, right? There are even
If
other
you have to make
options
the
on the
choice.
table
Otherwise,
beyond
subscribe
that.
to both.
Like if it's between putting food on the table and disciplining your child, or getting to the bottom of what the fuck is happening with your kid, right? Like you may not have the ability to do that. In the real world, parents have to make these decisions all the time, right?
I agree.
And so I don't want to, and I know you weren't trying to say this. I know you weren't trying to say this. I don't want to put this words in your mouth. But I don't want to make it seem like you're a bad parent because you didn't like go like the quote unquote extra mile to get your kid therapy when that could have cost you been highly detrimental to your economic situation, right? These are the costs that we just have to bear. And sometimes, yeah, your kid's gonna fucking act up, and maybe this kid has to go to a fucking Jew.
These guys don't have children. It's fucking painful. The guy on the bottom in the middle. He does.
So
and
why do we draw that
honestly,
line
the guy in
to go back to the original
Sen,
question?
He's
Because
made some really good points.
Can I answer?
I don't draw the line.
We don't. That's the point that he's trying to make.
Why shouldn't we?
Why shouldn't we?
Okay,
because it might be an effective tool
It's
to
a
get the
hard
job
answer
done.
It's a hard
I've already
answer.
answered that. I've already answered that. Okay, hold on. I got people in line who've been waiting patiently. Hans, you're online. I told you you're online, right? So we're gonna go to Tubi. We're gonna go to Chinchilla. We'll go to Hans, Jason, and what's the face? Star. With your face.
Wow.
Star, and
What's her face?
I
got picked ahead of Star in position between Hans and Star. Shit.
Sorry, we got another.
I better come with the fire.
Who I don't know. Hello, Augie RFC. Nice to meet you. I gotta do the same thing. Sorry, I gotta introduce myself to this audience. Hello, new individuals.
Crop or die.
Thank you, Augie, whoever you are, mass individual, for being so kind. Everyone, go follow Augie. My name is Prime. We have these panels that we do all the time. These random motherfuckers just walked in, right, and are causing trouble. If you want to be one of these people, and you want to join this conversation,
He's getting tired of the same old folks popping in.
We have open walk-on panels 6 nights a week. We always have content for you, plenty of it, right? We have open walk-on panels, invite-only panels, right? Which are more organized. Well, barely when it comes to me, right? We have 1v1 debates. We have 2v2s. We have interviews. We have all kinds of things that happen in this community. If any of that interests you right now, do yourself a favor, hit that follow button, make sure notifications are on so you know I'm going live because I do this 6 nights a week. Don't want you to miss out on any of this content. So thank you. Augie, hopefully I didn't miss you typing in chat or anything. But thank you for being so kind as to share your audience with me, with my community.
Wow.
Again, we're seeing some follows there, and we thank you all. Welcome to what we're trying to do here. So hit that follow button right now before you leave. Hit that follow button. Make sure to
Tell Stardust to get off her phone.
Okay. 2B, you've been waiting. Go ahead.
JK.
Yeah, I mean, I guess for me, I've been listening to what people are saying, and I'm sensitive what Nacho was saying about, there are certain cases where you come from a kind of background, and that makes you predisposed to behaving in more extreme ways than other people. I mean, at the end of the day, though, I don't think what's teaching you, what got you out of your ways. And I don't know your life story, but I mean, I don't think what gets people out of their ways is like getting hit. I just find that hard to believe. I think it's maybe effective when you're young.
That's not what I was trying to say. But
Okay, well, it seems like that. But even if you're not, let me argue against that idea for a little bit. I think, like, I understand where Hans is coming from, because I think at the end of the day, you're trying to induce this change in behavior. I don't think the induction of that change in behavior has the catalyst of, I hit you, so now you'll not behave this way. I think what's changing people when you actually hit them and they do change is not the fact that they learn something from that, it's fear. And I would rather have mechanisms for trying to teach people why their behavior is wrong and get them to come to that conclusion. I understand some people are completely unruly and they don't listen no matter what they do. I was at some point like this in my life. You know, I was doing really bad in school, you know, and my mom would literally beat me like all the time, but pretty badly too, about that. And it was like these other things that were surrounding me. I was around a lot of people who were in gangs. Like you, I come from a single parent household. I mean, to this day, I still don't have a close relationship with my father. Don't talk to him at all. I mean, there's a lot of factors going on in my life that made it so that I was not, and also my environment, like the stuff that's going around me. I didn't have a disposition that was appropriate or that would have made me viable in the kind of things in the environment that was surrounding me. And I don't think the reason I ended up getting out of that was because, and actually doing well and being able to pursue my PhD now, is because my mom was hitting me. I think, in fact, I'm doing all this in spite of all that. And I have a good relationship with my mom in spite of that stuff. I think it was just partially catalyzed by my grandfather passing away, him talking to me about certain things that he would like me to do. So appealing to my emotions outside of like savage beating. So there's a bunch of other things that acted as an impetus for me to change my problematic ways. And I just don't think the beating thing is useful. Like I really don't. I understand why people resort to it, but again, I think that people falling into frustration and then trying to get this immediate solution through savagery, which I don't think is useful.
Yeah, and I want to be clear.
No. We gotta keep moving, because there's a lot of people who are waiting. Chinchilla, then Hans.
Yeah. So this was like kind of my point, because of the fact that my dad used to like spank me as well. So my dad was actually like spanking me and that kind of stuff, and it wasn't really effective. Like my mom was way more effective in her ways to try to push me with like psychology, like kind of stuff, like in that sense. Like my dad was like a detriment, and like my relationship with my dad was like pretty terrible until like I reached like 25, where we kind of settled the score and said like, well, the best is the best and that kind of stuff, you know. And like honestly, like if he didn't go down that road, like honestly, like I could have like a better like relationship with my dad. And I think that a lot of people that had that kind of stuff in their past, right, they could have like a better relationship with their parents, and therefore they could thrive and more, because of the fact that they because like honestly, like having good relationships around you is a good thing. But my dad, I was like I was not fond of him, like because of that, because of the fact that he did that stuff. And I know this is all anecdotal, but it's like overall, I just think that it doesn't give like any benefit. Like obviously, like maybe if you have like a unruly child, like you can correct them, like you can, but that doesn't mean you gotta spank them on a daily basis first of all, or you gotta spank them on a monthly basis. Like they can be like this is a thing that it's like an extreme point. And honestly, like I grew up compared to like Ruchi, like I grew up like not in a wealthy situation, but wealthy enough to get like therapy. So why the fuck did my dad fucking spank me in that case? So that doesn't make any sense, because we had enough like money for therapy. It doesn't make any sense this is also like an argument for like free healthcare in the US. But that being said, like honestly, like I like overall like spanking doesn't make any sense if you like. I don't get it. I don't get it why you guys even argue about this. Like it's outdated practice. So like even from like a academic like perspective, so like it's way better to appeal people's reasons, like to get the kids to understand what you're doing, what you like that kind of stuff. And I just feel kind of sad around this whole conversation.
I
Okay.
think
No,
the whole thing is
we can't just go back and forth with explaining. We've already explained. We just got to move on. We got other people. Let's move on. So Hans.
All right. So I would like to extend an olive branch, specifically Ryuji. Sorry for making it so like frustrating that you like had to leave. I'm really happy that you're back. So
I disconnected. I didn't leave, but yeah.
Okay. Well, regardless, right? So I understand that the circumstances of like you like growing up and stuff was very difficult. I'm not attacking you as an individual. What I'm saying is just because something happened to you, and again, I'm sure you're a great guy. What happened to you, like in terms of like say like spanking or like the taps or whatever, that's been proven to be bad. And you seem to be like a pretty decent, emotionally respondent guy. Like, and again, like that's a benefit to you. Like, I like it when people like are able to like explain like when something's like bothering you. That is a good thing. You are a good person in spite of what happened to you, not because of what
This
happened.
is intense.
And what I am so frustrated, and the same thing that Chinchilla and that Study Mate and like all of Red Shirt Gang and Blue Shirt Guy, Sen, I see you, buddy, are talking about like on this panel. And what Zuby was talking about, I assume what Titan brought up as well, and Jason, is that's and like pretty much most people except for like you three, again, like you're getting dogpiled, so I'm really sorry about that, is that this is not a good thing. There's no good evidence that spanking is a good thing. I'm gonna use spanking, I'm not gonna use hitting, because specifically that spanking and like the light taps are not a good thing. And I understand that we might want to justify this because it happened to us, because it happened to me too, and I'm really, really sorry that this happened. But this is not good, and we should not encourage this. If we want to talk about how individual people, like the circumstances are bad and they can't afford therapy, let's talk about how we make it so society can make it so people can afford therapy. Let's not say things are so bad that you just have to have this happen to you. Let's leave it at sometimes situations are terrible and they should still never do it. We should either scrape the money like for the therapy, or just let them run wild a little bit, or we should try and restrain them, like what Prime talked about earlier, as an alternative to the potential tapping. That's all we want, and the frustration of what this conversation has turned to. And again, I completely admit, I'll bite this bullet. I've been a little bit drunk. I've been memeing. I've been creaming. Like, I've been part of this. But like specifically, we don't want this to happen. And again, I get it. This has happened to a lot of people on this panel because a lot of us have been spanked. But it seems like all the good evidence is this is a bad thing, and we don't want it to continue. And just because it happened to us, and like us defending that because like it happened to us and our parents were in tough situations, I'm not saying your parents are bad parents. I'm sure your parents are lovely parents, or like you're a single parent or whatever. Same thing with Nacho's mom. Like my parents are great parents. They spanked me a bit, like that. I still love them to death. They're still great people, right? People make mistakes, but saying that this is an acceptable like thing just because you were pushed too far or because things are hard is not a good thing like to be pushing. So as a societal standard and as a parenting standard, we have to say this is unacceptable because one, it doesn't work. We know that it damages kids. And if we want to do the cost benefit analysis like some people are talking about in chat, I'm really sorry. Having one situation where your kid's being like too rambunctious for you to handle, or being like angry, or being the pyromaniac stuff, hitting them or the spanking of them is not worth the long-term damage. And I'm really sorry, and I'm not trying to attack you personally, even though I've been memeing at you. So I've been partially attacking you personally, but mostly I've been trying to talk about this specifically your arguments. And I'm sorry about what happened to you. But we have a responsibility to be better for this generation, for any generation after. And no matter what happened to us, no matter what our parents did, we have a responsibility as people, as parents, as members of the society to make sure that this doesn't happen, because we have the justification, we have the evidence, this is a bad thing. So we should stop it as much as possible. And if we're all just going to agree and say, hey, there's like some crazy fringe scenario when someone fucked up and they hit someone when they shouldn't, we can say, yeah, they shouldn't have done that, and then we can move on. That's the end of this conversation.
Shit, I got beat
What are
up,
we gonna
dude.
do? Are we just gonna keep going back and forth about like the
Unfortunately.
hypothetical about like how like where like the line is where we
But
hit these kids? I'm willing to leave
was
it
a
if you're willing
cultural
to leave it as
thing
well,
from the
because I think
South.
that's where we're
They
all
didn't
at.
kind of
If
know
we wanna
better,
parse heads
and
over this sort of stuff,
I
that's
hate it.
fine,
You know,
but like, how about we stop?
it's just unfortunately really, really
Prime, can I-
screwed up reality.
Can I counter that?
If Ryuichi wants to respond first, then
Yeah.
You know what? We made
yeah, I
amends
guess we
over
can-
it
I
when
guess
he
we
got
can
older,
leave it
and
because-
like I'm actually in a good place. So
Yeah,
you
I
know,
guess we
like
can
the
leave
good thing was he knew he did wrong.
you
And
yeah,
he grew
so,
from it and
like,
learned from it,
Hans
and I
posed, like,
grew from it and learned
like,
from
one
it.
question I have for you,
Unfortunately,
like,
it took some hard
people
roads,
that,
but you know,
like, are,
that's how you got to do
like,
sometimes. And forgiveness is
low
important,
income
man. Like, because I'm gonna go back to the one thing
would
I
you
was
say,
talking
like,
about
poor,
before, and I'm
right?
gonna keep
They
saying
have,
this is
like,
gonna be
limited
recurring on my
resources on, like,
streams.
educating their
Is you
kids,
have to come at
and
things with the
they,
perspective
they
of love. You
might
know,
go for, like,
you
more
have to
extreme
be in the
tactics,
interest
like,
of
AKA spanking,
doing
that kind of
better
stuff.
for
Be-
your
because
future generations and for
they
you,
don't seem
the
to
generations
be able
before
to
you, you
educate
know,
their
that are
kids.
still
So
here, you know.
in
Yeah,
that
all parents
sense,
are
like,
learning. No one is an
maybe
expert,
maybe
and
because of
parenting
that,
is
right,
not
you can say
parenting
that
is not a science.
maybe
As
in
much as
that
people would like
case,
to make it
maybe spanking
out
is a
that
good
way.
source. Like if you live
It's
like
an
in a
art.
gang, no. If you live like in like a neighborhood where there's a lot of like violence and that kind of stuff, you might wanna like make sure your kids don't go on the same path. So but, like that kind of stuff. So that might be an interesting thought for you to have, like compared to where I grew up. Like because this is like basically what Black Ruchi was saying. Like I think it's he. So I think he was saying like there is like a difference in growing up when you are like poor and when you are like middle class or like rich, right? So these are interesting things to think about, right? Hans?
But the data just does not support that, right? Like I know we can all talk about our own anecdotes about like I grew up this way and this way.
Yeah.
It's all great, but the data, if we just zoom out and look at, you know, those interactions as a whole, they just aren't productive, and we just know that. So that's why it's frustrating on our side.
What do you mean? Can you like expand on that? Like, what do you mean?
I mean, they've already talked about the studies. So,
Like Nacho, the overwhelming like, majority of evidence. Like,
really wanna, we got it.
That, like hitting your kids.
We
is bad.
got
Spanking
it.
kids is
All right,
bad.
shut up.
My question.
Sorry, hold on. I want to go to Jason and then talking Stardust.
So one thing I want to point out is that parenting is not a science, it's an art. You are crafting and creating the perspectives of a life, okay? Post-birth, you know, I mean, it's not an easy thing. There are a lot of gradients, okay? And it's really easy to like demonize everything about somebody that say spanks or whatever, or has spanked. But the truth is that we live within a society of gradients. However, we do know that scientific studies show repeatedly over and over again that spanking is not good. So should we avoid it at every cost, no matter what the cost, if we can? Like when the example was posed, you're in a place where you can't leave. No, your kid comes first. You can leave. I don't care what it is. Your kid comes first. You can leave. In a plane is a little different, but that's an absolute extreme. But again, you were posing it in like a government building or something like that. These other things, I'll leave. I don't care. If they want to arrest me, it's my kid. I'm gonna leave. I will restrain my child and take them out of there, and I will come back and I will explain it. And if they want to do the worst they could do to me, they can do the worst they can do to me. You know what comes first is making sure the welfare of that kid is maintained, and that's it. And not letting them go into work camps or anything like that, because that would be really bad.
Okay.
But yeah, essentially, no, don't spank your kids. Like, no, it's been done to us. It's been done in the past for generations for a lot of people, you know. But if we have science and studies that show there's another way, we should try that approach. We should try that approach, but just remember there's still a lot of people here that come from generations where that was very common, for
Based.
them. So, their families aren't necessarily bad or anything. We're just growing as a society and we're learning, and that's important, and we should advance, and that's where we should be. That's all I gotta say.
Okay. Stardust, go.
Thanks for getting my name.
I damn well know your name. Your name is female. Female. Go ahead.
Wow.
Oh, wow. Well done. Come on.
All right. What I was gonna say
That's the
is I
story
really
right there.
liked the points that have been made so far, and also, I agree. There have been studies that show that spanking is not good, and despite the fact that people had that done to them, doesn't mean that we need to continue doing it, right? We all may have turned out fine, but all of you guys may have turned out fine. I didn't get spanked. I'm deathly afraid of my mom still, and I never got spanked. But I think my dad hit me once though. But anyways, sorry. Right. I still think spanking is it's way too kinky. I'm sorry. It's just way too kinky. You can't be don't be forcing your kinks out into, wherever it is, okay? Don't do it. It's fucking weird, man. It's too kinky to be doing with your family members. Don't do it. Also, I heard a story. There's this girl told me a story about how when she was 16, her dad was spanking her, and then she didn't realize she liked it, and she let out a moan mid spank, and he never spanked her again. So
End of that.
don't do
I think I
it.
watched that video.
Is it?
Well,
The solution
in
to all
that
this
case,
spanking.
spanking is bad.
There you go. That convinced me. All right, let's go to Sen.
Hey, Stardust.
It's always Stardust.
Okay.
It's always
I
Stardust.
guess this might be my final point. I'm not sure.
Spanking is way too kinky,
Throughout this
though.
conversation, I just kind of
It should only be done in BDSM
I
relationships.
heard this forever ago and kind of didn't address it. Jason Society said it, where you can do the mega bear hug, and this takes out almost any kind of problem that you could run into. You're not as long as you can restrict them from doing it reasonably, it would actually solve most immediate problems, because what we're talking about is solving immediate problems. At home, probably not as effective, but if you're in public, unless you can't physically restrict them, it's a solution that you can pretty much easily use. It seems like a productive time.
What do you have more than one?
Wait, what?
More than one.
We've already talked about that the solution, if they keep reoffending, is going to be therapy and stuff.
No. More than one child. Excuse me.
Oh, more than one child, are acting up at multiple times.
Yeah.
Oh, then it really depends. I don't think the solution there is just outwardly spank them. Usually, if you hurt one, it might stop the others. If that doesn't happen, then they can adjust for that. I don't think spanking is going to be automatically the solution there. Because what I can always say is whatever you're going to say, anything that you're going to bring up is going to say, okay, what happens if spanking doesn't stop them? Because in almost every occasion,
what if it will stop them?
Wait, what?
What if it will stop them?
If it doesn't stop them, it's
no,
not really.
No. What if it will stop them?
Oh, it does stop them. I don't think that you would have much. If you have the very significant small portion of this information, where on one hand, taking out one in the scenario is not going to stop the problem, but having them continue, it will. I don't know how one parent would make that call at the time. That would be an incredibly difficult call that you'd have to make individually. And then at the same time, I would rather you stop the problem by just eliminating the parent. And then I'm sure there's also solutions to multiple kids.
Eliminate the parent.
Eliminate the parent.
Wait, not eliminating the parent. Eliminating problems for the parent. There are solutions. Sorry, I just misspoke. There's solutions that you can have to get out of these scenarios. I remember, it probably as harmful when you're talking younger. Multiple kids, when you have multiple kids and you're younger, you have the leashes that you can restrict them. They're just common sense solutions to all of these problems. And you can always say, well, what if it doesn't work? Well, there's evidence that you can restrict these from happening. As I went into before, with psychology, there's repeated things that you can do to stop these behaviors that you can train out. You can always say it's not going to happen, but the evidence would show that there's so much stuff you can do to stop this. There's reasonable doubt here. And then as all the points as well, there's no benefit other than immediately stopping a problem, which sometimes that won't even work. to doing it. And then the other element of it that I was going to address as well. If you endorse spanking on like a wide level, what happens when like you're going to see a parent that overuses it? There's going to be times when obviously parents go too far, even with spanking. So like if we let it be okay in like one scenario, not that I'm like morally condemning people who do it currently, but like if we completely allow it to happen to everyone, you're going to run into issues.
You can run into that slippery slope for anything, right? So like when it comes to giving you like telling your kids to go to a room, and you cannot leave your room until you've learned your lesson, right? What if I decide also I want to lock my kid in their room?
Mississippi mask mandates?
I can't
Holy
do that.
shit.
Like that's not working.
Tides
Why am I
are
locking my
changing.
closet,
Holy shit.
Right? Like timeout for you. That's why I consider timeout. So I'm gonna lock them in the closet.
Okay, let me ask. When you're
I don't
spanking, is there
know.
more
Locking
likelihood that you're
kids in
going
the
to make a
closet could be
mistake
like
and harm
very
them,
harmful.
or whether than making this decision?
So true. What if they
Yeah, you
develop
can-
like spank-proof ass cheeks? What do you do then?
Yeah. So
Are you going? What if?
I'm
Oh,
saying, like, about
I do have a
hypotheticals.
question.
Hold on. Sen.
Some type of padding on the ass
Sen,
cheek will
you
work.
can make it as a parent. You can ask other parents, right? That you can make a mistake when doing any fucking thing, right? That's
I
a
would
risk,
say the intent
right?
there is like pretty different on this scenario. Like if
I
you're
don't know
purposely
how-
trying to lock up a child, you can it's much easier to accidentally hurt a child. Well, you're hurting a child regardless, but like overly harm a child when you're spanking, than when like rather than making a consciously decision.
Like locking them in my closet, I would argue is probably far more.
Still
I
abuse.
agree.
We're talking about different types of. We're gonna Harry
Abuse is
Potter
not
some
all
kid
the
falling
same.
asleep under
No,
the
hold
stairs.
on,
Like,
shut up,
okay,
shut up,
like it's all bad.
Shut up. My point was that it is bad, right? My point was that it is bad, and so like saying that, oh well, what happens if a person goes too far? Yeah, don't go too far, right? That's the answer. Don't go too far. Just like when for any of these other solutions you're bringing up, don't go too far. Like it is what it is. If you do go too far,
My argument there was it's like much easier to go too far when you're spanking than with pretty much any most other punishments that don't involve harm.
I don't know.
How far do you go with the spanking?
That's true at all, though.
I have a question. Like honestly, like how far do you go with the spanking? Like, is it okay to leave a bruise? Is it okay to leave like something deeper?
Yeah.
Oh, you have? Okay. I'm sorry.
Is like the area that they're on.
Yeah, just hit him with a PVC pipe.
Titan. What the fuck, Titan? Stop with that. Titan, I don't like that. Don't do that.
What?
Titan. You want?
The short Stardust. The short answer is open hand, no weapons. Is how far?
Yeah, Titan.
Okay, shower rod, some squeezing.
Open hand, no weapons.
Alright, so I just have like a quick hypothetical for you, Prime. So if spanking is done as like an acceptable deterrence for like children bad behavior, does that mean you're pro death penalty to stop crime from happening as a deterrent?
Yes.
Because that's the same.
I said like I'm not morally against the death penalty at all.
I am. I'm pro death penalty.
What I'm against is our justice system. I understand that our justice system is not fair. Is not even if it is as fair it can be. It's not perfect, and we get it wrong all the time. It's not worth its life. But like
What about
in terms
corporal
of
punishment in prisons?
The death penalty is trash. I'm sorry. I would
What
never
about
subscribe
corporal
to that.
punishments in prisons? Like
I'm
being
not for the
up,
death
like
penalty.
Okay, what
Based
about what?
Ryuji. Love it.
Okay. What about people who get what about like implementing corporal punishment in prisons for like adult inmates?
Why would you do that?
Well, maybe they need to be spanked so they won't do it again.
You could like.
What
in
if
that
they like it?
situation,
If it works, hell yeah.
Well, that situation you're in a literal
little
prison,
paddle him.
and they
Yeah,
have,
but you still can misbehave in a prison, right? People misbehave in prisons and get in trouble, and
you
so
have-
maybe
how do they get in
maybe they
trouble
spank
now?
them.
you have literal.
Well, right now they give them
burdens.
more time, right?
I'm just
this time-
saying that's a subjective
well, there you
punishment
go.
because some people might like being spanked.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
You
never been
might
a
like
man.
getting spanked. That is not a line I'm willing to cross,
you
bro.
are in a
Legs are
literal
too thick.
prison.
They
You're in
just
a-
bounce off. I am spank proof.
You are in a literal prison, right? And the solution when people are acting out is to once again separate them, right?
Also,
and do
And
that
spank
for a
them.
certain amount of time. I mean, if you want to spank them, if that's what you're into, that's fine. But just literally no need. You have all the tools available that you'll need.
What
I
if
mean,
your
you have the
kid likes
right
you
to do that.
spanking them? What if your kid gets turned on by it? That is not something I'm
Also,
willing to like
hold on,
cross
hold on.
with them.
Wow,
What?
that's a great joke, Stardust. That was so
It's
funny.
not a joke. It's
It-
not a
for the
joke.
For the fourth time in a row.
in all
you just had us
seriously,
rolling.
I'm not joking about that
We're
point.
at-
I don't
you
want.
got the whole
I'm not
squad
joking
laughing.
about that point. I'm actually
Okay.
being dead serious. I don't want to be doing something with a kid that a lot of adults seem to find pleasure in.
Okay, well,
It is
I
valid.
think
I think
think
it is
even I think I think Prime would agree though too that there's a separation between like a punishment for like severe and like physical crimes versus
How
like
did we get on
something
hentai
that could
porn?
be attributed to like a mental health issue,
Hi, Biscuit.
right? Like I think everyone probably on this panel could agree that we need more like mental health support in this country as a whole. So
Yeah,
like
I
if you're
think-
going to try to draw the line between those two.
I think our system of detention is like fucked up in the first place. I would say overhaul the entire system before corporal punishment in like within for prisoners. I think there's actually lots of different options that we haven't taken, but like adults are different from people. But yeah, there's lots of different options, and that would work too.
Wait, so if
Like,
you're
you
gonna
have-
That's what we're saying with spanking, though. You just made
but I'm
wait a
saying
second,
you don't
wait,
have all
Prime.
those options.
Yeah, it's like
Yeah,
let's
you
do
don't
everything
you
but
don't have
spank.
all those options. Hold
Right,
on.
except we don't have
Hold
those
on.
fucking options.
Oh, shut up.
The analogy
Is-
worked.
Shut
We
up,
got
shut
it.
up. No, it didn't, because you're a fucking moron, because you're not fucking listening. So let me do
All
it
these
slowly
personal
for you.
attacks.
Is a person is a single parent or a parent to child. Titan, I'm gonna like disable your video if you do that again. I don't like that. Don't knock it the fuck off. Thank you. Great.
Crazy
But
man.
you're in. Yeah. Don't. You know what the fuck you're doing. Stop that. All right. Anyway, so let me try it again. I said you are in a prison. Did I not qualify with that? Did I not qualify with that? I
Someone
did?
else did,
Okay.
yeah.
Dang,
So
he's going
if
hard
you're in a
now.
prison and you have all the tools available for you as a prison, then that prison should use those tools. Those tools already are effective enough. However, a parent, as
I think
a
he's
parent,
getting off on it.
a parent.
I'm just
parent,
convinced
shut the
most of these
fuck up.
streamers have a
Shut the
bucket
fuck
under
up.
their
argument
desk
you're
because I
making.
never
Oh,
see
no,
anyone
don't worry, I'm
get
gonna
up to
mute
go
you.
pee.
I'll meet you because you literally cannot handle things. All right. So I'll talk with steady me. Like a parent does not have the powers or the abilities of a prison, and nor would that actually be
Well, he's kind of making the
I think
point.
overall beneficial. So
Yeah, they must
like,
not drink
this
water at
tool-
all.
This tool,
Although
I think, is
Hans drinks like a mofo, man.
It's
He's
perfectly
down in
reasonable
bottles of
for a
whiskey
parent
and shit.
that is
Like
not,
I'm
you
talking
know,
to him
the
on
same, does
Discord
not
chat right
equal
now.
to a prison. I did stipulate that, correct?
Does he?
Yeah, but just short of my only response would be like just short of literal social work, which is like the only resource that we've kind of outlined that like yeah, we agree. Not everyone has like direct access to that. Just
I don't know
short
how
of
I feel
literal
about
like
that.
social work, you do like as a parent just have so much. You could just
You
there's
saw
so
him
many
bareback?
tools that you could do, and we've mentioned a lot of them today. So it's like I just
Yeah,
find
and
it
this is
that
one
it's
of
like
them. And this
it's
is one of
so
them.
I
neat.
just have to disagree. Like,
Okay.
okay,
Steady
I
me,
wouldn't
finish your
agree
point.
that it
Steady
is.
me, finish your
Yeah, I
point.
just don't think it
sorry,
is because I think
Yo,
that
can you hear me,
there's
comrade?
the study show
I can
you
hear you,
do so
comrade.
much with just timeouts, with
Well,
just
I hit him
taking
up.
away
I'll see.
of
I told him
you know,
to
like,
put me on one of
toys
his
and all
panels.
that
I was
stuff.
like, hey, dude, I want to
There's
get on
so
one of your
much at your
panels.
disposal rather than risking, you know.
Of course,
the
he's drunk
trauma
tonight, so I
of
don't
spanking
know,
or
like,
in,
you
like
know,
what Sarda said.
I don't
the,
wanna-
you know, weird sexual.
He's not
stuff
going to
of
make any of
spanking.
those
So
decisions
we
right
need to
now.
go
You know
there.
what? Ignore
Sorry,
stuff.
Nor would I
and
expect him
sexual
to.
fantasies, please. Let's focus in on the corporal punishment. And pretending that corporal punishment between an adult and a child is the same thing, right? The
I
amount
could
of
always call
violence
in
needed
when he
against
has
an
the open
adult
discords.
is on a different level than a child. Can we also understand that? Are those two things the same? To get
think so.
a child, like the amount of spanking that you would use on an 8-year-old, right? Is that equivalent to what you would do for a prisoner, a criminal, apparently, a violent criminal who refuses to comply? Are those equivalent?
Well,
Who would
no,
spank an
but the
8-year-old,
analogy is
though?
just that
Who
No, it
spanks
doesn't
an
work. The
8-year-old?
analogy doesn't work. The analogy doesn't work because these aren't the same thing. I said like we have to limit the type of violence that even with against a child, you limit the amount of violence against them. Correct?
Wait, Wait,
Correct?
the
All right,
amount of
great.
spanking would be the
So-
same. You shouldn't be using corporal punishment on either.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's
No,
like it's
hold
a
on.
very like
Okay.
that's the
Those
line.
aren't the same things. Hold on, those aren't the same things. We can understand there's a spectrum, right? Like we can understand that if that we allow football, right? Football is a type of violent sport, but we don't allow gladiator tournaments, right? Now they're all violent, but we allow one and not the other.
Well,
Correct?
you're not just allowed to just
Recreational, though.
tackle someone in the streets, though.
You're not
too.
associating. You're not.
Exactly.
You're,
So,
you're
but you're
not-
equating all violence to be the same violence, and that's not the case. We already acknowledged that. Correct?
Although, do I like being spanked sexually because I got spanked as a child? Maybe if I wouldn't have been spanked as a child, I wouldn't like being spanked sexually.
Okay.
If it-
But I
can
don't
I
mind.
reply
I
to
do it.
chat?
Pain with the pleasure is good.
Maybe he's been a naughty
I'm
naughty
okay.
boy.
Can I?
I'm gonna reply to chat because they're all.
Originally you. Sorry, this is originally for you.
Okay. I just want to say, I want to respond to chat because chat is losing their mind. Okay, here's my reasoning. I may be a troll, but some of the shit that I say is serious. Okay, if something is being widely adopted as a sexual activity and is used by adults frequently as a sexual activity, I feel like I am not comfortable exposing my children to that. I'm sorry. If that is the norm, like if that's becoming the adopted widely, then I don't know.
So the reason that people had like an issue with that was because of the fact that a lot of people got spanked in
She
their
is
childhood,
such a troll.
and they probably
It's wonderful though. I
didn't,
love watching it.
suffer
I'm
like
here
any
for it.
sexual
But the
tension
point
or
is good
whatsoever.
though.
They just
It's a
got,
troll
like,
point,
spanked,
but it's actually
and they don't
kind of
feel good
relevant.
about that. And honestly,
She
like,
makes you
you're
question
against
shit a little
spanking
bit.
as well. And like
Based.
for those people to hear like you saying like, well, some people like it. That's like making your message like
yeah, so I'm
conflicted.
not trying
Do you
to-
understand that?
I get that, and I'm not trying to make these people like, feel like I'm saying that. And I'm just saying I'm
It
I'm
feels
just
like
saying
a yeah.
No, it
Sorry.
might sound like a troll, but I actually do honestly think if something is widely adopted as a practice between two adults who are going to have sex or are having sex, then maybe I don't feel comfortable having that involved in the disciplining of a child.
Okay, that's like a general like other route you took, and that's a great route. So
Okay,
that's
so
good.
I got to do something with Hans really quick, and then we're gonna go to Titan. And was it 2B? Do you have your hand up as well? Titan 2B, Nacho, Sen. All right. But before that, all right, it's happening. We're doing it. Hans, happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday, dear Hans. Happy birthday to you.
Why is it so hard? Why is it so hard on this?
It's because of the lag, dude. It's the
Everyone's
lag.
hearing, everyone's hearing each other like 2 seconds behind each other. So everyone's hearing everyone else singing 2 seconds behind.
Well,
which makes
adjust
everyone
to
else
me.
just chain.
Use me as your keystone. Yeah, use me as your what's it, this,
No, blame Discord.
Guidance.
It's all blame the system.
Hans.
Hey, besides me and Hans getting off at a bad foot, but happy birthday, dude.
Yeah. Happy birthday, Hans. We appreciate you, and we hope you have a wonderful, special day. All right, buddy?
I really appreciate it. And everyone, like I said, like Ryuji, no bad faith. I get like towards you. I know we got some heated stuff tonight. I completely respect you. I just want to say to everyone, especially like the sad people in chat, Niner Socks, I'm willing to talk to you for a couple seconds on BC afterwards. Again, like
Couple
I'm sorry.
seconds.
I'm sorry if something bad happened to you, but I think we need to make sure that we understand the reality of like the evidence that not spanking kids, that not getting hitting, that not spanking kids is superior.
Yep.
I know we're in a meme and cream because Stardust is here, and I fucking love
It's a cold
Stardust.
quesadilla.
And I'm really excited to see the rest of the VOD about like
It's
how,
still good, though.
You know, kinky spanking like is good for adults and not for kids. I'm really excited for that. You know. I think the only spanking that should occur is the consensual spanking. I really appreciate it, everybody, and everybody,
True.
and everyone who's still here from like my raid into Prime. Everyone, Prime is amazing. I wouldn't exist without Prime. If you hate me, then hate Prime even harder. He gives amazing. He gives an amazing.
Whoa!
He gives an amazing platform to small creators. I think I'm just shouting out some base people on the platform tonight. I love Chinchilla, part of Red Shirt Gang. He came on to support the grind. Fucking Study Mate, absolutely based. Red Shirt Guy, he's fucking Study Mate. He's not Red Shirt Guy. This guy's fucking crazy. I love this dude. Sen, Blue Shirt Guy, he's not Blue Shirt Guy. He's Sen. He's a fucking G. I love this guy. Truly False. What a king. Absolute Chad. American Nacho, my drinking buddy. My fucking, like, one of my favorite people on this panel. I love this guy. Fucking to the moon, my dude. Zuby, haven't met you. You seem like a pretty good dude. I like your base, like, breakdown analysis. Realize it's not like quite the format for that, but like I appreciate you trying anyway. Jason, I know you, I love you. Titan, always a blast. I'm never gonna play League with you, but you seem like fun on these panels. Fucking hilarious as shit. And Prime, I fucking love you, dude. And everyone else, like, I have a lovely night. You're all amazing. What's his face in chat? Again, I'm really sorry that I fucked your mom, but I'm happy to talk about you with it later. And I'm happy to talk to her about it because I'm sure she wants a second taste. So specifically, I love all of you. Have an amazing night. Hope you all stop by for my birthday stream tomorrow. It's gonna be a fucking banger. I'm hosting a grudge match between Counterpoints and Ico Rules. It's gonna be amazing. So stop by, watch that
I'm gonna be there.
kill, and watch me beat the fucking Pokemon League in my Emerald Hardcore Nuzlocke. Because I'm not just the biggest, beefiest leftist. I'm not just leftism's strongest soldier. I'm also a Pokemon master. Have a good night, everybody. Fucking love
have
you.
a good
What
one.
straight
NJ Palms
fucking
gave,
banger. I
NJ
love this
Palms
shit.
gave
I love
$25 for your birthday, just so you know.
Someone
Alright?
pay $100 to mute, like to kick me, so Prime can get money. I fucking love Prime. He deserves
Oh,
it.
yes.
Prime.
That's the
Alright,
only
thank you so much.
reason. why he
Okay,
was on.
let's go to Titan. And then
Jesus.
All right, actually, before I bounce off the Stardust point, anyone that pretends that Emerald is like a hard Nuzlocke for using a Pokemon is like full of shit. It's absolute brain dead. On should not be proud. That's like being proud of breathing or getting off of his chair. Okay.
Nah, I'm
No,
sorry.
the real-
Any Nuzlocke
Which-
is
The real-
fucking nasty as fuck.
Emerald,
The real
Emerald
Nuzlocke-
is easy as piss.
The
Hope
real
is easy
Nuzlocke
as
is
super
Pearl.
easy.
The real
Don't you
Nuzlocke is Pearl.
dare.
Emerald
Wait,
is a piss.
don't you dare.
Anyways, wait a sec. So if you're like bouncing off the Stardust,
Wait, but
she's not
real-
okay with it because it crosses the line in like adult.
Wait,
wait.
real quick, is there a hard Pokemon? Are we being serious here?
yeah,
Sun and
come
Moon,
on,
Sun
man.
and Moon was actually difficult because
Come
of the
on,
Pokemon
man.
that they had in it.
I played
Wait,
yellow, red, blue. Oh
Okay.
man, come on,
If
man.
you're wait, do you know what a Nuzlocke is?
Yeah, I absolutely know how it
Come
works.
on,
It's super
man.
fucking
No, I'm
easy.
not talking to you. I'm talking to Nacho apparently, because you're asking if there's a hard Pokemon game. Any Nuzlocke in any Pokemon game is hard as shit.
No,
Yeah,
it's not.
especially
Oh
Black
my
and White.
god.
Okay, all right, okay, let's go.
Just
Finish.
listen. All you gotta do is play Crystal, okay?
Alright.
We'll do that after.
Anyways, okay. Wait, so just to like bounce off Stardust point, and does anybody like
More
like,
dabs.
throw titty twisters for kids as a form of punishment then? It
No,
sounds like it
a-
sounds like a meme, but wait a sec. If adults want to like twist each other's tits like they do in sex, would anybody be for that as like a punishment for children, where they're like fucking pinching us for
Dude,
nipples?
it's like a
Wait,
it's like
wait,
a big dude.
I'm just saying it's the same thing.
Yes, I
Basically, you're
do.
making contact with like a portion of their body, like that's done in a sexual nature. Breast and ass are both things that are sexual. One you're physically hitting, and the other you're basically just like slightly contorting the skin around.
Getting me.
That's literally
You
it.
do understand me.
Yeah, I know. I'm saying
Okay.
it sounds like a meme, but like, wait. would
So,
you
are
actually
you
be
gonna
pro that?
apologize to me? Are you gonna apologize to me for being an asshole earlier?
No, absolutely not.
Wow. Okay.
I'm always correct. I'm always being nice.
Okay,
Listen, I'm
okay,
trying to
so
be
to
mean
answer
to
your
you so you
question
can
about
hear
the-
yourself. Yeah, so like, are you pro titty twisters for kids?
No,
Why not?
because
Wait,
as a
wait,
kid,
why not? Okay, now you have to make the distinction. Why is titty twisters not okay?
because that shit,
Spanking is.
because as a big dude, that shit sucked when you would get messed with by other kids. That shit sucked.
So it's for a punishment. It's meant to be a deterrence. That's your argument. Like,
Hey,
What are you
having your mom
deterring
spank
against?
you is
What do you-
is
Hold
that
on,
sucks pretty bad too.
wait. What's the deterrent? But what's the deterrence against titty twisters? Just you being fat and someone want to grope your titty? Come on, bro.
Okay, here's
Yeah,
the explanation.
Wait,
If something,
it's the same thing. Wait, it's physical. It's a physical.
Can I explain?
Wait, the harmful physical
Wait,
outcome
can I
of it is meant to
explain?
be the deterrent for a person's pattern of behavior. That's literally like your central argument that you've been making this entire time.
Consent to touch has a lot to do with all of this. I'm just saying.
yes, I believe in consent to touch, and I have I just want to explain really quickly. Okay, if you the way that I judge whether something is can be viewed as sexual, right? Is it one, widely adopted in sexual spaces? Two, if you do that thing, or if you do that thing in public, is it fucking weird, right? And also three, like if you involve a child, is it weird? And I would say it's fucking weird in all three of these, for spanking, in my opinion. I think spanking has been widely adopted. It is a very widely adopted thing in sexual activities, right? Two, it is fucking weird if you bend your kid over and smack their ass in public. I'm sorry, it's fucking weird. I don't
What
like
difference
it.
does it make if it has wide appeal, right? People have all kinds of philias.
I don't
right?
want to be. I
So
don't want to be
many.
doing that.
Yeah, but like
It
there are
doesn't
all
matter.
kinds-
It's because there are all kinds. Yeah, but they're not widely adopted like
So what
like
difference does it make?
spanking
I
is.
don't understand. What difference does it make? Like your kid could fall under that philia.
See how I made her point for her, and then I let her just jump off of it.
Like, what's
I
the
just
difference, right?
created her
Like
little
you can
springboard
get
for
you
her.
can get like a foot fetish, right? You can get a fixation of like your mom's feet, right? Like seeing her feet like
Okay,
as
for
a young
example,
age.
things that are widely
like,
accepted.
Should
Wait,
women
why
not
is it?
be showing their feet to their children?
Why is it weird? Okay, that's not nearly widely accepted, right? Like
Foot
again,
fetishes
people
are the most
wait.
widely accepted.
Wait, just a second. Let me explain to you, right? Somebody said this in chat, like, oh, people get turned on by food in certain ways, right? Okay, food is something you need to survive. You can't really help that, right? That's not like an action you can change. Just like having feet is not an action you can change, right?
Wow.
You can't stop having.
Not that attitude, but
Well, okay, yeah, I guess you could amputate them if you really wanted to, right? But
And
what I'm
people
saying,
have amputation fetishes.
right? People do have amputation
That's kinda
fetishes,
weird.
right? But these are
There's a word
things
for that.
that you can stop yourself from spanking somebody. You cannot stop yourself from eating, bro. Like you need to eat to survive.
What difference does it make?
Yeah, you can stop yourself.
But the problem that you're pointing out is like that the kid could get turned on, right? That's why you brought up the spanking thing in the first.
It's not even. No, it's not about getting. It's not. No. It's not about that. It's not about that. This is
Okay.
just okay. This is it to me. It feels like it's wrong to
Why? Why is it wrong?
just for example, kissing. We talked about this before. Kissing your parents on the mouth, right? For me, that's fucking weird because
I
that's
kiss my
widely
parents on the
done
mouth all the
in
Every
like,
day I kiss my
romantic
parents on the mouth.
relationships. You know.
every day,
Yes.
all the time.
Both my parents and my kid
Why?
on the mouth.
Yeah, why?
Really?
It's weird to me that you're sexualizing a kiss between a parent and a child. That you're
me.
No, I kiss my mom every night, but I don't kiss her on the mouth.
Yeah, why are you sexualizing that kind
Why?
of contact though? Why not?
Wait, why?
It's a societal thing, I think, but it is weird to me too. I don't know that
Yeah,
I would
but
kiss
why-
my
but
parents
why
on the
you
mouth.
run, but you're
You know what?
sexualizing
I
it.
will.
So
I
I'm
will
asking,
make.
Why,
I think
why are you
everyone kisses
sexualizing
their
it?
mom.
There's nothing wrong with kissing your parent on the lips, right? It's not like an invite to further sexual contact. It's an expression of love, right?
But just to rein it in a bit, like I think the main point of what Stardust is trying to say is it's like we are opting into spanking versus all of the many alternative ways of disciplining the children that we've already outlined.
We're past that.
I think that's what
a
she was
really
trying to
good
say.
way. That's a really good way of saying
We're
it.
past. No,
I think that's what she's trying to get at.
No, but the way she's opting into this is like
right.
opening up a whole new world of discussion.
Okay, so right. So what I'm saying, right, okay, is again,
whole new
you can make the conscious choice to not spank somebody, right? Because it is widely accepted as something that, to me, is I see widely accepted as kind of sexual. Okay, then you cannot make the option to like not eat, right? Like food could be involved in your fetish. You can't make an option in that.
Are you taking the polls of fetishes and then judging from there, like how many people are involved with those fetishes, and then from there we figure out whether we can or cannot be involved with that activity because it may or may not give that child that philia in the future, or or turn
care
that
about the
off.
child getting whatever, okay? Like
So
I
you
just
don't
don't
care
think.
about- so then what
Look,
difference
what
does it make?
what I care,
What
what I
difference
care
does it make
about
if
again
sexual
is that this is an action. This is an action you have the choice of not doing, and an action that people make the
It's
choice
cool
of
I get
doing
to
in a
spend so much
sexual
time
manner.
cleaning my bongs when
Yeah,
I'm
hold on.
on
But, well, why
Wait, but you could say that
Wait.
about so many things.
I'm so confused about the sexual part.
Because then I get
Right,
to
like,
do
why
so
bring that up
against
at all?
It's again a
It's
consent
unimportant.
thing, right?
If it's not important for
You're
if-
not
if-
getting
if it's
consent.
sexual- okay, popping balloons, right? Do I have to get consent from a child to pop balloons in front of them?
For you to pop balloons in front of your
pop
child,
balloons in
that
front
is
of a
not
child.
physical content.
No,
Co-
no, 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 no. Oh, no, no,
In
no, no,
front
no,
of
no.
anyone.
Popping balloons, right? Do I have to get consent?
It's not. Again, it is not
Do I
physical
have to get consent
contact.
to pop balloons?
No,
What difference does it
because
make?
it's not
No.
physical
Or rub-
contact.
Okay, all right. So, or tickle a child, right? Like if
You
tickle,
should get consent. Yeah.
Tickle kids, right? So okay, so you can't tickle kids. So
Oh no!
everyone,
No, there are
tickling
studies
kids
that say
bad
tickling
sex.
is bad. Actually, you
don't-
shouldn't
we don't
tickle kids.
We don't tickle kids. Okay, great.
Wait.
Don't tickle your kids. That's like spanking too. All right, great.
Wait, no.
So
Don't
like,
rub your
because
kid's
it's-
back if they don't want you to rub their back. You know.
Okay, but with the balloon popping thing, I think was like it's like a kink. Like if you just pop
All of it's a
balloons, it doesn't even have to be in front of kids. It could like right now on this panel, I'm just popping balloons. Like I could be fucking rock solid hard. Like from popping balloons, man. Like
Come on, we gotta distinguish this. This is not like we're not talking about like games. We're talking about like basically about kids.
Yeah, but that's
and, like,
what
not sexual stuff.
Yeah,
It's like
I get
it's generally a bit it's like
No,
it's like
she brought
maybe-
in sexual. That's why.
No,
I
I
don't
get
know
that.
why she brought in sexual.
I get that. It's like what she was talking about, like maybe like a 16-year-old or like maybe like a 14-year-old, but like almost like generally when we talk about these things and like raising your child, we're talking about younger kids, right? And it's deprived of that whole sexual like dynamic. And I can imagine like what Starter said, right? That there is like some 16-year-old that moans and that thinks like spanking feels like good or something along those lines.
I mean, honestly, I
Like,
just
but
brought this
but-
as comedy, but
Well-
Who is
it is
spanking
weird.
their
It's weird. I
16-year-old?
brought that
Well,
in.
what if the simple fact
wait a minute,
is
wait a minute.
not
I,
spanking.
guys, okay, again, I brought in that anecdote for comedy, but I am actually serious. I think we should look at right, spanking, right, as something, right, that we see in popular media and popular culture that has been pretty accepted as something that, you know, people do sometimes in the bedroom. And I think actually Mr. Jason Society said it best about getting consent in certain actions towards your children.
Okay, well, the consent.
Okay, wait. I also just want to like, add in real quick. Okay, so like, even like, if you like steel man her arguments a little bit, if you still think that like, physical punishment is okay, you would at least say that like avoiding spanking is like because it could be an avenue for sexual abuse that could be avoided. You should at least like say with that.
100%.
You
They were
can
talking
do it in
about
other
cost
areas.
benefit analysis before. It's like why can't that aspect be? Yeah, why can't it be? We've already gone over the trauma that it can cause. Why can't this be one part of the cost benefit analysis where you're like it can just be kind of weird and have some weird.
Well, what if the spanking actually causes the kink later on in life? What if that's the catalyst for the kink?
I think the possibility of making it sexual is so small.
Just
that,
what
yes,
I
you can
needed.
Still spank your kid. Like,
Well, no, but
that-
what if the dad is like into it, like kind of
Yeah,
that kind of stuff? That
what
could be
if-
the danger.
what
Like,
the
why not
fuck?
just why not
dad-
just like hit someone else in that case?
Yes, this is actually a
What if the
great
mom is into it?
hypothetical.
Like,
Okay, wait.
No,
There's a
no, it's
great
not.
hypothetical here. There's a great hypothetical here. Okay, let me just give me 1 second. Okay, let's say somebody is using an act to get off, but they don't tell you that they're getting off to it, and you're completely unaware. Is it still wrong?
Okay. Well, no.
This is
not
just
necessarily.
so
It-
fucking
does it affect you?
abstract, man.
And
Like,
so I don't know how we're this far away. Like, this is why there's no point bringing in this whole sexual aspect, because now we're so far away from the whole point of it.
Just what
It's
I
like,
needed.
If they're getting off? Okay, like what difference does that make to me?
Well,
like if
my
someone
entire argument.
if someone is
give-
masturbating,
If
to
your
me,
parent is getting
if someone
off,
is masturbating to me,
Stardust, can I give a clean example for this? Can I give a clean example for this? So, if you are
I don't
somebody
understand how
who's
the
watching
frick
somebody
that's
else
not
cook,
problematic.
and you just get off on watching other
Holy
people cook
shit.
for you, is that wrong? I feel like that's a pretty clean example for
we're
what you were
just
just
spinning
talking
it.
about, right, Stardust?
kind of, yeah. But let's
Yep.
say you're forcing them to cook, and they don't know that. That
Wait a
well, not
minute.
forcing.
Wait.
You've asked them. You asked them to cook, right? And they don't know
Sure.
that you're. Yeah, they don't know that you're getting off. to
Sure.
it.
so like
I
what
love
difference- like,
lasagna.
it's fine. Like what
Yeah.
difference
Yeah,
does that
but
make?
this
okay,
point, I have no
replace that
problem
with
with
let's replace that, right? Replace that with a
Right.
parent and child.
Depends on what you want to. It depends on how you want to replace it that way.
This
Let's
is
not.
so abstract. Holy shit, it's so abstract.
Yes.
Like what?
Some
So if
freedom,
a
bro.
parent is hell bent on abusing their child, right? And they're down to what you guys describe as physical abuse, then I guess they have plenty of opportunities to do other types of abuse
I was smoking
to that
weed.
child, right? If
Dancing.
they're going so far
How
as
about some
hit their
desert
child
lime?
for the purposes of getting sexual pleasure, then they can do anything else. Then that child is already in danger.
Why are we okay
right?
with it?
Saying
then?
that not spanking.
Not like that's not even on the same fucking
I got
page
no
at
wine.
that
That's
point.
a
I'm
really
out of
quick-
Stellas.
Really quickly, I think we have at least from the conversation we've had so far, two people in this conversation, Prime and Nacho, who are okay with spanking kids at some level. But none of them would make the argument that it's okay to spank your kid for sexual gratification.
Yeah, fuck no, that's
This is
disgusting.
not okay.
Like a
Exactly.
possibility there. Why would we like just? Why wouldn't we
Nope.
just make that kind of stigmatized, right?
No,
Like,
but
not do that.
Let's get
you're
it.
talking about,
Okay,
talking about incest at this
Let's
point.
go to
$100 billion.
Yeah, I'm gonna
We go
hop
into some
off
dark
and-
places on this panel. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah, we
Alright,
Yeah,
fine,
true.
Yeah. Yeah, so I'm gonna hop off. I'm dreadfully tired. Prime, thank you for having
Just
me on.
what I
always love
needed.
coming on these things. Your inner black parent really came out on this topic, which I love. I think everything you said was preceded with "you little black motherfucker" or
I didn't say that. I did
you got
not say
lost.
that.
Your black ass that lost your last mind.
Only in my head.
That was a little closer to what I said. But yeah, these little these little bastards. Sometimes you gotta get their ass under control. I don't
Your
know.
black ass in the house. Yeah.
You nailed
Like
it.
you don't know
nailed it.
better. Like you don't know better. Like holy shit.
Dude, that's what I've like literally been saying, dude. It's just different to certain people.
Okay, so I want to bounce off the point that I made earlier.
To
That,
be-
like, started
to be-
off hard with us.
I heard it, so
Okay,
okay.
so
Wait,
wait,
what happened?
so if people are being okay with spanking, why are people not okay with titty twisters? And why are you like not okay if like
No,
parents...
okay.
Wait,
Look,
one sec, one
this
sec,
is
one
how,
sec,
no,
one-
no,
one-
because this is how we got into this shit in the
Listen,
first fucking
listen,
place,
listen,
man.
listen,
if you want to
diet
take
that-
it to some goddamn like,
Whoa, listen, Destiny.
Come
one
on,
sec.
man.
I gotta finish
Just
my
what
point.
I
I'm
needed.
like,
On this.
Destiny,
Titans
I'm
got a
Come on,
strong
man.
argument.
like, Destiny, I'm too
this is how.
Titans
Look,
got a strong
You
fucking
can't-
argument here.
this is how we got here. Okay.
Titan, go.
All right, yeah. So why are you not okay with spanking a child? Why are you not okay with titty twisters? Why are you okay with like parents not pulling a child's hair as a form of punishment? And why are you not okay with like parents like stepping on your child? If you don't want like long-term punishment, why are you okay with spanking? Why is that just your cutoff? And why are you not okay with the other ones? Because I know at least Ryu was against that and said that that was kind of weird, but it just seems like you're defaulting to spanking because you seem that corporal punishment of some point is to be okay.
So in
Right.
boxing,
So
why are we okay people wearing gloves, right? Instead of like wrapping their hands in barbed wire. Why are we not okay with why are we okay with one about the other?
I think I saw a movie about that.
Prevent long-term
Wrapping your
injury.
kids in
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah, wait a
So-
sec. Wait, you can pull your hair. Wait, I can titty twist. There's not gonna be long-term injury.
Guys,
Well,
wrapping
we-
your kid in barbed wire leaves permanent damage, right? Something like a titty twister is something that might not leave a mark, right?
I didn't say wrap the
All
thing
right.
in barbed wire. But no, the point is that different types of violence,
Yeah.
have different effects, even psychological effects. Doesn't matter if it's long term or not, right? So like that's why like a closed fist against a child is different from an open hand, right? Against their ass, like a straight up punch against your child's face is different from spanking them on the ass.
I didn't say punch in my hypothetical. So like if a parent like pulls their kid's
Okay,
pants down
pull
and
their
spanks
hair.
them, what's the difference? So if you pull your pants down like on the kid to spank them, why not lift their shirt up, grab a hold of their breast, and just twist them? And instead you just pull down their pants.
Explain why.
Explain
Why that specific scenario is different from spanking. Explain it.
What?
That you guys can have fun with that.
So you have
Right.
parents that will pull the kid's pants down. They'll have like a bare ass, and they will spank it. Okay, that's a common thing. That's what you're saying is okay. Destiny, why are you laughing? Okay, you're very much in this. Okay, so what's wrong with the kid parent pulling up their kid's shirt and then grabbing their breast?
Because I don't know what
That's
your
a specific scenario.
what you're
That's a
into,
specific
man.
scenario.
American Nacho looks like Destiny. Okay, he gets referred to.
So look, it's I'm like 24 hours in at this point, okay?
Okay, so you can't answer.
I just want some news about that.
I'm not even. No. I'm on my way out, okay? But I just want to say, like, I just wanted to point out, like, something that I've been waiting to try to say something about for a while. So, my point, and I think what Ray's point, and I think what even Fanatic, and I think a couple other people, and even maybe Prime can relate to this. What I was trying to point out to, and that I think a lot of people can relate to, is that when you have these situations where, like, what I was talking about with the way I grew up, it's not like people just want to go around beating the shit out of their kids. I think that it's like
I never ran into any parent that ever wanted to hit their kids. But I did run into abused kids.
Your situation,
Just what
the
I
way that you
needed.
grew up with.
Do you see how that works?
You don't want to cause damage to your spawn. You know what I mean? Like, but you have the way that you grew up with, and
Some people are having to cope with their own abuse on this panel, and it's really, really intense, man.
Hello?
Oh.
Rest in peace.
Can somebody explain the specific difference between titty twisting and spanking? That's all I want.
Oh, that too? Oh, go. Okay, actually, Prime is alive. Okay, he froze. Looked like.
Prime froze as well.
I didn't.
So.
No, you were looking down. It looked like you froze.
No.
So sometimes like titty twister can be like something amongst guys. I remember like me back when I was like 17, like that. And that's like 13 years ago or something. It's like, but it was like basically dead to a friend that was like, haha, I got you.
Would you titty twist a girl?
Well, that would be sexual.
Well, of course not.
So, but
Okay,
that,
so why
like,
is titty twisting
guys-
okay then?
Be sexual on a boy too.
It can be sexual on a boy
is
too.
it? Yeah, exactly.
It
It's either
could be.
way.
It could be.
I had a
It could be
boyfriend. That's all he
sexual.
wanted.
Stardust, and then that would be the reason why we wouldn't do that. we,
Right, but
like,
again, spanking.
Yeah.
What's the difference?
So in like in that case, like when it was not sexual, they
Oh,
they did
yeah,
that.
I was
also in
reading about
public,
that
right?
already.
It was like, oh, I pranked you, bro. It was like that was
So
kind
are
of
you
different.
answering the question to distinguish spanking and titty twister?
Fortnite has
I
to
want to
pay
know
a
the
bunch of
answer.
money,
What is the difference between
but
spanking and titty twisting?
Apple
I just
can't
want to know.
restrict pay options in their gaming apps. That's what the cool thing that came out of it was.
Yes.
I just found like that.
Anybody who can
okay is-
answer.
Any
Yeah, I just-
spankers want to answer?
Yeah, like I think it's that physical punishment's completely
I'm
arbitrary.
saying that different touch is different. We can acknowledge that different touch has different
Would
effects.
you
Correct?
would you titty twist your own kid?
I can only describe what it was used for
As a
for me
fetish?
when I was in high school.
Yeah.
would you,
I would
No,
never
this is
fathom
like a
in the face of this earth ever
Let
titty
me-
twisting a
hold on,
child. Not even a little. Not even
Yeah,
for a
like-
joke, not for anything. Like, I could
Okay.
not even imagine that.
Yeah. So like,
It's
we
not.
can
It was
acknowledge that
more of a
different
bullying
touch-
tactic, not from parents.
It's just
we
as
can
sexual.
acknowledge that different touch has different effects. Correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
And you can
Yes.
give
Okay,
somebody
great.
a real quick titty
Great.
twister.
Great.
But
Great.
do
So
you
we can
acknowledge?
that? Then we can say that.
How is it
that
different?
one, because different touch has different effects. Because of what I just said. What I just said. That's what I said.
Well, different
Holy
touches.
shit, I don't know how many times
Wait,
I've said
different
it.
touches.
This is the
different-
same
wait,
guy
different
that
touch
said
has
you
different
have to
effects for
literally
different people, though.
verbatim
It's not saying
say,
unilaterally.
Okay, well
"Can I
then,
have
that's the case, then
consent
we don't
to
have to worry
stick
about it at
my
all.
penis
Then
into
we
your
don't have to. Yeah,
vagina in
then
that
hold on,
way?"
hold on. Then
And not understand that you could have a
what's her
nuanced
face?
conversation about it.
Stardust, right? Stardust bringing in the whole
Wow.
sexual
I
thing
did-
has no bearing then, because different texts. I said at the very beginning, spanking has different effects on different people, right? We can acknowledge that it can be more detrimental for some people and less detrimental for others. More effective for some people to correct their actions and less effective for others, right? We can acknowledge that different things has different, like, yeah, we can acknowledge that as well. So I don't like, sure.
I have a question. Do you acknowledge that there's like at least there is a sexual element to the spanking, or do you just completely reject that?
I'm saying that with, I'd say that any touch period could have a sexual element to it. Anything.
So then, so
Right,
what
hold
they
on,
were
do
trying
you hold on? Do you agree
Sorry, yeah, go
that any touch could have a sexual element to it?
Whoa!
Like, I don't think any, but I think that with spanking, there could definitely
What
could
touch,
be one.
what touches don't have a sexual element to it?
Like, I think like if you were to just like, I don't know, like if you're just like, hey kiddo, and you like pat
Patting
their
on the
head,
back.
yeah, like I
Patting
think
on the
like
back?
there are
People
like,
get
it's
off on that.
like a head pat, like
People get off on. Yeah, people pay escorts to pat them on their head, to rub them, and tell them that like they're good. Yeah, people do
They're a
exactly
good
that.
boy.
All touch, all
How about
touch
bumping
can be
fists?
sexual. Sorry.
Bumping fists.
Bumping fist. I'm sure someone. There's one person. There are some people who like getting their head shaved, right?
Okay.
Like anything can be sexual. Literally.
Prime,
So
you acknowledge that spanking is more sexual?
Hold
Yeah.
on. Let me finish, and then you'd hear my answer. Great. So we can judge the relative value. So a fist bump seems like
Chads and
something that would be
chuds.
on the far end
So
of the
the chads
scale,
and chuds.
closer to non-sexual, right? Right. And then
then, like,
spanking
titty
falls-
twisting's here.
These-
Yes, and titty
Yeah.
twisting is
He's-
on the other end. Let's say that's on the other end. Yeah, sure, right? We
So,
can
and then,
say,
like-
Dude, the
we can
whole
say that
concept
threat of pain
that is
and
disgusting,
spanking,
man.
right, is
People titty twisting their kid is really
is
freaking
somewhere in
gross
that
to me,
spectrum
man.
that's acceptable enough for the
Like that's
benefit
almost worse to me than
of
spanking.
them to
That's just
survive.
really.
Thank you. Sorry.
I don't know, man. That's
I'm
like
a little bit distracted at the moment.
such a bridge
Sorry
too
about
far.
Do you think that principals
Holy
can,
shit,
can
dude.
spank kids because spanking is effective?
I'm sorry.
Do you think school principals should be able to spank kids because you think spanking is effective?
I think that mostly this should. Nah.
Are you okay with teachers?
Why has anyone wait? Has
not-
anyone shown? I'm a little bit confused. Has anyone shown any efficacy for spanking thus far?
All the studies have said
We've
that,
had, like,
that
a
they
long, we've had
don't.
hours long conversation on this. We've talked about everything.
No,
Let's-
Okay, so
it's
why
how
are we-
it tur-
why are
it's
we
how it
talking-
turned out fine. It's how it turned out fine.
Okay,
Because they got really upset by my argument, I guess. So
I was gonna say because Titan picked me up here and he's like, look, Prime. He's messaged me and he goes, Prime. He's on a rampage. He's gotten in here and he wants to. He talks about how he wants to square up with kids. He said he was testing out his Dempsey roll on a 4-year-old. Like. and come in here and say what's
Kyo,
going
I
on.
actually have a question for you. Since you're here,
Hitting them
Kyo.
with that plus ultra.
Okay, Kyo. So my argument is also, in addition to the fact that we have all these studies that prove that spanking is not, an effective way of punishment, we also have the fact that spanking has become a pretty widely accepted form.
Smoke weed
Spanking has
every
become
day.
a pretty widely accepted thing that people do in the bedroom together, right? It's kind of like, and Titan came up with this great argument. What is the difference between spanking somebody and giving them a titty twister? You wouldn't do a titty twister to your kid. Why would you spank your kid?
Pulling their hair too. You can do pulling your
Well,
hair.
to be clear, most spanking is just abuse justified against a 4-year-old because of their age. It's literal ageism. Like, it's okay. You wouldn't hit someone else that didn't want to be hit, just because you said you think they did the wrong thing. The only difference is that a 4-year-old can't beat the shit out of you. So people are more willing to abuse their kids. It's literal
I'm
just ageism.
fucking
That's
tired. I'm gonna
Spanking
wrap this
is
up here.
sexual.
You know what?
Okay.
If
it
you're
certainly is
watching
not
right
me.
now and like for some reason you're not following, please drop a follow. All of my follows just got nuked. I'm gonna hope that it's not a major problem, but that looks like something that I might just have to rebuild. I'm gonna hope it's a glitch.
I don't know if you're.
Yeah, are you
But
talking?
please drop a follow.
Are you muted, bro?
I'm not sure if you.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm going through a glitch where all the followers on my Twitch got nuked for some reason. So that's why I was talking to my chat. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I thought I was muted.
Okay, no problem. But yeah, I mean,
It
Kill,
seems like I'm having some technical problems. Can I just jump off? I'm having like major technical problems.
Okay, yeah.
Sorry.
Okay, all right.
I disconnected him.
Okay.
Sorry. People get really people were getting really upset about this argument. Like, I think it is fair to say if something is widely accepted as a sexual activity, I don't feel comfortable doing that and involving children with it. You know, even if you're not using it as a sexual activity, it is still a sexual part of the body or something that people sexualize.
But everything can be sexualized. But literally everything can be sexualized.
The problem is because it's sexualized because we do it to children. That's the problem. That's the real black pill.
What?
No, dude, don't do that to me. Don't fucking do
Basically,
that to me. I don't
the
like
reason
that,
that
bro.
people
Stop.
are into spanking is because they were spanked. Okay, like that's what it is.
Everything can be sexualized. Literally everything can be sexualized.
Yeah, like
Yeah, but there are
So we
things
want
that you are
actual
actively
analysis.
making a decision to do with a child. You're
Do you watch
actively
professional
making a
baseball?
decision to do that with a child. You
Yeah,
cannot
and
make
I
a decision to
actively
not
think of
feed
rub
your
their heads.
kid. You
Oh,
cannot
what?
you cannot make a decision to not feed your kids because that's needed for survival. What is not needed for survival is spanking.
You should
Correct.
never. You don't have to touch your kids at all, though. You also
So
don't
to
have
be-
to touch your kids at all.
To be clear, the reason why
Hold on.
okay.
Hold on. Anything could be felt as sexual. Literally anything. We've already acknowledged this, right? That anything can be sexual. So if anything can be sexual, any
This
sort
is
of touch
not
can be-
widely accepted.
No. Not what is this? This is my problem with the argument. Is this widely accepted nonsense? What difference does it make? Was widely accepted. There's a possibility that someone somewhere could be getting off on it, right? So then, if
Hey,
that's
but here's the context. The
But
context is that you are aware that it is widely accepted as a sexual act, and
what
you're still
difference-
making the choice to do it with your kid.
Explain
This
what
is a
widely
slippery
accepted
slope
matters.
fallacy.
Explain that.
Because that is why it matters, because you're making the decision to do it despite knowing that it's
How do those connect? I don't know how those connect. You're saying widely accepted because you're making the decision, right? These two different things. You're connecting your arguments that way. How do they
the
connect?
reason why it's
yeah.
wrong, the reason why it's wrong to be doing it is because if you are aware that people widely do spanking as something that's sexual, let me finish. Okay, I know.
Just what I
understand,
needed.
I understand. Just give me a second, and
She
I will
sounded like
explain
Aaron
it to
Neville
you.
for a
okay?
second. And I know,
No, but I can see you. All right, so the reason, okay, if you are aware that this is something that is widely accepted as a sexual act, it has that context within society, right? Then you are still, if you are choosing to spank your kid, you are choosing to engage in something you know that society at a larger part sees as sexual. I don't see what there is here, bro.
So what difference? But okay, what about the difference if a minority of people think it's sexual?
Yeah.
If a
It's a
minority,
minority.
Think it's sexual, isn't it still?
Wait, it doesn't matter.
Problematic.
It could be. I mean,
And how do you know? How do you know which practices specifically are shared by the majority?
well, you can look at the occurrence in popular media, right? You can look at the occurrence in different
So,
parts of
you'll
media.
judge how you interact with your child just by like what's on popular media. That's guys.
Because Stardust.
How you interact with your child. What's on TV?
Do you think there's a reasonable
That Desert Line was
differentiating
really
point
good.
between what is done between two adults and
We
what is
did
done between
Tropical
one adult
Splash
and one
last
child?
night. I still have Ground Zero. And I did try some of Durbin Hayes too.
I don't understand. a couple
You,
things.
Stardust.
And I got the truck driver.
Sorry, can you repeat it again?
Which
Do you
one
think
should I
there's
do?
a reasonable difference between what is done between two adults and between one adult and one child?
A difference.
Mhm.
So, yeah,
So
there's a
same,
difference.
same action, just done between these two separate parties. So two
I
adults and
think-
one adult and one child.
I think it's important to teach consent
True.
from children, right? So that's
Right.
why also, I mean, like that's why I don't find that much of a difference, I guess, between two adults, right? And an adult and a child.
So
Boils down
parents
to
should never be able
consent.
to force
Boils down
anything
to
on a child,
consent.
correct?
So
Well, if it's a physical contact thing, right?
Why
So,
physical
some
contact?
people
So-
like being
wait,
restrained during sexual time.
so just
Can you
to-
not
just to-
restrain your kid?
wait,
Yeah.
just to boil this back down to like simple things. Like I like to keep the two differentiating things.
It's really
So,
a matter of
we have-
striking.
so is
Let's
it
get
okay
to it.
to restrain your child or to prevent your child from knocking off all of the cereal boxes in the supermarket?
Yeah. Yeah.
Whoa!
Is it okay for you to restrain a random adult who is knocking off all of the cereal boxes in some supermarket?
Do you think the responsibility that you have for someone might be a factor in that question?
Baby.
You know, let her
Sure.
answer.
Let
Let
them
her
answer, please.
Let her
I
answer
actually
the
don't know the
question.
answer. I actually don't know the answer to that one because yes, you should, but do you have the right to do that? I don't know.
You don't. That's the answer. You don't have the
Yeah.
right to do that.
Okay.
So
People
okay.
that do citizens
So,
arrests
you know,
all
you
the
don't have
time.
the
That
right
would
to
totally qualify under a citizens arrest.
One of those
Do you have
people
the-
you have
do
a
you not have the right to
responsibility to
hold,
the
or
behavior
do you not
to.
have- So
One of
do
those
you
people you
not
have a
have the right-
responsibility to the behavior to, and the other one you do not.
Wait, so
what
do
if
you have the right to restrain your child from knocking over all of the cereal boxes in the supermarket?
What?
That's a
Thought I
lie.
said
I mean,
yes.
She said
Yeah,
yes to
yeah.
that one,
Yeah.
What do you mean by right?
Awesome.
Right's a weird word there, but
Okay.
Yeah, it seems like you
but we
should
can also
do.
understand that restraining is also something
Ought you.
sexual, right?
Would
A
Yeah.
wide amount of people do that. Correct, Stardust?
Wait, how are you restraining them? Are you like
Oh,
doing the same way that
there's
they do
why
it?
tying them to a post with a belt? Like, come
There's
on.
any
Yeah, I
way-
know,
there's-
like, is that
hold
what
on.
you're doing?
Restraints? No. Restraints come in. People get like if you look at the people who are into being restrained, they can enjoy being restrained in many different ways. Right? Like a full Nelson, right? Or maybe like you're saying, people have said a bear hug. People have said like, oh, previous on this panel, like, oh, here's how you do it. You solve it by giving them a bear hug. Okay, well, people like that too. So all of that can
But
be
see,
sexual.
what's widely accepted? What's widely accepted? It's
Okay,
not the
we
bear
keep-
hug,
we
is
keep
it?
saying
widely accepted.
What we can appeal to the idea that it's a pretty widely accepted notion in society that spanking is a non-sexual act for kids. Like it's you can talk to anybody, any parent, and go, "Hey, do you spank your kids?" And they're not gonna be like, "No, I don't sexually assault my kids." Like a lot of people are gonna understand that it's not inherently sexual.
Saying it's,
act.
I'm not saying it's sexual assault. I'm just saying it's fucking weird. That's all.
Well, it would be
Fuck it,
sexual
dude, I'll
assault.
say it. I'll say I'm gonna start framing it that way
pretense, it
too,
would be
because it's
sexual.
true. It's
Yo,
based and
please.
true.
Really?
Because
Yes,
the only-
because
the
it's
only-
to be
the only
arrested.
difference, the only difference there, if you went up and spanked
But
someone on the
FBI
bum,
kills
if they're an
themselves.
adult, you know what?
That
Based,
is
I'm
true.
all, you have put it in my point.
You've
I'm,
got a
I'm now
point.
fully in the Stardust corner. If
I-
I went up and
okay,
spanked
fuck.
a
I'm in
16-year-old,
Joe's
if I spanked a 16-year-old, right, I would absolutely be sexually assaulting someone. If I spanked a 14-year-old, I'd be sexually assaulting someone. If I spanked a 10-year-old, I would be sexually assaulting someone, right? What is the distinction here? Do you think that past 3 we can't sexually assault people?
You know what, Kyo? You have black-pilled me.
no.
You black-pilled me on this
Sexual
point.
assault.
Double down.
No, it wouldn't
Let's
necessarily
go.
be sexual assault. I don't
I wasn't
accept
on
the
board,
premise.
but now I'm on board.
I don't accept the
Fucking
premise
hell,
that it's
Kyo,
sexual
why
assault.
Are you
did
guys
do
writing
this
letters
to
to the
me?
MLB to stop them from spanking each other because you can't stop all this sexual activity on the
Okay,
major league
I'll
basis?
throw that
Are
back
they
at you. I'll
consenting?
throw that back
Okay.
at you. Have you ever been playing a sport and someone just slaps your ass, like really gets in there, and you're like, I didn't really want that. I wasn't really.
Yeah,
cool
then
with
it's
that."
sexual
That's
assault.
I've
happened to me.
cried
you wanted
after
it, sexual
somebody
assault.
slapped my
I've been-
ass. I have cried.
I played soccer. I was playing, like, we were throwing the ball around one time playing football, and someone just came in there and slapped my
Like
ass. And I was
soccer
like,
or
bro,
football.
we don't do that. Like,
Yeah, that's sexual
I don't-
assault.
I've
That's
never had
dead-ass
that happen to
sexual
me. That's
assault.
weird. So I mean,
Yeah, that's dead-ass
if we're gonna
sexual
bring up the
assault.
sports
I mean,
thing,
it's harassment.
the
If
whole
it's not
reason-
assault, it's harassment. You know.
So the whole
Holy
reason
shit,
Ash was ever involved in this was just because it's a
Wait,
really
no.
easy spot to hit
Wait, no,
hard
by
and not cause
definition,
damage.
this is assault.
Yeah,
By
it is assault.
definition, this would be
Yeah.
assault.
100%.
And
You're saying
holy
it's a-
fuck, I've been arguing against people who are against spanking, or who are all right with spanking, and I'm so against spanking. But I would never consider spanking
Just what I
sexual
needed.
assault.
Why not?
I'm with
Even
him.
remotely.
I'm
Why
pro
not?
not
It could be
spanking.
harassment.
This is an
You know,
insane
we did the
argument that it's
distinction,
sexually
right?
assaulting.
Let's go. Do you think spanking an adult is sexual assault?
Do I think spanking a random
I think it's
adult
harassment.
is sexual assault?
Essentially, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it
wait,
is.
no.
Yes.
Wait, no. By
Yes.
definition, yes.
I
Yeah,
think-
yeah. Okay, cool. So you think spanking a 16-year-old would be sexual assault, correct?
Uh,
Of course.
Wait, are we talking?
Whoa,
So,
actually,
yeah, sure. Spanking him
spanking an
16-year-old.
adult. Spanking an adult.
Spanking a
Why
16-year-old
are you
would be
spanking
sexual
a
assault, yes?
16-year-old
Spanking a random
anyways, no matter
16-year-old
what?
would be sexual assault. Yes,
Wait,
actually.
truly,
Yes,
truly,
true.
you
I'm glad
said
I
that-
agree.
Your
Statutory at this
16-year-old
point.
daughter.
Yeah.
So
spanking a 14-year-old would be sexual assault as well, correct?
No.
Sure.
Like you've already.
How far are we gonna draw this back?
Let's
keep running it back.
Kill. You've already done this in terms of like.
You can run this
love
all the way back as
responsibility.
long as we're talking about a random person. Then yes, I will give you that it is sexual assault.
I would
Truly,
say
you already-
that
you
spanking
said that
your
it's-
16-year-old daughter is still like sexual harassment.
Yeah,
Is
kill,
it not?
kill.
It's
Yeah,
inappropriate.
No, spanking a
a
16-year-old daughter is
I don't
sexual assault. I'm sorry, she's 16 years old. She's probably already have a relationship with somebody. No, at that point, no. That's disturbing. That's absolutely disturbing. Yes, it's sexual assault. I would never do that to my 16-year-old daughter. Holy shit.
Wait,
Well,
I'm
it's your
so-
child,
I'm-
right?
Well, why
Spanking
not?
kids.
Whoa!
I
I'm
absolutely,
responsibility over them at
literally,
they're
I
still
literally
alive.
spoke to someone in the
I would
last few
spank my
days
kid
who
anyways,
was-
but-
who is being spanked as a 16-year-old. This isn't like
I
something
Yeah,
that doesn't
I
ever
knew a
happen.
girl.
That's
The story I told
extremely
you was
weird.
real, right? The story I told you was real.
Oh, was it you that
about
was
the
telling
girl
the
who
story?
got
You can
turned
have
on?
acts that have different like meanings
So-
though. You can like kiss your mom on the lips or on the forehead and it not be like an explicitly sexual thing, but you can totally call that for somebody else. Like there are actions in society that have sexual connotations, but they don't have to have sexual connotations depending on context. Like we're not that obtuse of people that we have to have black and white on everything where it's like that's the way it is. The reason with a random person it's sexual assault is because you have no context or any
Sexual
capacity
assault with
of
a
what's
family
going on.
member too.
Just to clarify, I have an 8-year-old daughter. I kiss my daughter on the lips when she goes to bed. Am I sexually assaulting my kid?
So does Tom Brady.
Is she ever expressed that this is something that she doesn't want? Nope. Okay. Wait. So
Wait,
8-year-olds
kids
can
consent
get
now?
consent to sexual
no,
actions?
no.
Yeah, kids can consent apparently.
Oh no!
Oh
I mean,
wow.
Run it back. Run it back.
Yeah, let's run it
You
back.
should-
We can run it
Okay.
back,
You
yeah.
should
So
be
if you
getting
touch-
consent.
If you touch them in different
You
places-
should be getting consent.
all the way to the
If,
end.
if you touch, hold on. If you touch them in different places on their bodies, right, and they consent, they say yes. Is that okay? Is not sexual assault at that point?
There's
no one consenting
I
to
am
being
getting
spanked,
consent
right?
most
No,
of the time.
no. Don't distract from the point. Like, if you touch them on their groin and they say yes, can the kid consent to that?
No.
The kid doesn't have the information to make that decision in that instance.
Oh no, but kissing also can be sexual. Didn't you know?
Pardon?
Kill, ever give it a try? It can be sexual. I've heard.
Pardon?
So kissing.
Touching
on the
someone's
lips.
genitals is a different thing than
Kissing
kissing, though.
something. Different touch is different. Oh,
Yes.
are we,
No,
are we
What's
running
genital
that
is
back?
ass. Ass
Different
is a
touches-
genital. Guess what?
Oh,
You're,
ass isn't
you're
a
already
genital.
touching your kids'
Ass is not a
genitals because
genital.
you're
Ass is not a
spanking
genital.
them.
Let's be really clear.
You don't know what a genital is. That's not what an ass is. Ass is not a genital.
Ass is not a genital. Yeah,
And there's
agreed.
no way that's a genital. But anyway,
Okay, fine.
so we can acknowledge that kissing, right? That our friend Truly False here can kiss his beautiful 8-year-old daughter, and that not be anything sexual, just him expressing love for his child, right?
Yep.
And I think Kyo, you said something interesting that like, maybe she doesn't want to. Like that's something to keep in mind, right? But like, if we can acknowledge that, then we can also say that, and we can also acknowledge that a touch in a different area has different results.
Because we can
say
understand that no's
touch
are
has different
always
effects.
no. No's are
Wait,
always no's, but
so-
yeses have like you can make yeses under duress. Like we have complex understandings of what it means to say yes and consent. A yes isn't always a yes, but we can understand a no is almost always certainly a no.
No, but he can.
So,
but
wait
a
a
child
second.
can just say yes. Like
No,
I
it's
really
not.
want you to touch me.
Wait, really quickly. So if your daughter's pissed at you because you're making her go to bed early for being a dickhead, and you ask for a goodnight kiss, and she says no,
Then yeah,
does
no,
that
you
mean
shouldn't
should
fucking.
not have.
You shouldn't give it
Right?
to her.
Yes, you shouldn't
No.
fucking
Well, yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
you
you
should.
shouldn't
No,
do
you
that.
shouldn't. But it's not because it's
You should respect
sexual.
your fucking
though.
daughter's boundaries.
Is
That's
that
not
because
how
it's
it works.
sexual, right?
If she doesn't want to be kissed on the head, you shouldn't do
Wait,
that.
there
But it's
it
not
is.
because anything sexual. It's just because for respect.
Right.
Yeah,
It's
and
like
let her
Yeah, to
let
teach her boundaries,
just let
yeah.
her sit with that. Yeah, let her sit with that.
That's
Wait,
fine.
Wait,
That's
you
just a
understand how
parental.
every
just
single
a parental
argument that's been
choice.
made so far is because it's not because it's
Yeah.
because it's not that it's sexual.
Right. There's nothing sexual about that. It's not a sexual assault.
This
That's
is just
a
it- well,
parental
this is
choice
just a
that you
question
made
of
that you
consent.
shouldn't do it.
Kill.
But like,
Consent overlaps outside of being sexual. Yes.
Kill son.
Yeah, it doesn't have to
Kill
be
son.
sexual.
Can we so we can understand that a child cannot consent to various types of touches, right?
Pardon?
to certain things they don't have the information to make because you have to have informed consent, right?
They can have-
And children don't have the ability to make informed consent.
Of what? Of what?
But you don't have to get consent.
Of kissing on the lips. They don't have informed consent for that.
They don't have informed consent for kissing on the lips.
I'm asking you. I'm asking you.
I understand it depends on the intention.
The intention.
Yeah.
Okay. So their parents kissing them on the lips.
It's a little bit different than their uncle having them on a bed and kissing them on the lips. Okay, like
because context matters indeed. So, which we've been saying the entire time. But when we're talking about
Did you
spanking
French
people on
kiss
the
your
ass,
daughter
we
on the lips?
acknowledge. We acknowledge and we
Ugh.
acknowledge that different touch. Oh, again, the sawdust keeps stumbling on the answer once more. Different
said nothing
touch,
about different
effects.
touch.
Why is it that kissing, just a closed mouth kiss on the lips, is different than a French kissing
Not
your
based.
daughter? Is it? I can't figure
There
it
are
out.
different
Shut
lines
up.
here, but what
Because
we're
one is
saying
like
is
tongue
that
punching. What is
slapping
wrong?
on an
I almost
ass,
threw
or
up
even
thinking
in some
about
cases, like back in the day, on a bare ass, is fucking
horrible.
weird.
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, I'm
Weird.
ignoring that.
Oh, by the way, this is supposed to be-
ignoring that.
to be
Ignoring that.
clear.
Stardust. Why is it different? You brought up French kissing. Why is it different?
I actually think they're both weird. I think they're both weird.
Oh,
Are they
but
equally?
God.
Are they
actually,
equally weird? Are they equally
the reason
weird?
wait. The reason why French kissing is more weird is because you're forcing more contact with this person.
Oh, I wish I could throw on some Sugar Live. That'd be right.
Yes, you are forcing more contact with that person.
Are they on Prime?
I think it's just opposed
Well,
to
yeah,
cultural
she means
norms,
like
right?
inside your mouth.
Yeah.
Like,
I think it's just a
Definitely.
cultural norms argument, right? Like in our culture, it's abnormal. I hate arguing for a norm, but especially in a moral argument. But
I think asses have also gotten a lot more sexualized in years lately too, which is why I think
I'm
originally
also
hitting on
arguing
the
the
ass
ass
was a
thing.
lot more normal, and now we can make that weird play about spanking.
Wait, how
Who don't like the
sexualized is
Nalgas?
ass
Oh,
of a
and just to reset the conversation to make sure I'm being super clear, I'm entertaining like a meme right now, essentially about like the sexualization of spanking. But realistically, the reason why we don't, if we're talking about like why we shouldn't spank kids, it's because the things that they carry from the first early years set themselves up to learn, one, how to deal with certain situations, and two, learning from trauma. If you set trauma up and set up ways to like learn from certain
man.
situations and how to deal with situations, spanking basically teaches that violence is the way to deal
Is
with
it on
situations you're
Prime
upset
or
with. So
is
that's
it
why
on
it's
like
bad
YouTube or some
specifically, and
shit?
that's why you have all this
it's not
psychological
bad
outcome.
because it's sexual. It's bad because it's bad.
It's
I thought
bad.
we were past.
Oh,
Yeah, it's
YouTube will
because
flag
it's
us
bad.
right away.
I'm happy to talk about it. I don't
Everybody
trust
acknowledge
you.
that,
Why?
Stardust. You brought in the sexual. That's why we've been talking about it for an hour.
Yes, I
brought up the
because
sex
I
laugh.
wanted to bring in a different. I'm tired of the same old arguments, bro. I wanted to bring in something new. Okay,
And I'm
that's
so
the wrong argument.
Wait,
It
so
was
then
a
do you
bad
understand that
argument.
bringing in the sexual argument has absolutely nothing to do with what we're fucking talking about? Or are you actually willing
no,
to
it
die on
doesn't.
this hill?
No. I'm willing to say that because spanking has become widely adopted in popular culture and in our societies, right? As something that adults might do in the bedroom together, then maybe I'm a little bit uncomfy doing that with my
Just
kid.
what I
so,
needed.
I'm not gonna
Great.
do it. But what you want to do with
Yeah.
your
Still willing
kid,
to
you know
die
what?
on the
That's your
hill.
business.
Oh,
That's your
all
business.
right.
Don't hurt them.
Wait, truly, to this old example of like the 16-year-old getting spanked.
Yeah.
Like, are you on board with that? You think that
No,
that's like?
I'm not. I really hate that.
No,
I hate that
I'm
so
sorry.
much.
No, not
I'm
you,
sorry.
Stardust, but truly, because I know. I know you're on love, but like, yeah.
study. We've been in this conversation for like fucking what 2.5 hours now. Fucking Christ. I am against spanking kids on all levels.
No,
I
but
think.
this. Okay, I mean.
Yeah,
like, the
I think
example.
arguing sexuality doesn't exist in this.
Okay, I just asked you though, with the 16-year-old who's getting spanked by her dad, would you be on? Do you think that that's like totally appropriate? There's no sexual element there.
No, I don't think so. Inherently.
You think that's not weird
No.
at all? Okay.
Inherently,
No, it's weird.
I think it's weird. I think it's weird. I think
Why is it weird?
It's weird.
Why is it weird? Why is it weird?
Because spanking is usually a punishment that you apply to children, not to young adults.
Well, is this
That's
a playful spank or is this a punishment spank?
Wait.
Because that would
So
Both
so
are
the
weird.
reason
Both are
the
weird.
reason the
I think a playful
reason-
spank could be fine in a certain
Study.
context.
The reason why it's weird is because you have the increased likelihood of it being sexual.
What?
So like
Did you just say playful spank?
wait.
Yeah.
Spanking a 16-year-old, someone who's like
Your
a
16-year-old
developed ass
daughter is
person,
fine.
whether dude or girl, you have an increased likelihood of this being weird and sexual, right? I can agree
So-
with that.
So
But
okay, so then
spanking
it's
is
back. Okay, but ready for the tying it all back.
Please,
Hey, drop
please,
it, drop
Rick.
it, drop it.
So you
Put me
just
on this.
acknowledged that there is a
Man.
risk of it being sexual. Why the fuck would we ever spank even if it's a small risk? Why would we spank small
Anything is
children
sexual.
even if it's
Because
a small?
anything is a small risk of being sexual. That's
That's
what
weird.
do you mean?
Because anything is a small risk.
Dumb as hell, dude.
It's not
like-
a small risk, though.
But anything, but you just
There's a
said
whole
it.
generation of
If
adults
there's
who are
any,
getting-
even a tiny a chance, right? Even if there's a tiny chance, why touch your kid at all? I have any physical contact.
Yeah.
Well, we
Because
turned
they might
this shit
just
on.
Yeah,
so-
why kiss your kid on the
You
forehead?
rub your kid's feet.
That's what you're doing.
Why kiss your kid on the forehead? There's a chance it might be sexual.
Wait, no. The reason why you
That's
Prime,
a
the reason why you do
stupid-ass
it, the reason why you
No
do it,
long
the reason why you would do it, the
No
reason why you
long
do
hugs,
it,
my
the
friend.
reason why you do it,
No,
the reason why you do it.
Shut up. Can you give your kid a foot massage? Like your kid says their feet.
No,
their feet
don't
hurt.
fucking do that. That's fucking weird,
You
bro.
can't give your kid a
Yeah, you can.
Why?
because it might be
Why are
sexual.
you guys sexualizing everything?
Wait,
It seems like you
let me-
sexualize
let me
everything.
be
Not-
clear.
It's strange.
disgusting.
Not
The
with
reason
that.
why, the reason
I
why,
grew up
the
in a house
reason
where we
why,
didn't really touch
the
each other,
reason
so I
why,
don't know.
Yeah, that's why.
reason
Because
why,
you're the way you're raised,
the
I think
reason
that you
why,
have some hang-ups.
Can I answer
Reason
Frank's
why?
question?
the
Reason why? Please
the
finish.
okay, cool. Thank you very much. Okay, so the reason why you wouldn't absolutely go around to doing the opposite, to not touching, to never touching, is because we also understand there are negative outcomes from doing that. Children need love. Children need care. Children need to be touched. Okay.
Really?
It's just
Yeah.
in appropriate ways, right?
Agree.
Spanking,
But anything can be sexual.
spanking is never, in any circumstance, ever, anywhere approaching anything near appropriate.
Yeah.
Ever.
But wait,
Disagree.
why?
I disagree on
Why?
that.
Wait,
But,
wait.
like, hold on.
What's to disagree on? What's to
Answer-
disagree on?
Hold on, sorry.
But-
Go ahead. Study me. Get it out.
Thank you. I was just quickly saying, like, you guys are talking about like the feet thing, which is like all the way on the pretty platonic side of things. We've already
Is
talked
it?
about. Yeah.
A lot of people really
I don't know,
have
I
dude,
think
I'm
personally,
rubbing feet
I think
over
you're
spectacle
taking
rub in return. You know what I'm
Andre
saying?
position here is blowing my mind.
Anyways,
I'm gonna go back.
you
and
gotta
then
have a
on the
fun
other
finish, I
end,
guess.
and on the other end earlier, we talked about how like the titty twisting example was like on the other end. It's fucking crazy. Like, yeah, this is weird. Very sexual.
No, a lot of people
What-
find a contact of their feet very sexual. It's extremely sexual apart.
Okay, or like the tap on the head.
Not even
Sure,
just
I'll go with the
contact,
tap on the
looking
head.
at feet.
All
People
I'm saying
pay
is
for feet pics.
what I was saying, if we have these two polars, like what I'm saying is ass slapping and spanking, whatever you want to call it, is probably somewhere in the middle where I draw the line. Obviously, that changes from person to person. Prime, you said it really well. That touches mean different things for different people. But what I'm saying is that over the broad population, that ass spanking is probably over my line, and I find it weird. You guys?
Why-
can
why
all
the
find
Nobody
block-
cares.
This is some Gen Z stuff.
Okay, so
But
then you
I
don't
find-
spank your kids, but that doesn't mean that other people that it's
Yeah,
weird.
so then you don't spank your kids, and other
find
people
it
can spank their
bad.
kids. All right,
I
different
find it
judgment.
bad, and I find it bad, and I can agree with you. I think spanking is bad. I don't think spanking is sexual. Like
Exactly.
that's a
That's what
whole
I'm
nother
saying.
line.
Wait,
Like there's
who
reasons,
is
there's
this?
a
I'm
thousand
curious.
reasons why you could say that it's bad, but not because it's inherently sexual. That's
Because
just
Yeah,
there's a
there's
generation
a
I think you're more
Maybe
inclined to
There's
find the
shit
inverse.
that's being crossed to get up to the point that spanking is sexual.
yeah.
So
With
I
a
missed-
child?
I
That's
missed some of
that's
this.
fucked
So I
up.
missed some of this conversation. I'm curious. Is there other than it sounds like Prime is pro spank? Is anyone else here pro spank?
I think
No.
all the
No.
stuff.
No, all all
I'm
Prime
not
friends
pro
left.
spank.
I mean,
but
I'm
not-
like
Anti-spank,
centrist. I'm like centrist spank.
Centrist
No.
space.
Centrist spank.
I'm firmly
See,
anti-spank.
The
I'm more.
answer is
Hey, I'm
I'm not-
pro
I'm-
spank if it's in the bedroom. I'm pro
I'm
spank.
an- I'm
Like, I was
anti-spank, but I
spanked
think-
as a child.
I'm anti-spank, but I think it has
I'm
more
pro-
to
you
do
know
with
what?
how. Oh. I think it has more to
What
do with
age
how
is it
someone
okay
who
to
spanks-
stop?
Someone who
Sorry, go ahead.
spanks tends to have bad emotional reactions to other things, and I think kids pick those up. I'm more likely to think that if there was like a scientific way to spank a kid, like for very specific reasons or very
scientific way
specific
to
outcomes,
spank
it
a
would be
kid.
more. I know.
There are
No, I know
some
you
people
can't. You
who
can't
actually
untangle
argue
this.
this.
You
Alright,
can't untangle the two.
alright,
I'm
I need
just
you to
saying.
get. I need you to get in the
Wait,
space.
you can't
Mate.
untangle the
I've
two.
got the
Okay,
spank
you
lever
can't
set up.
untangle
We're
the
gonna make
two.
sure that we hit you
I'm
with
gonna
the
go ahead.
absolute
I'm gonna go
perfect
ahead and
angle
think
to
that
make sure the spank is the least possibly sexual.
Okay.
I'm using my
I'm gonna
spank
go ahead. And,
bot.
all I'm trying to
Did
say
you
is I
say
have a feeling
spanked
that people who
angle?
spank their kids are more likely to have bad reactions to other things in general. Also.
Okay.
Like
all
gen-
right. Okay.
Um,
We did it. We covered it. Hooray! To my audience, thank you so much for being here. Really appreciate it. This has been Odyssey. I didn't think this one question would take so long. definitely did. But if you have been enjoying this conversation, or at least tolerating it, hit that follow button. Hit that follow button right now. Make sure notifications are on, because I do this 6 nights a week, a lot of nights a week. We're always here. We're always giving you content, right? And if you appreciate this or all the others, because this is an open walk on panel, or you can join in. You can join in the future, right? We'd love to have you. So if that's something that interests you, or the 1v1 we have, or the interviews, or anything that we do, hit that follow button right now. Make sure notifications are on so you know I'm going live. I do 6 nights a week. Don't want you to miss out. Okay. Exclamation point social and chat to follow us on Twitter where we do stuff. We give you updates. Jump into our Discord. Where we do all of, like, this is happening. In our offline conversation we happening. We do all of that. The Discord is the heart of this community. And then go to our YouTube. Looking for the VOD, right? Looking for the VOD. And on that VOD, you'll find me talking about the time my parents found my porn, right? That's on the spot, right? So if you want to experience that magic, right? Brought to you by Stardust, right? Because it's been a real sexual day. If you want to experience that magic, well then go to my YouTube, subscribe, like, and comment, right? So thank you so much to all of you, right? Who've come in, even Kill, right? And you know how I hate saying nice things about Kill. I despise it. But still,
that rabbit food.
Still though, we appreciate them. So I'm gonna send you off to, or hopefully they are still up, because sometimes the fucking thing just, yeah, they're still up. We're gonna send you off to a person who's raided me before a few times, and with really big, nice raids. We want to show them some love, so I'm gonna give them this large raid. Their name is Mafia Jinx. Be kind to them. Or like, I don't know, ban you, some shit. I don't know, whatever, right? But I'm just awkwardly waiting for this time to run out, so you motherfuckers can get the fuck out of my space. All right, bye. Be right back.
Fun, guys.
Okay.
Thank you for entertaining my.
Truly, it's league time. Truly, it's time to league.
Dude,
I can't tell. I honestly can't tell if like how. I do think that there is like. I think you should avoid probably like weird contact with your kids, and I think that's one reason. But obviously, the main reason for not spanking your kids is just like the plethora of studies that have been done that it's not good.
Yeah,
for
I
them,
agree.
right?
Not because it's sexual.
But it's not
Wait,
sexual.
wait,
Yeah,
wait,
and
Stardust, wait.
I don't think it's weird contact to kiss your kid on the lips goodnight.
I mean, I grew up in a house where we didn't really touch each other, so we just never did that. So,
Just
I
in
mean,
general?
it's fucking weird to me. Yeah, we just didn't do that.
So
I
wait,
think it's a
Stardust,
cultural thing.
Wait, Stardust, you think that sucking on tits is inherently sexual, right?
Oh my god.
No, not necessarily. No, I don't think so. I think
okay,
I
well,
think
that's
it's
good, because I was about to ask you, then
Yeah.
you think that babies shouldn't be able to suck their mom's tits?
I mean, is anything inherently sexual? I don't think anything is inherently sexual.
Yes. If you
Except
stick
for
a
maybe,
penis
except
into
for
a
I don't know, what a putting a
yeah,
penis
except
in a
for maybe
vagina.
that one.
Yo, Stardust.
Except for literally going down on somebody, then
Serious
yeah,
question for you,
literally
Stardust.
going down on someone's
what's
pretty
up?
No,
inherently.
yeah, they
sexual.
could have been bitten by a spider. They could have been bitten by a snake. You got to get that venom out.
Were you trolling?
Wrong.
I don't know. Honestly.
I'm gonna say yes.
I was like, right, this is a big funny meme troll.
You had
until
to be
you brought up the
trolling.
sexual assault.
Yeah, I'm
like,
gonna
you know
say
what?
yes.
There's something here to this.
That means
I'm not gonna lie.
that means
Oh,
yes.
job.
We
I
kind
mean,
of
I think it's
fleshed
something-
out
okay.
the original topic pretty fucking hard. I
Yeah,
kind of
we
appreciated
did.
the other angle to come in. It's like
There was
look,
another
we're just
angle.
gonna
So the main reason is obviously because of the plethora of studies, but like there is something to think about like what is socially acceptable, what is weird contact with your kids, where do you draw the line, right? So I think there's something to think about there. I don't know if I believe in it 100%, but I think it's something to think about. Maybe more later,
Okay.
but
So you
Well,
were
yeah,
halfway
there
through.
is a line to draw, but I don't think it's at spanking. I think it's at like
Okay.
kissing your kid. I think tongue kissing your kid is the line for me.
Whoa, that's
Yeah,
weird.
I agree.
That
That's
is
weird.
I don't know. I think
Really
spanking is
odd.
pretty weird
Wow.
still. I actually I like unironically do think that spanking
Okay.
is weird.
When somebody
yes.
said tickling your kid, though, and you said that they should give consent,
Yeah,
Like,
Well, I think
what?
you should give consent, man.
Yeah.
what if
There
it's
are
like
studies
a
that
6
do
month? What
suggest
if it's like
tickling
a,
is bad, that you shouldn't
That's so
tickle your
stupid.
kid.
What if it's like a
And-
6 month? You
Wait,
gotta
wait,
ask
wait,
them
wait.
6 months
You're
for
like-
consent?
Wait,
It does have a
Junior,
lot to
Junior,
do with
take your
teaching
hand,
consent
consent.
because they don't have the
tickle your
ability
arm.
to stop and actually give or restrict consent because they're in the midst of laughing and they're in the midst of the hysterics of being tickled. It's not always necessarily a good thing. There are studies out on this shit, and I was reading that like 8 years ago when my daughter was 4 years old.
real?
Yeah, so
on tickling
it's,
your kid affecting your child.
yes.
Yo, I
Well,
will
because
say
that's
one
how
thing.
they
It affects
view
the
consent,
context
right?
of consent.
You've got to understand
Yeah,
that,
so
like,
here's the thing.
the
Here's the
first
thing.
honestly, I'm
4
gonna say
years of a
fuck
kid's
science.
life is
I
so
don't- I
formative.
don't give a
We
shit.
So formative. You have
we can
no
actually-
idea.
We can actually we can talk about this, right? We can talk about how we socialize girls, right, or even boys. We socialize children, and we don't really give them the opportunity to practice retracting consent, right? And that can that can cause actually long-lasting like communication issues. Like there's a reason why like the whole dating scene is so fucking weird right now, right? Like it's hard to know what is consent and what isn't sometimes, you know? So I mean, I think it's important to teach kids.
I thought the whole bad touch thing was kind of doing that. The whole teaching your kids the differences between good touches and bad touch. That those happen.
Not necessarily, because you need to be able to draw the line
Your
before
no-no
then.
square.
You know, like you need to.
Your
A
no-no
woman,
square.
especially a girl needs to be able to draw a line and retract consent prior to getting to that point. Because once you get to that point, it's too late. It's too late. You're in a position where somebody's going to coerce you into sex.
All right, so we're talking with a 6-month-old. I don't know if it's possible to really get consent from a 6-month-old.
It's different.
Like,
yeah,
be
you can't
honest.
really do that with a 6-month-old. But like for a kid who can,
A kid that can actually say, like
can
tickling.
communicate.
Did you just say a
Or,
kid,
yeah, 6-month-old. Sorry.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
sorry, what
Again,
does that
again.
mean?
For a kid who can communicate, for a kid who
Yeah,
can
like
communicate,
a 2 or 3-year-old.
yes, then you want to give them the opportunity to practice retracting consent, because a lot of women grow up not knowing how to say no, not knowing how to retract consent prior to getting to the point where they will be coerced into sex, right?
I'm with you on that.
Base.
I'm willing to
That's
say
fine.
it's a
Thank
good
you.
learning or teaching experience, but I don't know if I'm
What
gonna
about
back
people
it
who
up.
are neuroatypical?
I just want to say,
What
was
about
this
people
study?
who are neuroatypical and can't communicate?
I don't know, but hey, I'm gonna keep it real with you though,
Maybe.
Star. Just because it's socially acceptable for people right now for spanking to be a sexual act, you should not be putting that in the kid's head. Like they only know it's
Boy.
socially acceptable for it to be a sexual act if they know that it's socially acceptable to be a sexual
Find
act.
out.
Sure.
Wait, Prime. I would just to be clear. I work with some incredibly neurotypical people, and they are very, very aware of how they feel and how to communicate and how to retract and give informed consent. People overestimate how neurotypical people are. Like these people can still communicate and understand themselves.
What if they physically can't?
Not
All right,
all.
fine.
There's
Okay,
a
I'll
lot
give
of
you-
types of neuroatypical people, though.
Yeah,
I mean, like,
I've
the argument
not
originally.
right there, but what if they physically cannot communicate with you?
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, if
like,
the argument's
they
originally
feel like
about
they're
you,
immune, there's no
you touch a
problems.
person,
But
you touch a person
Probably shouldn't, I guess,
who
be involved
is like in a coma.
that way.
Like, can you like bathe your child? Like they're in a coma. Can you bathe them?
Well, yes,
No.
because
Obviously.
you're removing harm from them, right? Like you're taking care of them, right? But like spanking is not necessarily something that you need to do to take care of a child. Changing a diaper, you have to do that. Feeding a child, you have to do that.
Shit, I don't know, man. Prime
That
is
still
kind
doesn't
of
mean
what
it's
you
sexual.
agree.
Wait. So
There's
don't,
people who think
don't
discipline
compare.
is
Don't
you have
compare.
to do.
Don't compare like feeding your child to like changing a diaper. So what about kissing your kid?
Oh, by the way, you should
No.
to be very clear.
Well,
by the way, you shouldn't
kissing
be
isn't
like
always a sexual
you
act.
shouldn't be
I
force
mean, you don't
feeding your
have
children
to.
either.
You have to
Or
change the
starving
diaper.
them.
right.
You have to feed. You don't have to kiss your kid. Like I agree that kissing your kid should be okay as long as it's not.
No affection.
making out with
Affection is
your
very
kid.
affection is very
Affection
important,
is
especially in the
needed
first 4
from-
years. So to be
Yeah.
clear, so people who don't know the psychology of it, there's this thing called attachment theory, and basically how children relate to their parents in the first 4 years
Sure.
of their lives, what kind of attachment they have with their parents, is how they're going to relate to relationships and how healthily they're going to relate to relationships later on in life. And there's like secure, insecure, dissociative, yada yada. Like go Google Bowlby and Ainsworth if you're interested in that sort of stuff. But that's part of the reason why affection is so incredibly important. The kind of attachment that kids like form with their parents is going to be really, really indicative of a lot of later in life stuff. So a lot of dissociative attachments cause worse outcomes, like strictly worse outcomes. This is very, very well studied.
Well, even then, you can show affection without kissing your kid. You just.
I mean, you can,
them and
but
stuff.
listen, does it
Yeah,
matter
but
where you can
wait,
kiss
what's
your
wrong?
kid? Like maybe on the, like, no, like, does it matter where you can kiss your kid? Like maybe on the forehead,
Or on the cheek,
or something like that. Yeah, on the cheek or something like that.
The conversation
wrong
here
with
was
kissing your
based
kid on the
around
lip?
the conversation here was based around the lips.
Yeah, what's
I
wrong
mean-
with kissing your kid on the lips?
I think it's a
Well,
cultural thing. I don't think there's necessarily anything horrible about it. I just think it's gross.
I don't think.
But
I don't
it's
think it's
sexual.
a.
But
I
it's
don't think it's a
sexual.
bad thing.
Sexual.
Isn't it sexual? Stardust?
I mean, look,
No.
kissing a man
Holy
in American culture is considered weird, but there's literally cultures like Italian cultures where you kiss
Yeah.
people on the
Based.
cheek and whatnot, even another man, or even in
Are they-
some Indian cultures.
No, and
where
I
it's
think in
not
Russia
considered
they had a
American culture is
practice of
actually-
men would kiss each other on the lips, like in
Yeah,
Russia.
well,
They did that.
in
Yeah.
American culture, it's actually pretty. I didn't have it, but I knew a lot of kids in American culture that their parents kissed them on the lips.
Yeah, my parents
In a
kissed
lot
me.
of cultures with
Yeah.
homosocial, like a stronger homosocial, like acceptability, or I guess whatever. Like a lot of those cultures are okay with like this showing of affection, right? So like
It doesn't have to be
Indian
homo, right?
culture-
It could be mom to son. It doesn't.
Yeah, it
doesn't
could be,
have
but
to
I'm just saying, like in homosocial cultures, right, where generally like there's a lot of affection between people of the same gender, right? Like it's generally seen as okay to do like the kissing and all that.
So
Within
even
the
outside of
family,
that, is it
within
okay?
the
Is it okay?
family. That
So
is
even
fine.
outside of that,
when I eventually
is it
meet
okay
you
vice
and I
versa?
kiss you
Is
on
it
the lips,
okay?
I want you to know it's not sexual, okay?
It's not sexual unless you make it sexual. That's really it.
Don't make it weird.
hammer
Yeah,
down
man,
that
don't make
point.
it weird, bro. Don't make
It's
it
only
weird,
weird
bro.
if you
Look,
make it
fine.
weird.
The next look, if I'm ever in America, the only thing would be kissing, right? Is the fucking bottleneck of some beers, okay?
Look, I don't like. We just didn't do that. I just didn't. You know, it was me, my mom, my brother. We never like. You know, we barely like. I mean, I would kiss my mom at night before going to bed, but like I would kiss her on the cheek. You know, and she would kiss me on the cheek. But anything beyond that, like I don't know.
But your
we
dad
didn't, like,
never
avoid
kissed
it.
you in the cheek.
No, it's just
Okay.
yeah, that's a cultural
The
Alright,
next
guys, I'm
step
out.
here is just
Take it
tell
easy.
me.
Wait, you're trying to meme.